Chapter 101. She is more cannibal than me. Dinarisa's words echoed in Su Xuan's mind. After careful reflection, is there really something wrong with Tinas? Adding the good or evil elf queen when recruiting, it is obvious that the elf queen is definitely not a one-sided queen. But it doesn't matter under the law of the endless world. Even if the other party was such a terrifying existence in the past, he must obey the orders of the Lord. You received a message. Su Xuan opened the message and found that it was from Su Xuan. Su Xuan. The people from the Dragon Kingdom who will go to the ancient ruins have been determined. Most of them are the lords of the big families. Su Lian, Chen Huang, and Li Ketian. They act on their own and have different paths from us. But the two sides can help each other in case of crisis. Okay. Su Xuan replied that he did not expect Su Lian to participate in this operation. In other words, I don't seem to know Su Lian's arms yet. Su Xuan. The lords who go to the ancient ruins can only be platinum lords and below, and they can only bring their own troops. Even the contracted monsters, and even the plundering heroes of other lords cannot be brought in. In addition, the number of heroes is limited to 2, and the number of ordinary fighters is 100. Please pay attention. Okay. Su Xuan. Can Qingxue be okay? Is there any pressure on her? Pressure. Su Xuan thought for a while. With the elf queen around, there shouldn't be any pressure. Moreover, Qingxue also gave all the magic power crystals she had accumulated to the elf queen and promoted the elf queen's rank to the 5th rank and 1 star. Every level increases by 200 points of all attributes. Coupled with the promotion of a higher level, the attributes of the elf queen have reached a terrifying level, and she has learned several forbidden magics. Compared to Dinarisa, who has not had time to advance to Su Xuan's level, the Elven Queen's overall strength is even better, and she is also a super support. Can shock the army. That's it. The pressure probably came from the enemy's side. Don't worry. Qingxue is very powerful now. Su Xuan, really? Wait. What aspect are you talking about? Of course it's territorial combat power. Recently, Qingxue has recruited another powerful elf who can take on this great task. Su Xuan. So that's the case? Then I can rest assured. Please rest assured. I will try my best to protect the safety of both of you, and I will never let you get hurt. Good. Su Xuan smiled lightly. Su Xuan, as the president of the Hongqin Guild, has the attribute of protecting the calf. Su Xuan. By the way, have you been with Qingxue recently? Oh yes. Su Xuan nodded and replied. I'm helping Qingxue manage the territory. You know, after the Dark Elves are recruited, the Elves' territory needs 10 men to stabilize the army. Su Xuan. After finishing the conversation, Su Xuan closed the chat box. Can only bring 2 heroes. Su Xuan thought for a moment. Dinarisa will definitely take it, but the second hero needs to be considered. The 5 epic quality heroes are definitely not considered, nor are Evna and Avoni. You only need to choose between Ming and Fremiru. Obviously, from all aspects, Fremia is more suitable. B. When Su Xuan thinks of the cooperation between you and Su Xuan's succubus sinus, maybe Ming is more suitable. After all, the two of them are life and death friends, and now they are trying to figure out how to attack Su Xuan. It can only be said that all succubi are no match for Su Xuan, except Dinarisa. How can Dinarisa be so powerful? Su Xuan fell into silence. At that time Dinarisa said she was equal to about 10,000 succubi. But Su Xuan's speculation is definitely more than that. 10,000 succubi could not make him that sensitive. I'm afraid it's 10,000 succubi of taboo quality. Hiss, so tempting, damn. When I think of this, why is my mind soaring in the sky again? I want to swim in the ocean of elements. Su Xuan, at this time, Qingxue ran in. The process of relocating the territory has been completed, now only. She just wanted Su Xuan to move the territory, because Su Xuan wanted Qingxue and the others to move to their own territory. This way, it is also easy to manage, and there are many people, and it is lively. As soon as Qingxue ran in, she was surprised to find that Su Xuan was in urgent need of help. Just in time. 4. Catch. Elf Lord Qingxue. Successful capture. On the other hand, Jiang Rong is planning the migration standards. Although she has just joined Qingxue's territory, she has a deep understanding of the general distribution. Because both of them are elf lords, most of the territory buildings are similar. 1,000-kilometer teleportation requires a particularly high cost of consumption. Hey, it doesn't matter. This is not something I need to consider. Jiang Rong shrugged his shoulders, lowered his eyes slightly, and stared at her wheat yellow shiny skin. There was a gleam in his eyes. She also didn't know whether she would make Su Xuan love her by giving it away so quickly. Although she has always shown herself as a hot girl in front of everyone, she is still very conservative. Jiang Rong has never expressed his love to other boys, and the family strictly forbids dating during school, which makes Jiang Rong feel very empty in his heart. Even if there is a suitor, she chooses to decline. Of course, part of the reason comes from her too high love standard. Then there was the appearance of Qi Qingxue. The lords of the same type of arms generally have somewhat similar personalities. But similar personalities usually get you not harmony, but confrontation. Plus, Qi Qingxue has a reliable man standing behind her. This made Jiang Rong very envious. That's why Jiang Rong broke into between Qi Qingxue and Su Xuan. Want to take Su Xuan away. But in the end, even she herself fell. Even Qi Qingxue accepted her. Can't understand. Is this the charm of the succubus lord? The charm of a male succubus? Let her and Qi Qingxue willingly join forces to fight against Su Xuan? It's really scary. By the way, where's Qi Qing's snowman? Jiang Rong suddenly discovered that Qi Qingxue had been looking for Su Xuan for a long time and hadn't returned yet, which made her frown. Now is a critical period. How can you be lazy? Jiang Rong immediately walked to the room where Su Xuan was. When she just walked to the door, the familiar battle song sounded in her ears. Jiang Rong took a step back involuntarily. But the sound of the high-heeled shoes trampling on the ground was very loud, which alarmed the heavenly beings. Would you like to join an asymmetric confrontational game? Yes. Agree. Oh. Jiang Rong doesn't seem to have any choice. Qingxue, I caught a good friend of yours. Huh. Confused face? Exclamation point. Dark Elf Lord Jiang Rong. Successful capture. When night gradually covers the sky. Only then did Su Xuan leave satisfied and went to the teleportation array to pay the gold. Now, the small coffers of Qi Qingxue, Jiang Rong, and Yi Lingkai are all controlled by him, with the exception of Su Fian. I have to find a way to get Su Fian to hand over her small treasury. Su Fian, who has been in the endless world for nearly 10 years, has extremely rich assets. No matter what, there must be hundreds of thousands of gold, right? As for Qi Qingxue and Jiang Rong, they may need a little time to digest the hot knowledge they just learned. Gold, 5W. Transmission is expected to count down for 1 day. In 1 day, I can still be happy with Qingxue and the others for a while. Su Xuan said to himself, when he returns to his territory, he will continue to work hard. But there are still thousands of succubi waiting to be fed, waiting for their master, just when Su Xuan delivered the teleportation array and was about to leave. A ray of moonlight slowly fell and shone on his cheek. Look up slightly. Su Xuan was about to appreciate the moonlight, but at this moment, a beautiful shadow came into his eyes. Fairy Queen. She greets the moonlight. Stand under the moonlight. Su Xuan's heart froze. His eyes were firmly attracted by her figure. The pure white moonlight illuminated the delicate body of the elf queen, and the holy white dress shone even more under the moonlight. It's like starlight condensing around, making people dizzying. Beautiful. The beauty is intoxicating. From the moment the elf queen appeared, Su Xuan's eyes never left her. Such a perfect woman. It is hard to imagine who else can compete with her. The most perfect woman in the endless world. The elven queen definitely deserves this title. But just when Su Xuan stared intently at the elf queen under the moonlight. Sudden, Su Xuan stared. You have an incredible look on your face. Because, Li Zhao. He was surprised to see that the elf queen's snow-white dress was dyed black at this moment. Let's start with the pair of snow-white high heels at the toes. Gradually dyed a layer of pitch black, and then slowly extended to the skirt, belt, chest. In just a few minutes, earth-shaking changes took place in the elf queen's body. Except her skin color is still as white as jade. The rest of the area is dyed colorful black. Long skirts, high heels, nails, hair color, lip color, pupils, and even a crown on your head, all in this moment, transform into pitch black color. Even I don't know why. The originally conservative white fluffy dress has become sexy. His so big, so evil and white. Was it on purpose or by accident? This sudden change shocked Su Xuan. Could it be? Is this the legendary evil? At the same time, after the elf queen transformed, a pair of deep eyes fell on Su Xuan. When she was transforming, she naturally caught Su Xuan's eyes. She can feel the deep emotion in Su Xuan's eyes that comes from the depths of her heart, the domineering desire to possess her. The elf queen of the dark department just stepped on it lightly and instantly came behind Su Xuan. She whispered hypnotically in Su Xuan's ear, "My masterpiece, you only belong to me." Chapter 102. You only belong to me, my master. Huh! The fiery breath floated into Su Xuan's ears, making Su Xuan tremble involuntarily. After being dyed in pitch black, the elf queen not only changes in form, but also seems to have changed her temperament. It turns out that Mother Tianxia's kindness, at this moment, switched to the arrogance and coldness, and the attitude of self-respect. They are like two different people. In Su Xuan's eyes, there is a similarity with Dinarisa. But, compared to Dinarisa's evil charm, the Queen of the Dark Elf is less charming and more rhyme. That kind of charm that belongs to the Queen alone, aloof and not disturbing strangers. So, when the Dark Elf Queen said that you only belong to me, my master, makes Su Xuan sound like a commanding tone, I can only say, it's even more delicious. At this moment, the Dark Elf Queen stretched out her jade hand and gently pinched the tip of Su Xuan's chin. The eyes of the two met, and Su Xuan was fascinated by the dark pupils of the Dark Elf Queen, like a mysterious, unknown universe, swallowing Su Xuan's consciousness. And just when Su Xuan was about to fall, the Succubus Queen suddenly appeared in the sky above the night. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was furious. "Tinas!" Dinarisa yells. Palm tapped the throne. Boom. A terrifying power erupted instantly. Attack on the Dark Elf Queen. Dinarisa. The Dark Elf Queen smiled coldly. Her fingertips gathered the power of colorful elements, just a flick. It easily resolved the magic power of Dinarisa. The blow just now made Su Xuan break away from the control of the Dark Elf Queen. The attribute panel of the Dark Elf Queen is immediately unfolded in Su Xuan's sight. Name, Tina C. Race, Elf, Myth. Level, Tier 5, 1 star, 180300000. Agility, 30,000. Physique, 30,000. Magic power, 30,000. Talent, Blessing of the Goddess of Dark Elements. Skill, Dark Elemental Magic. Expand, Blessing of the Goddess of Dark Elements. For each Dark Elf, it will provide a 0.1% increase in combat power. At night, the power of dark magic will increase by 500%. Talents and skills have changed? Su Xuan was shocked. The Elf Queen actually switched forms. Even talent has changed. From providing boosts to the elves, it has been transformed into a combat power boost of its own. Even higher than Dinarisa's personal gain? Su Xuan frowned slightly. Is she really still the Elf Queen? Of course, Su Xuan could feel that the Dark Elf Queen didn't have any malice towards him, but simply wanted to control the initiative. Now you are not my opponent. Dinarisa. The Dark Elf Queen who blocked Dinarisa's magic power smiled contemptuously. Not only does she have level suppression, she also has the bonus of night. You can try. Dinarisa is furious. The throne under the seat was glowing with a dark red light, and the dark red lightning flashed around her, distorting the space. Oh, seeing this, the Dark Elf Queen gave her a cold look. Next second, the translucent dark cage engulfs Dinarisa. Deep in the darkness, Dinarisa tried to break through the cage with lightning, but found that she was powerless. I can only watch Su Xuan being taken over. I said so. You can't do it. The Dark Elf Queen snorted coldly. Next second, then he greeted Su Xuan neatly. A burst of strange fragrance instantly burst into my mind. The feeling of being forced made Su Xuan feel a deep obsession. It's like the illusion of being disturbed by a whirlpool in the deep sea. Confused. You. Dinarisa saw this scene. My heart is furious, but all I can do is watch. Sha. After Tinas let go of Su Xuan, a smile with endless aftertaste rose on the corner of her lips. She is very satisfied with everything about her master. The power of darkness contained in her made her dark eyes sparkle with a seductive brilliance. Delicious, sudden. Tina snorted softly. She covered her forehead with her left hand, as if something was about to come out, causing severe pain in her head. Did Su Xuan notice that Tina's pupils seemed to be flickering? Or in other words, it changed from jet black to emerald green, and then quickly turned into jet black again. Now, Tina clenched her silver teeth, as if she was talking to someone. "It's my time." Scream. She was back to normal. Then, a pair of icy eyes stared at Su Xuan's eyes. The cold jade finger brushed across Su Xuan's cheek, and there was a tingling sensation like an electric shock. Okay, the corner of the dark elf queen's mouth curved slightly. Now, no one bothers us anymore. Su Xuan stared. In fact, he is still a little confused now. Why did Dinarisa come to stop it? Why did Tinas give him a sense of confusion? Plus the previous conversation between Tinas and Dinarisa. There is absolutely something wrong with this towering dark elf queen. My king, Dinarisa, who was powerless to resist, could only say to Su Xuan at this moment, "Don't be defeated by desire." Su Xuan's expression froze. Did Dinarisa come to protect herself? Queen of the elves at this moment. Is it all dark? Grunt. Su Xuan suddenly looked at Tina C. Her aloof face was full of expectant smiles. I said that. Tanasi pinched Su Xuan's chin again and said in ice language, "You are mine." Finished. Tinas came up again. At the same time, Tinas unarmed and held the holy light forcefully. Su Xuan's mind is a bit confused now. Tinas is totally different from everyone else. Even Dinarisa is far from her. Dinarisa is the allure that makes Su Xuan terrified. I will disarm Dinarisa in just an instant. And Tinas is completely in control. Even in front of Su Xuan, her master, she wants to enjoy the pleasure of domination. Me. This kind of domination comes from the thrill of the next gram, or the fun of challenging the peak. Oh, Tinas smiled and admired the arrogance of the holy light. Good just because. Finished. Dark red magic surged through Tina's fingertips. It seems to apply a special magic power to her jade hands, so that she can pass the darkness even more. But if I attach the dark element to my palm, how will you respond? My master. The cold voice rang in Su's ear. The power of dark elements begins to erode the holy light at this moment. Let that which radiates light be stained with a touch of darkness. The erosion of magic power made Su Xuan frown slightly. The strength of the dark elf queen is beyond his imagination. It is in extreme contrast with the holy elf queen before. If it is like this, he chose to surrender. When the holy light fades away, there was a contemptuous smile on the corner of Tina's mouth. That's it. Just started. The power of dark elements surges again, and this time, it is wrapped around her jade toes. The picture in the dark night made Dinarisa frown slightly. Such a waste. Such a waste. What a waste. So that's why Dinarisa is here to stop Tinas, coupled with the erosion of the power of dark elements. Maybe after this, her king will have to be depressed for several days before he can recover. Queen of dark elements. Damn you. When the night is gone and the sky is blank, the queen of dark elements frowns slightly. Her time is up. But she hasn't started the final step yet. That's all. The queen of dark elements smiled coldly, looked up at Su Xuan, and whispered, "We will meet again. My master." Finished. The darkness of the elf queen dissipated in an instant, transformed back into the holy elf queen again. When the elf queen opened her emerald green eyes, she noticed that her palms and toes were surrounded by the power of dark elements and the power of life magic. Her cheeks were instantly stained with blood. "Yes, I'm sorry, my lord." The elf queen hurriedly wanted to help Su Xuan up, but she couldn't. The only way to restore Su Xuan's missing magic power is to glow green with both hands first. "Let me go first," Dinarisa called to the elven queen. She admired it all night in the dark cage, which made her extremely envious. The elf queen immediately released the dark cage. Dinarisa is the next second to escape. So Su Xuan was transferred to her throne through magic. "You go and clean it. I will take care of him," Dinarisa Tinas said. But the elf queen stared slightly, looking at Su Xuan with pity and shame. "It's okay. You just need to take care of yourself," Dinarisa said coldly. Her desire to invade is still so strong. It used to be about territory and resources. Now it has been transferred to our master. I see. For the first time, the elf queen bowed her head to Dinarisa, apologizing for her mistake. She wasn't like this before, only she was very persistent about certain things. But after meeting Su Xuan and Dinarisa, some strange ideas came into being. This leads to the dark self, becoming even crazier. Snort. Dinarisa immediately took Su Xuan and left. The elf queen stood where she was, feeling a little worried. After a moment of silence, he turned and went to wash. Wash away the magic power of life stained on the palm of your hand. But before that, the elf queen brought her jade hand slightly closer to her. There was a smell of fragrance from the magic power of life, and she couldn't help but take a sip. Taste this. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of the elf queen's mouth. He muttered to himself, "It really tastes good. The elves should all need its nourishment." Chapter 103. How long have I been asleep? Su Xuan woke up from his sleep in a daze. As soon as he woke up, the reminder of the system of many children and many blessings resounded. It seems that how many of his descendants have been added to the territory, etc. Su Xuan patted his forehead. Did he fall asleep? Or coma? What was the picture before the coma? Su Xuan recalled the beautiful but possessive face of the dark elf queen. Thinking in his heart, could he not only be unable to support the succubus queen Dinarisa, but also the dark elf queen? TB. I haven't explored the deepest depths of darkness yet. It's just the simplest quadruple temptation. Master, you finally woke up. Elam rubbed her eyes. She seemed to be keeping vigil for Su Xuan. How long have I been asleep? Su Xuan asked Elam. Etc. I should be in Qi Qingshua's territory. How could I see Elam? Could it be? Master, you have been sleeping all day. Elam flashed two big watery eyes and replied to Su Xuan. All day. Su Xuan rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. I'm afraid I've been dizzy for more than a day. Let's go out and have a look first. Su Xuan put on his clothes and walked out of the room. The familiar environment convinced him that he had returned to his territory. The moment Su Xuan stepped into the town hall, the condensed air made Su Xuan stop in an instant. All the girls in the town hall also cast their eyes on Su Xuan. Now, standing on all fours, Qi Qingxue, Jiang Rong, Su Fian, and Yi Lingkai were all sitting in the reception room, and the four of them kept a certain amount of silence. And when Su Xuan appeared, their gazes cast one after another, each with its own merits. For example, Jiang Rong. She never expected that there are two beautiful beauties in Su Xuan's territory, a petite and lovely pure girl, and a mature royal sister who is very fragrant and beautiful, etc. Why does the mature lady look familiar? Another example, Fu Yan. Although Su Fian knew that Qi Qingxue had defeated the Dark Lord, she never heard Su Xuan mention that not only the Dark Elves were recruited, but also the Dark Elf Lords were also recruited. What the hell is it true that all beautiful girls should be dedicated to the Succubus Lord? Among them, Yi Lingkai was the most shocked. She didn't say a word here, but just observed the girls in the living room with her big watery eyes. With so many thoughts in my heart, I am surprised that Su Xuan has one more beauties in his harem. Big sister with wheat yellow skin? Looks in good shape. Good skin too. And the wheat yellow Snow White is so big, only Qi Qingxue is calm and composed. After all, she has seen everyone. You're finally here. Su Fian held a folding rose fan and swayed it gently. A pair of cool and beautiful eyes glanced at Su Xuan, seeming to complain a little. I just woke up. Su Xuan shrugged, and then sat in the center of the town hall. After he was seated, Su Fian slowly said, "The ancient ruins will be open the day after tomorrow. Just in case, I came 2 days early. Be a little classmate. Is your team ready?" Su Fian's tone was mixed with resentment, and she had a little emotion towards Su Xuan. Those little eyes with a little bit of resentment made Su Xuan smile slightly. Like a little bitter woman, this is not like the president Su Fian he knows. But well, before Su Fian met Su Xuan again, she was considered an older saint, and it was normal to pay more attention to the one she loved. Naturally, I'm all set. Su Xuan patted his chest and promised. One look, Dinarisa, and you took a step forward. A mythical quality hero and a taboo quality hero do have the capital to sweep the ancient ruins. That's right, it's a sweep. The only problem is that Dina Rice's level is a bit low. If it is higher, it should be easier, right? What about you, Qingxue? Su Fian glanced at Qingxue. As the president of Hongchun, she is naturally authoritative when writing Qingxue. If anyone wants to be big, Su Fian definitely has a better chance than Qingxue. I'm ready too. Qingxue nodded with firm eyes. Then, besides the female elf tyrant, do you have a hero to choose from? Su Fian asked Qingxue. To this, Su Xuan smiled faintly. Qingxue, let our chairman Su see your strength. Good. Qingxue responded, and immediately let her elves enter the town hall. Su Fian looked at the door curiously. Just when her gaze drifted away, a beautiful pure white figure came into Su Fian's eyes. This is... Su Fian's beautiful eyes were startled. The beautiful pretty face exudes an unbelievable look. When the holy and loving queen walked into the living room, even Su Fian felt a sense of admiration for her maternity gesture. She? Myth? Fairy of mythical quality. Su Fian exclaimed in disbelief. She never thought of it. Qingxue has also recruited a mythical quality hero. Are you behind on your news? When did this happen? Su Fian first cast a pair of unimaginable eyes on Qingxue, but Qingxue looked at Su Xuan, avoiding her eyes. Su Fian hurriedly looked at Su Xuan again. Su Xuan said slowly, "Calm down, President Su. He is just a hero of mythical quality. I have to be all of them. Do you know what you're talking about?" Su Fian just wanted to refute Su Xuan's words. How can heroes of mythic quality be all? But when he thought that Su Xuan himself had a succubus of mythical quality, he paused his words. At the same time, there is a high probability that Qingxue's mythical quality spirit is also related to Su Xuan. This made Su Fian feel a little shocked. How did Su Xuan do it? Why are the two mythical quality heroes that appeared in a short period of time related to him? And just when Su Fian was puzzled, Su Xuan's complaint sounded at this moment. Hey, it's a pity. If I can bring non-army units, I can also take a mythical quality hero. As soon as this statement comes out, Su Fian and Zhang Rong cast their shocked eyes on Su Xuan. What's the meaning? Su Xuan besides Succubus Queen? There is also a mythical quality hero? Huh? President Su wants to see it. Su Xuan felt the curiosity in Su Fian's eyes. Su Fian nodded hesitantly. She didn't know whether to believe Su Xuan or not. After all, it is simply impossible to have two mythical quality heroes in one territory. But Su Xuan indifferently told Dina Rice, "Call that guy up." Dina Rice nodded, just snapped her fingers. Next moment, a coffin tomb appeared in front of everyone. Su Fian and the others all looked at the coffin tomb, wondering if it was really a mythical hero. Boom. Bang. The tomb is opened. A girl with long blonde hair jumped out of it. Who disturbed the true ancestors' rest? The blonde girl stretched her waist and asked complainingly. And when she came into everyone's eyes, concubine Lian and Rong instantly showed shocked expressions. 0. Seeking flowers. Myth. This is definitely a mythical quality existence. And the level is ridiculously high. 7th step. Su Fian's eyes widened in disbelief. The strength of this vampire is even stronger than her best succubus? But from what Su Xuan said, the other party was not recruited. This made Su Fian even more curious. Why did she give her allegiance to Su Xuan? How did Su Xuan get her? This is comparable to the hero of the Diamond Lord. Wrong. It should be said to be beyond. Okay, you can go back to sleep. Su Xuan waved his hand. Come out and pretend to be aggressive. You can get out. Inakli yawned, with a tear in the corner of her eye. Some lazily said, "When will you feed me the delicious blood? I'm a little hungry." "Wait until I get back from work," Su Xuan said calmly. Okay, Inakli got back into the coffin and disappeared without a trace. Looking at Su Fian again, her face is full of astonishment. After all, before Su Xuan appeared, no one would have imagined that there are two mythical qualities. 0 wrong. It is 3 mythical quality heroes that will appear in one person's territory. That's it. It is comparable to the number of mythical heroes in a country. No. Most countries don't have so many mythical quality heroes yet. Su Xuan glanced at Su Fian's shock and smiled inwardly. If Su Fian knew that there was a hero of mythical quality in her hero statue, Will Su Fian be frightened directly? Chairman Su, who was frightened, "Hey, I really want to meet you," etc. I seem to have seen the terrified Su Fian before. During the night. Correct. Su Xuan suddenly remembered something and waved to T. The female elf Tylan immediately walked to Su Xian's side. Su Xuan gently stroked Tylan's lower abdomen and said, "You are already pregnant. Why don't you go?" Su Xuan has not performed time acceleration for Tylan, so it is a natural pregnancy. For the pregnant Tylan, In Xian was a little worried about her. "I'm fine. I can protect the master and the lords," Tylan replied firmly to Su Xuan. An elf's pregnancy is long and can take up to 2 years. Tylan was about 2 months pregnant, but there was still no change in her lower abdomen. "No, you must obey my orders." T Lin was determined, and Su Xian did not give in. How could he send a pregnant woman to the battlefield? Even a succubus who has given birth within 10 days cannot be on the battlefield. Tylan's beautiful eyes flashed, as if tears had flowed across her. He immediately looked at Qi Qingxue, hoping that his lord could say a few words for her. However, Qi Qingxue also has the same concept as Su Xian. "Tylan, you can rest in the territory so that we can feel at ease," Qi Qingxue warned. Okay, I understand, my lord master." Tylan nodded, and finally chose to follow Su Xian's arrangement. In the end, it was replaced by a dark elf of legendary quality. That is, the dark pink curly-haired dark elf who was traveling with Jiang Rong at that time. Sermon. It was originally a dark elf of epic quality, but under the enhancement of Qi Qingxue's talent, it advanced to legendary quality. Her strength is also considered outstanding, enough to be qualified for this task of the ancient ruins. While the few people were talking, Su Fian looked at Su Xian intentionally, her eyes flickering. Does she seem to have something to say? But after hesitating for a moment, he still didn't say anything. There's something about her, and... Chapter 104. She is. After introducing her own heroes, Su Fian wants to bring the succubus from the ancient ruins. Su Xian doesn't know yet. When a succubus girl with pink and purple gradient hair color came to the front of the crowd, Su Xian caught Su Xian's attention. Although this succubus only has a legendary quality, it is somewhat special. Her name is Ai Lu Wei, and she has been in my territory before, and this time she will accompany us to the ancient ruins. Su Fian introduced to Su Xian. Here, before Su Xian could speak, Elam rushed out. "Ai Lu Wei, long time no see." Elam hugged Ai Lu Wei happily and crazily rubbed her cheeks. The two lowly and succubi hugged each other. The enthusiastic Elam showed a completely different attitude, but the three-nun Elwi showed a completely different attitude, but she was still willing to let Elam rub her face. That testicle color is a bit pleasing to the eye, etc. Su Xian suddenly found out. There are some differences between Eluvi and Elam. For example, Ai Lu Wei seems to have a D. Obviously, the two little guys are about the same height. Su Xian looked at Elam with some pity. "Elam, you are such a poor little boy. Come on, only the master loves you." 167. Do you know each other? Su Xian asked Elam. "Yeah, I'm Elam's best friend." Elam explained to Su Xian excitedly. Good friend." Ai Lu Wei also nodded seriously and said flatly, "Yeah." Su Xian rubbed his chin and looked at the two lowly succubi. Are succubus friendships based on size? However, succubi with a lowly body like them are rare. I and Su Fian have thousands of succubi in total, right? The only ones who are lowly shaped are these two little guys. Don't underestimate Ai Lu Wei. Although she only has the legendary quality, her strength is by no means weaker than the taboo quality succubus. Su Fian said to Su Xian confidently. "Really? Ai Lu Wei, when did you become so powerful?" Ai Lu Mu pinched Ai Lu Wei's face curiously. Ai Lu Wei did not resist, but calmly replied, "Elam, don't be afraid. I will protect you. 000. The dialogue between the two is a bit like kindergarten children, innocent and innocent. Su Xian chose to be silent about this, but with a pair of black eyes, he carefully looked at the two cuties, Ai Lu Wei and Ai Lu Mu. Until Elam said to Ai Lu Wei, "Go. Ai Lu Wei, I'll show you my masters and my child." Okay, the two little guys ran towards one of the buildings. And Elam's words immediately caught the attention of Su Fian, Qi Qingxue, and the others, and they looked at Su Xian suddenly. "You? There was a slight anger in their eyes. Su Xuan quickly explained, "What are you looking at me for? Elam has grown up for a long time. She is 200 or 300 years old. Is it legal? It's just malnutrition and not growing tall." "Really?" Su Xuan nodded and explained, "Basically, there are no new succubus born now. They have stayed in the dark world for hundreds of years, and they are basically adults. As for why Elam and Alluvi are small, I speculate that it may be due to the lack of magic power. When they were born, they lacked a part of the source of life." Or, Su Xuan's voice stopped abruptly, and her eyes faltered slightly. "Or what?" Su Xuan asked with great interest. "I'm not a succubus, and I've never been to the dark world. How do I know why? You should be more familiar with this kind of thing than I am. After all, you are the succubus lord." Su Xuan shrugged her shoulders and asked back. Su Xuan fell into deep thought when he heard this. He is still far away from the truth, but judging from Su Xuan's guess just now, maybe the truth is hidden in Elam and Ai Lue. "Let's take a look too," Su Xuan said to the others, children of Su Xian's little classmate. The tone is lengthy. Su Xuan touched his nose calmly. "Chairman Su, don't worry. Soon you will too, in the territory of many children and many blessings. How could you, a peerless beauty, be missing?" All the girls followed Su Xuan to the nursery of the little succubus. The moment you enter the room, a warm picture comes into view. Elam, who was one step ahead, was picking up a little succubus with a pinch of pink hair on her head, and happily introduced to Elva. This is the little life she gave birth to. Elam naturally has the responsibility of being a mother. The only shortcoming is that she doesn't have a milk queen. In addition to them, there are more than a dozen succubus responsible for taking care of the nursery. All of them are mothers, so as to provide nutrition for the little succubus. As for the number of little succubi, in just 3 months, it has reached 50. Of course, besides the little succubus, there are also several white tiger beast mother baby girls, the children of Yinling and Su Xuan, and little flower fairy Su Xuan and jasmine fairy. And the moment Su Xuan entered the nursery, "Daddy, Dad," the little ones crawled towards Su Xuan excitedly. There are also a few little guys who have learned to wave their wings, fly to Su Xuan, and lie in his arms. Oh, let Daddy hug me." Su Xuan was swallowed up by the little guys at once as a qualified father. As long as Su Xuan is in the territory, he will come every day to strengthen his relationship with the children, play with them, tell stories with them, etc., and fulfill the responsibility of a father. The little ones naturally adore their father too, with one exception. That is the daughter of Dinarisa and Su Xuan. Since its birth, there has been a kind of arrogance. I don't know if she learned from her mother. Sometimes Su Xuan even saw her instigating against the little succubi who were just born a few months ago. It seems to want to rebel against her mother's regime. Could it be that she wants to rise up, to replace her mother as empress? This, Su Xuan and the others were also surprised to pay attention to the warm picture in front of them. That's right, it's warm. Make them want to join in too, huh? Just as Su Xuan was staring at Su Xuan, who was surrounded by children, a little white tiger beast mother ran up to her, stretching out 2 small hands, wanting to get a hug from Su Xuan. After Su Xuan was stunned for a while, she smiled fondly. "Pick up the little guy." The cute little guy made Su Xuan a little obsessed, and the warmth flowing in her heart made her think of giving birth to a child for Su Xuan. Wrong. She already has soon. She can also educate her children like a mother. The picture of a husband and a child emerged in her mind for a while. This is a fantasy that Qi Qingxue and Jiang Rong cannot reach at their age. President Su. Su Xuan noticed Su Xuan's confused state and asked her quickly, "Ah, it's okay." Su Xuan shook her head hastily, but her eyes were full of joy. This made Su Xuan understand. President Su has something on his mind. Then tonight, as a member of the guild, I must fulfill President Su's wish. Su Xuan smiled faintly, looking at other areas. I happened to see Elam and Elavi taking care of the little succubus together. B. Su Xuan frowned. Obviously Elam is the little guy's mother. Why is it El who is feeding the little succubus? Ai Lue shouldn't have that function yet, right? Ai Lue seemed to have noticed Su Xuan's gaze, and hurriedly blushed and turned her head away. Her behavior caught Su Xuan's gaze. It seems that the little guy is hiding some important information. Night fell. The little succubi all fell asleep on time. After dinner, Su Xuan and the girls rested. Qi Qingxue and Jiang Rong were tossed by Su Xuan a few days ago. They just wanted to take advantage of this time to recuperate. Just because it's good, but you have to do what you can. Then Su Xuan, who has been silent for a day and a night, naturally wants to reward Su Xuan, who has not seen her for more than 10 days, with the richest magic power of life. Late at night, moonlight climbs the branches. Su Xuan was taking a bath in the bathroom. Bathing in the cool ice water made her sober for a short time. Su Xuan's territory seems to have a magical power that makes her addicted. But Qi Qingxue and the others didn't seem to be affected too much. Only 5.2 was particularly serious for her. Is it because I am also the Succubus Lord? Or my desire is stronger? Su Xuan sighed softly. Her gaze narrowed slightly. If her desire is not strong, it is impossible to recruit succubus units. Just as Su Xuan finished her bath and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, she was surprised to find that Su Xuan had been waiting on her bed for a long time. Tonight, I want to enjoy the sunrise with you. Share the sunrise together? Su Xuan smiled and gently took off the bath towel. She just finished bathing. The skin exudes a flushed luster and also exudes a faint milky smell after that. He walked towards Su Xuan lightly and said with a charming smile, "Then I have to show some real skills. The following is a detailed description of admiring the sunrise. 100,000 words will be omitted below." The other side. Su Lian was soaking in the fluorescent green pool. When the water rippled, it gently patted Su Lian's white skin. Under impact, Su Lian's original human body structure is gradually covered with the luster of gems and emeralds. In a while, her flesh and bones turned into emeralds, and the pupils of her eyes shone with a faint green light. Chapter 105. The next day, Su Xuan began to organize his army early in preparation for the expedition to the ancient ruins. 100 succubi are ready to go, and Elam will also be one of them to go out with Su Xuan. Teresa stayed in the territory because of her third child. But what Su Xuan cares about is that since AI Lue appeared, the two little guys have been sticking together. Now, Elam is also attached to Elevi. When Su Xuan looks away, Elam will respond happily. And AI Lue turned her head shyly. Su Xuan didn't pay much attention to it, as sooner or later he would figure it out. Where is President Su? Qi Qingxue also woke up early to rectify her elves. But Su Xuan didn't get up early for a punctual item, which made Qi Qingxue very puzzled. President Su, she is still resting and will come out later. Su Xuan smiled awkwardly. It can only be said that Su Xuan's true ability is nothing more than that, and she still cannot bear the holy light. But compared to Qi Qingxue and Jiang Rong, it is naturally much better. At the very least, before his consciousness became blurred, he could still see the glow of the sunrise. Yeah, Qi Qingxue was suspicious at first, but when she saw the smile on the corner of Su Xuan's mouth, immediately understand. Chairman Su must have not been tossed about by this guy last night. I'm afraid that not every core is overflowing with the magic power of life. It was 2 hours before Su Xuan walked out of the room tremblingly. Her hair was still wet. She must have just taken a shower. However, this is inevitable. If you don't take a bath, it will be full of breath of life magic 07. Are you almost ready? Su Xuan asked Su Xuan and Qi Qingxue while arranging her skirt. Yeah, it's all ready. Qi Qingxue hurriedly responded to Su Xuan. Then let's go. Good. At the same time, Su Xuan turned his attention to Yi Lingkai and Jiang Rong and said, "The territory will be managed by you." Well, don't worry, leave it to us. The three of Su Xuan led their respective teams and set off to the ancient ruins. Now, a barren land. The sky is full of yellow sand, and there is a storm in the intestines. The harsh environment paved the sky with a gray-yellow layer. Is this one of the locations where the ancient ruins were opened? Su Xuan looked around, and here was the passage recorded on the map, the closest to the ancient ruins from his territory. But there is only a piece of yellow sand ahead, and the direction of any passage can't be seen at all. Wait, there is still a little time. Su Xuan explained that perhaps the channel has not been opened yet. Then wait, Su Xuan is leaning on Dinarice's throne, warm and white, making him fearless of the yellow sand. Occasionally, you can caress it to relieve the boring leisure. Can you be more serious? Qi Qingxue blushed and asked Su Xuan, "How could the succubus lord be serious?" Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders and continued to play happily. They seemed to have already gathered at another passageway. This time I heard that the higher-up gave them a piece of mythical equipment. It seems that they are bound to get it. On this side, Su Fei got news from several other Dragon Kingdom lords. Due to their different orientations, they went to another passageway, and the two teams would meet in the ancient ruins. The premise is that it is not destroyed by the group. Yeah. Su Xuan smiled lightly. Naturally, he also learned about the ancient ruins from Su Fian. It is rumored that there is a mythical monster lying in the ancient ruins, and she is currently in a deep sleep state. For some reason, this mythical quality monster is very likely to be tamed. This is also the reason why the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom value it so much this time. A hero of mythical quality. This is enough to affect the pattern of the world. But Su Xuan also wants to get the other party, who would think that there are too many mythical heroes. While the three were waiting, a legion appeared in their sight. Su Xuan watched from a distance. It was an army of goat men. Wrong. It's the Black Goat Warrior. A higher-level race than the sheep-headed people. They have strong muscles, and their combat power far surpasses the sheep-headed people by a large margin. There are two Black Goat heroes with a height of 5 meters coming. The vibe is truly intimidating. Of course, this is talking about ordinary lords. In addition, the leader of this Black Goat Warrior army is a young man with green hair and thorn head. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, he sat on the shoulders of a Black Goat hero and gradually approached Su Xuan and the others. A foreign lord? Why does he appear here? Su Fian frowned. This place belongs to the area of the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Why do foreign lords appear here? Who knows, but the other party seems to be a bad person. Su Xuan stared at the other side. The foreign lord was rushing straight to where they were. In other words, their location has been exposed? Generally, no one would attack other lords at this stage, but he. Although Su Fian said so, but the other party was obviously rushing towards them. It must be. Her speculation is not over yet. Another 1,000 Black Goat warriors surrounded them from all directions. The quantity is wrong. Su Fian's expression froze. The other party didn't come to participate in the ancient ruins. It's here just for them. In just a few minutes, Su Xuan and others were surrounded by thousands of Black Goat fighters from all directions and fell into the encirclement of the enemy. Then a native dialect came to Su Xuan. "Yoshi, I found you, Lord of the Dragon Kingdom." The green-haired, thorny-headed man sneered, and the arrogant eyes behind the sunglasses were staring at Su Xuan and the others. The Lord of Sakura Kingdom? Su Xuan frowned slightly. If he was the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom, then everything would make sense. After all, the area where the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom is located is near the Dragon Kingdom, and there is still a feud between the Dragon Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the lords of both sides generally do not treat each other very well. Once we meet, we will never die. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, 2 gold lords and 1 platinum lord? Ha ha ha. Is the strength of your Dragon Kingdom already so weak? You actually sent 2 gold lords to fight. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The green-haired man took off his sunglasses, and there was an obvious scar at the corner of his eye. You're out of luck. Bat. The man arrogantly yelled at Su Xuan and the others. Today, you guys, you all have to stay here forever. You will be buried under the hands of Ichiro Yamada. Roar. Ichiro Yamada's voice just fell. Those 2 huge Black Goat warriors let out a roar that shook the sky and the earth. They wield their giant axes. It's like tearing everything in front of me apart. A 6th-order hero? Su Fian frowned slightly. A hero of tier 6 and 9-star epic quality is indeed a bit difficult to deal with, but not unsolvable. Even Sinas can stand alone against the enemy. But it is a difficult problem to solve the opponent in a short time, and they have to find a way to deal with the Black Goat fighters who are several times larger than them. The situation could become dangerous. Be careful later, everyone. This guy's heroes will be dealt with by Sinas and Sylvia. The rest will be left to you. Su Fian told Su Xuan and Qingxue, but Su Xuan smiled lightly and replied, "No need. Let Qingxue's elf queen practice with this little enemy." This? Su Fian hesitated for a moment when she heard Su Xuan's words. Although the elven queen is a hero of mythical quality, She is only at the 5th level. Facing so many enemies, will it be difficult for her to be 440? But Su Xuan's firm gaze made Su Xuan choose to believe. All right. Su Xuan withdrew the order, and she happened to be looking forward to the strength of the fairy queen with mythical quality. Please, elf queen. Qi Qingxue immediately asked the elf queen. Follow the order. The elf queen smiled, and then took a step forward. When Yamada Ichiro saw that the opponent had only one player, he smiled disdainfully. Although he can feel the difference of the elven queen, because it may be a hero with a quality above the legend. But the opponent is also at the 5th level. Why fight his army of black goat warriors? Ridiculous. Lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Yamada Ichiro grinned. Your ouchie will always destroy yourself under the black goat warrior's self-response. Going to death. Stupid Dragon Kingdom people. Superior. One order. Thousands of black goat fighters attacked Su Xuan and the others. The Black Legion makes people feel a little breathless. But at this moment, Su Xuan had a calm face, not paying any attention to the menacing Black Goat Warrior Legion. Elf Queen, make a move. Let me see your strength. Su Xuan whispered to the Elf Queen. Even though the Elf Queen is an auxiliary hero, it is still easy to deal with 2 heroes of epic quality. As you wish. The Elf Queen smiled and took a step forward with her jade feet. Next second, 5 huge elemental magic circles appeared in the sky. Stir the space and dye the sky colorfully. Ichiro Yamada was taken aback by this scene. In the blink of an eye, forbidden magic can be released. And 5 at once. Nanny dog tired. And at this moment, the Elf Queen's gentle but murderous voice came. He whispered, you all stay here. You will be buried here forever. Chapter 106. Sleep here forever. The majestic and noble voice of the Elf Queen resounded through the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the 5 magic arrays shone with dazzling light. Wind, water, thunder, fire, earth. The power of the 5 elements transformed into splendid magic in an instant. Landslide, storm, flame, flood, thunder. In just an instant, it swallowed up all the black goat warriors on the battlefield. Instantly, the screams resounded through the heavens and the earth. Ordinary black goat warriors have no ability to resist the Elf Queen's species magic. Either be burned by flames, swept up by storms, crushed by landslides, swallowed by floods, or smashed into coke by lightning. It can be said that there are thousands of ways to die, and no one can escape. How can it be? This terrifying scene instantly turned Yamada Ichiro's face pale with fright. He never dreamed that a 5th-level elf would be so powerful. Is it a mythical hero? Go. You two go together. Kill her quickly. Shout out to Ichiro Yamada to the 2 black goat heroes. This is his only chance. The premise is, his guess was false. Roar. The 2 black goat heroes roared. The strong body resisted the power of the elements, raised the giant axe in his hand, and slashed at the Elf Queen. The terrifying power is enough to shake the space. Every step, it even stepped out of a crack in the ground. However, even with the high-level advantage of the 6th Order 9-star, they will not be the opponents of the Elf Queen. Not only the difference in hero quality, there is also an increase in Su Xuan's territory. Dozens of increases are superimposed. Even a 6th-tier mythical quality hero. The Elf Queen can also be killed. She just flicked her fingertips, the magic power of the 5 elements condensed in her fingertips. It turned into a ray of light, at the moment when the black goat hero was about to approach her. Call out. Colorful lights fly out, accurately hit the chests of the 2 black goat heroes. All of a sudden, the 2 black goat heroes stopped at this moment, standing motionless like statues. Nanny? What the hell happened? Yamada Ichiro looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. His brain was trembling at this moment. What the hell happened? Why is my black goat hero? I haven't waited for him to react. The huge bodies of the 2 black goat heroes of the 6th rank and 9 stars collapsed in an instant. It turns into gorgeous, colorful magic power and dissipates invisible. Nanny. Yamada Ichiro's face turned pale in an instant. Why can't my hero of the epic quality of tier 6 and 9 stars be able to catch the opponent's hero's move? Why exactly? This is not right. Myth. Tight. She is already a hero of mythic quality. Definitely is. Damn it. Be sure to inform Sakamoto-kun. Dragon Kingdom. People from Dragon Kingdom sent Shinwa. Yamada Ichiro hurriedly turned around and ran away, and at the same time sent a message to his companion. But, click. Before Ichiro Yamada could send out the message, a sharp sword chopped off his head. This holy sword is really sharp. Su Xuan smiled slightly. When Freemia didn't come, Su Xuan brought her legendary holy sword, which was the one that Su Fian gave him before. As early as just now, Su Xuan was ready to kill Yamada Ichiro, because it is impossible for him to let this guy spread the news of this place, so as not to prevent the other party's lord from taking precautions. But Yamada Ichiro, who has been hiding behind the two black goat heroes, has no chance for him. Finally, let him find his time. Kill Yamada Ichiro with one sword. The other side. The elemental magic of the elf queen also slaughtered thousands of black goat warriors present. So strong. After Su Fian saw the strength of the elf queen, she showed shocking eyes. Chi-Ching Xue was also delighted. Her elf queen is also too powerful. Even a tier 6 and 9-star epic quality hero can achieve instant monsters with one hit. Not bad strength, naturally. Su Xuan also gave the elf queen's approval. He was very satisfied with the 5th level 1-star killing the 6th level 9-star in an instant. For their approval, the elf queen also smiled knowingly. At the same time, a pair of beautiful eyes glanced at Dina Risa, who seemed to have something to say. Dina Risa just gave her a cold look at this. At the same time, the reward for defeating Yamada Ichiro is displayed at this moment. Congratulations on defeating the Platinum Lord. Acquire 900 W Magic Power Crystal. Obtain gold. Su Xuan smiled knowingly. Could this be the legendary opening door? Sudden. Su Xuan found something strange in Yamada Ichiro's booty. A redstone? Wrong. To be precise, it is a hooked jade. Seeds of the Bana flower. Taboo, only plant lords can use them. Maybe they can produce the legendary Bana flower, the seeds of the other shore flower? Su Xuan stared. Could it be the plant lord's plant seeds? Since it is a taboo quality item, it must be able to produce a taboo quality plant hero. When you go back, let Yilinkai plant it. Su Xuan pocketed it with satisfaction. Besides, Su Xuan guessed that this Ichiro Yamada was just a cover. To put it bluntly, it was a pawn thrown by Sakura Kingdom to test the strength of the Lord of Dragon Kingdom. After all, large-scale entry into the area of the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom will definitely attract attention. It is even more impossible for the Diamond Lord to be dispatched at will, so the Platinum Lord will be the one. But his strength is not strong. He can only be regarded as a mid-range among Platinum Lords, and it is absolutely impossible to be an enemy of a Platinum Lord. Just then, boom boom boom. Earth shakes. The yellow sand under my feet began to tremble. The pitch-black obelisks are protruding from the bottom of the yellow sand at this moment. Is it on? Su Xuan and Su Fian showed solemn expressions. Obviously, Ancient Ruins is starting. In a few minutes, 6 obelisks hundreds of meters high are erected around, surrounding Su Xuan and others. Accompanied by the strange text appearing on the obelisk, a dark door gathers at the intersection of 6 obelisks. Looks like it is. Let's go in. Su Xuan led the crowd into the dark portal. The next second, when you step into the portal, a white light flashed in Su Xian's vision. When his sight was restored again, he was already in a magnificent underground palace. This is the ancient ruin? Su Xuan looked around in disbelief. It was his first time entering the ancient ruins, and the environment inside the ruins made him very curious. As a result of the gaze, the local officials are completely dilapidated. But even with the erosion of the years, it still cannot conceal its former magnificence. The only thing that puzzled Su Xuan was the night sky full of stars above his head. Before they came in just now, it was still daytime. It's night in an instant, and this is still underground. Why can you see the starry sky? Obviously, all of this is fake. The scale of this underground palace is a bit beyond imagination. Su Fian looked around and said softly, "Let's go on and find where she is." Su Xuan immediately led the crowd to move forward. After a moment of hesitation, Su Fian followed closely behind. Along the way, everyone's eyes are admiring the scenery along the way. Although it is a dilapidated underground palace, there are various existences that he has never seen before. For example, a huge statue with a human body and a snake tail. Colorful snakes scattered somewhere, as well as strange utensils. Obviously, the people who used to live here were a group of snake people, and their scale is very large, at least more than a few million people. This also coincides with the information that Su Xuan told him before, that the one sleeping here is the legendary Queen Medusa. Strange, why is there no monster? After everyone entered the ancient ruins for a long time, they found no trace of the monster. This made Qi Qingxue feel a little puzzled. She, Mo Zhao, kept looking around, but found nothing. Are there no monsters in this underground palace? Yes, things have been following us. At this moment, Su Xuan, Yi Qingxue explained. Have it? Qi Qingxue was startled. She didn't notice it at all. Su Xuan nodded confidently, then lightly stepped on the ground, and explained to Qi Qingxue, it's right under our feet. Underfoot, Qi Qingxue looked at the ground in surprise. Only then did she observe that there were subtle fluctuations of magic power in the ground, and the ground was shaking slightly all the time. It looks like something is hovering underground. Be careful, it might be a seventh-order monster. Su Xuan warned the two. We try to lead it to an open area. The two women nodded, followed Su Xuan's words, and moved forward to the empty area ahead. And at this moment, boom, the ground shakes violently. The dilapidated statues and buildings around collapsed at this moment. Raise the dust. Danger! The Elven Queen and the Succubus Queen are immediately guarding the front of the team. All of a sudden, a giant python hundreds of meters long emerged from the ground, blocking the way of Su Xuan and others. Chapter 107. Boom. A giant python hundreds of meters long emerged from the ground, blocking the way for Su Xuan and others to advance. A seventh-order monster? Su Xuan frowned. The seventh-level monster, and it was also a colossal monster, possessed unique essential advantages. I'm afraid it's a little difficult to deal with. But there is only one road ahead, which can lead to Queen Medusa's bedroom. The only way out is to defeat the opponent. Everyone is ready to fight. Su Xuan ordered. All succubi and elves are ready to fight. The 6 heroes even flew into the air one after another, confronting the giant python hundreds of meters long. The giant python spit out a pink snake letter, and its 2 big eyes aimed straight at the invading enemy. It didn't rush to attack Su Xuan and others. It was more like observing and distinguishing something. It's in a weird state. Su Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, Su Xuan also felt the specialness of the giant python. It seemed to have advanced intelligence, at least on par with ordinary people. Wait, is it analyzing our data and passing it on to its owner? Su Xuan suddenly came up with a bold guess and explained it to Su Xuan. If this is the case, we have 2 paths to choose from. Su Xuan's gaze was fixed, and she and Su Xuan looked at each other. Su Xuan nodded. Obviously, this giant python with hundreds of meters can be both an enemy and a guide. Friend. Su Xuan waved his hand, and the Succubus Queen 13 and the others put away their hostility. President Su, can I leave it to you? You know, I'm not very good at words. Su Xuan turned his gaze to Su Xuan and said with a smile. Well, leave it to me. Su Xuan nodded, and the giant python walked over. After all, she is the president of a guild, so she naturally has an advantage over Su Xuan in this regard. Zenas followed behind Su Xuan and was responsible for her safety. For Su Xuan, just wait. In his spare time, Su Xuan looked around. After stopping, he discovered that the erosion of the underground palace was caused by some kind of dark magic power. The dark magic power is somewhat different from the dark magic power. More like magic that symbolizes death. Not only brought death, but also erosion and decay. This magic. Su Xuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems to be similar to the night sky above the head. It was as if a big hand had plunged the entire palace into the ground. In this way, the entire snake clan was destroyed? If this is the case, then the power of death is somewhat terrifying. How terrible would it be to destroy a kingdom with millions of people by one's own strength? Nailed it. At this moment, Su Xuan walked towards Su Xuan. A confident smile curled up at the corner of her mouth. Clearly she's done her job. How? Su Xuan asked Su Xuan. This giant python is just the guardian of the underground palace. It is made of condensed sand. Its purpose is to convey the information of intruders to the queen of the underground palace, and to select brave men who are qualified to step into death. Su Xuan said what she got information, all to Su Xuan and Qi Qingxue, a brave man who is qualified to set foot on death. When Qi Qingxue heard the words, her face showed doubts. What's the meaning? Could it be that the queen of the underground palace deliberately let the lords enter the underground palace world? All the mysteries are in the most central palace. Let's move on. Su Xuan didn't bother to think. As long as he arrived at the palace, everything would be revealed. Leading the crowd to move on, the giant python consciously made way for them. Along the way, Su Xuan and the others did not encounter any monsters and came to the vicinity of the palace smoothly. They also passed the python smoothly, but in a fighting way. Su Xuan was on the road, reporting to Su Xianwei. Although it is a giant python of the 7th rank, it is made of sand and stone after all, and its combat power is not too strong. Su Xuan explained. Although it is not too strong, casualties will definitely occur. Then I don't know, but I heard from them that they met people from the White Bear country and the Giant Elephant country. It seems that the countries participating in this ancient ruins have been confirmed. Su Xuan said softly, I believe we will meet soon. Su Xuan smiled lightly. There are a total of 12 maps, except for the 2 teams of the Dragon Kingdom, which means there are also Lord teams from abroad. Although the underground palace is large, the final gathering place is this majestic palace. Arrive. After walking all the way, Su Shi's team of 3 had arrived at the periphery of the palace. At this time, a team has already arrived here first. The leading lord is a woman with long golden curly hair. She has a beautiful face and luxurious clothes. Among the 3 lords, he seemed to have a high status. Especially the other 2 are more obedient to her, looking like a princess. It turned out to be her. Seeing the other party, Su Xuan frowned slightly. She is the 9 princesses of the White Bear Kingdom. Elizabeth Dale. Su Xuan said to Su Xuan with a solemn expression. Is it the royal family of the White Bear Kingdom? Su Xuan seemed to understand the reason for Su Xuan's solemn expression. Well, it is rumored that she has a hero with taboo quality, and her rank is at the 7th rank. Among the Platinum Collar, Bab, masters in the White Bear Kingdom, she ranks among the top 3. That's a troublesome opponent. Su Xuan fixed his eyes. It is conceivable that the other party is an existence of the same level as Su Xuan. Even stronger. After all, Su Xuan is relying on her own strength, but Elizabeth Dale has a huge country behind her. Just as Su Xuan was staring at Elizabeth Dale, the other party seemed to have noticed Su Shi's gaze. Immediately cast an unfriendly stare at Su Xuan. Seems to be hostile towards Su Xuan right from the start. Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders. Didn't he seem to have done nothing? Soon, Elizabeth Dale led her personnel and entered the palace first. They don't seem to want to have disputes with Su Xuan and others. They only come here for the existence in the palace. Let's go in too. Su Xuan didn't pay any attention to the other side either. It is definitely an unclear behavior to fight with the highest combat power of the White Bear Kingdom now. I am afraid that the other 2 countries will take advantage of the loopholes. Just when Su Xuan and others were about to enter the palace, a team appeared behind them. Compared with the 9th princess of Baixiong Kingdom who ignored and left, this team directly regarded Su Xuan and others as thorns in their eyes. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, since we met here, you don't have to go any further. A man with a mustache said with a sneer, because you are not worthy. Did you see? Ikeda-kun. They even have 2 gold lords. Ha. Has the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom fallen to this point? He even sent 2 gold lords to participate in such an important mission. It really makes people laugh out loud. Is it the Lord of Sakura Kingdom? Su Xuan guessed the other party's identity by looking at the other party's posture. But judging from the troops of the other 3, it seems that they are not particularly powerful troops. And it seems that they are not the main force of Sakura Kingdom. Exactly. Su Xuan smiled coldly and said, I'm looking for you again. Send people to make trouble at the entrance of the ancient ruins. This account must be settled carefully. Ridiculous. Why are you against us? Fall here. Idiots of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Lian, is there any problem with Su Xuan? Li Keqian, with short brown hair and wearing a pair of glasses, asked Su Lian about Su Xuan's situation. They are progressing very smoothly and have already reached the gate of the palace. Unlike us, they have lost more than a dozen 10 counties. Su Xuan said with some complaints. That can't be helped. Who knew that giant python would suddenly come out of the ground? Chun Huang shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, Okay, let's go to the palace quickly. We must win for the Dragon Kingdom this time with mythical quality heroes. Su Xuan didn't bother to talk to the two of them and continued towards the Chongyan. Just as they were halfway, several huge magic circles suddenly appeared in the sky. This? Forbidden magic. This situation immediately made the three of them look dignified. Although their heroes can also release forbidden magic now, they have never seen 7 or 8 forbidden magic released at once. What the hell happened? There must be a fight between the lords of 2 countries. Is this direction the location of the palace? Could it be Su Xuan and the others? It's hard to say, but Su Xuan's strength is very strong, so she shouldn't be unable to deal with it. But her teammates can't do it. It's just 2 gold lords. We have to hurry over and help them. Chun Huang and Li Keqian immediately brought their own heroes and soldiers to support them. In this regard, Lian smiled disdainfully. Are Su Xuan and Qixingxue weak? I'm afraid it is whimsical. Soon, the 3 ascended to the palace. But when they rushed to the battlefield, the battle is over too. Li Keqian and the others were about to say that they were here to help. In the end, I was shocked to find that the rich hair was not damaged on Fei Zue's side. But the Lord of Sakura Kingdom is. All off. Chapter 108. After Chun Huang and Li Keqian rushed to the scene, they couldn't help showing incredible faces. They thought that the 3 of Su Xuan would be difficult to deal with teams from other countries. At least they would have to be evenly matched, right? But judging from the dead bodies all over the scene, it seems to be a unilateral crush. Su Xuan rolled her eyes at the reaction of the 2. She had said long ago that there was no need to worry about Su Xuan and the 3 of them. Su Xuan even guessed that the strongest in Su Xuan's team might not be Su Xuan. After Su Xuan got rid of the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom, he also noticed the appearance of Su Lian and the other 3, as well as Su Lian's arms fell into his sight at this moment. Gem units. Su Xuan looked at Su Lian's heroes and soldiers curiously. They are fluorescent green or dark green emerald gemstones, carved into lifelike human women. This made him a little curious. After all, it was the first time he had seen gem units. Jade Girl. Su Xuan explained to Su Xuan at this time. Specially rare gem units can be counted as the strength of the first echelon. First echelon? Su Xuan heard the words, if he wishes. If it is the first echelon of arms, it is a bit powerful. Su Xuan's gaze caught Su Lian's attention. With light steps, she came to Su Xuan. He asked Su Xuan interestingly, why? There are so many beauties present. Am I the only one who can attract your attention? You think too much, Miss Su Lian. Su Xuan replied with a smile, and the memory of Su Lian's bare safety pants was still fresh in his mind. You boy, Su Lian leaned close to Su Xuan's ear and said softly, I still remember what happened last time, and I will settle this account. Can't you afford to lose? Su Xuan asked with a shrug. Can't afford to lose? What are you kidding? I didn't say what I wanted to show you at the time. Su Lian glared at Su Xuan. The shameful image flooded my mind again. Really? That's my misunderstanding. Know that you are wrong. I thought you were a generous woman, but it doesn't seem so. Roll. Su Lian glared at Su Xuan again. Her heart was full of anger. While the 2 were whispering again, several teams appeared near the palace. What's going on here? Is there a dispute between the Lord of Sakura Kingdom and the Lord of Dragon Kingdom? It seems that the entire army of the Lords of the Sakura Kingdom has been wiped out. Ha. The stupid people of Sakura Country always want to take the initiative to challenge the people of Dragon Country. Are they a match? Don't our giant elephant country go to participate in their disputes, and when they fight to the point of losing both sides, wouldn't it be good to reap the benefits of the fishermen? Makes sense. A group of lords from the giant elephant kingdom talked a lot, and they were most willing to see disputes and conflicts among lords of other countries. We should go and enter the palace. Seeing the lords from various countries gathered in the palace, Su Xuan said to Su Xuan and the others, the lords of the White Bear Kingdom have already entered it first, and they can't be too far behind. Su Xuan nodded and walked towards the palace. Su Xuan and the others followed closely behind. Only Su Lian's team hesitated. But seeing Su Lian also immediately followed, Chen Huang and Li Keqian slowly caught up. When Su Xuan stepped into the palace, the first thing he saw was a huge statue. She stands in the very center of the palace, as if guarding the existence of the entire palace. With a snake tail and a crown on the head, although it is a statue, it is lifelike. It seems that the next moment, it will move. The scale of this palace is unimaginable. It may cover tens of kilometers. After Su Xuan integrated the information she collected along the way, she reported it to Su Xuan. A radius of tens of kilometers. Hearing this, Su Xuan was a little surprised. The scale of the palace was indeed a bit too grand. Even after entering the palace, Su Xuan didn't see the Lord of the White Bear Kingdom, who entered it first. This is a problem. Wait, where are they? Sudden, Su Xuan noticed that Su Lian and the others did not follow. Wrong. Not only did Su Lian and the others fail to follow, even the lords of other countries did not enter the palace. This made Su Xuan and the others look serious. Could it be that the moment they entered the palace, they triggered the teleportation magic? No, it shouldn't be teleportation magic. Su Xuan shook his head, looking around. If it is teleportation magic, it should have the magic power of teleportation magic spread out. But just now Su Xuan didn't feel the fluctuation of magic power. Besides, Su Xuan's gaze suddenly turned to Qi Qingxue and Su Xuan. They were surprised to find that their eyes seemed to be staring at the statue of Queen Medusa in the distance at the same time. Even if Su Xuan called out to them, there was no response. Su Xuan frowned. Obvious. They are all under the illusion. Even they are no exception. Caught in illusion. Hiss hiss, a strange breathing sound rang in Su Xuan's ears. Su Xuan's eyes fell on the huge statue again. His shocking discovery. That gigantic statue actually came back to life at this very moment. A Queen Medusa, hundreds of meters tall, really appeared in front of Su Xuan at this moment. When her dark golden snake eyes cast on Su Xuan, the corners of her bright red mouth curled up. Seems to be full of interest in Su Xuan. 0 looking for flowers. 8 steps. Su Xuan's expression was dignified, and the strength of Queen Medusa made him a little shocked. With an 8th level strength, even the elf Queen Gadina Risa can't be her opponent. Even, everything can be wiped away with a wave of your hand. But, Su Xuan knew in his heart that this guy was definitely a fake existence. If Queen Medusa was still alive, or if her power was still at its peak, the kingdom of the snake people would not look so dilapidated. Humanity, at this time, like the top of the clouds, the high cold voice resounded in Su Xuan's mind. That was the voice that directly hit Su Xuan's soul, making Su Xuan even more convinced of the other party's falsehood. What is your purpose here? Queen Medusa asked Su Xuan coldly. Looking down from a height of hundreds of meters, those snake eyes full of coldness are daunting. My purpose? Su Xuan thought for a moment, then replied calmly. Of course it's for you. His words are straightforward and concise. After all, how could the lies I told escape the eyes of Queen Medusa? Come for me. Ha ha ha. Queen Medusa smiled heartily. The moment the laughter broke out, the palace shook violently at this moment. It wasn't until her laughter stopped that she calmed down. Queen Medusa said again, You are so weak. How can you have the courage to come for me? You are too weak. Finished. Queen Medusa's massive snake tail taps the ground. Next second, the palace shook violently again. The ground even cracked countless cracks, like a broken jigsaw puzzle. I admit that I am weak, and I have no chance of winning in front of your queen, Su Xuan said calmly. But being weak doesn't mean you can't fulfill your wish. It doesn't mean you can't get your sincerity. My sincerity? When Queen Medusa heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, she said slowly, Then I will give you this chance. Enter the bottom of the erosion. If you can retrieve the magic weapon that represents power, I can grant you a wish. Queen Medusa's test? Su Xuan thought about it, and after a few seconds, he slowly opened his mouth and said, If my wish is to take you as my own, is it okay? Ha 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 ha. After hearing Su Xuan's words, Queen Medusa looked up to the sky and laughed. It was not until a long time later that he stared at Su Xuan with those dark golden snake eyes. Those eyes, which seemed to be able to see through the soul, made Su Xuan a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Queen Medusa's cold voice sounded again. Can you satisfy me? My ambition to rebuild the Snakeman Kingdom has failed. Chapter 109. Ambition to rebuild the Snake Kingdom. After hearing the wish of Queen Medusa, Su Xuan had many thoughts. After all, now that the Snakeman Kingdom is completely destroyed, only Queen Medusa may remain in the world. Doesn't that mean rebuilding the Snakeman Kingdom? Having lots and lots of little snake people with Queen Medusa? Queen Medusa's idea does work. Just missing a key presence. If Queen Medusa is willing, Su Xuan thinks she can do it. Say. Su Xuan's eyes look towards Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa is hundreds of meters tall, even if I can conquer Queen Succubus. But in front of Queen Medusa, it seems that some are not enough. Cough, cough. What? Do you think you can satisfy my ambition? Queen Medusa smiled coldly and asked Su Xuan back. In her opinion, how can a tiny human being 137 shoulder the determination to rebuild the Snake Man Kingdom? Not to mention it was rebuilt. This small body is not even enough to fit between the teeth. Regarding Queen Medusa's questioning, Su Xuan was only silent for a moment. After staring at Queen Medusa with a pair of deep and shrewd eyes for a long time, he slowly said, I think I can do it. Aren't you willing to quit? Very good. You're a bit interesting. Queen Medusa was surprised by Su Xuan's firm attitude. But all opportunities must be based on your strength. When you see me again, let's discuss this matter again. Finished. The statue of Queen Medusa collapsed at this moment, turning into countless rubble and scattered all over the ground. At the same time, a white light flashed in Su Xuan's vision. Next second, the picture in front of him disappeared in an instant. Back to normal. Illusion dispelled. Su Xuan muttered to himself. The huge Medusa statue was still standing there. Su Xuan and Qi Qingxue were also beside him, looking at him worriedly. Su Xuan, are you okay? You have been standing there since you entered the palace just now. Su Xuan and Qi Qingxue asked Su Xuan worriedly. Haven't you seen Queen Medusa? Su Xuan frowned. Did Queen Medusa only use illusion on him? Seen. Su Xuan and Qi Qingxue nodded and explained, but she just pointed us in one direction, then disappeared, and didn't stay for a long time like you. Is that so? Su Xuan's eyes flickered, as if his conversation with Queen Medusa was a bit too long. While talking, other lords also entered the palace one after another. They also fell into a pause of a few seconds, as did Su Xuan at all. But it quickly returned to normal. But Su Xuan stayed for a full 10 minutes. Let's keep going in the direction we were directed. Su Xuan shook his head to wake himself up. The conversation between Queen Medusa and herself just now is absolutely true. So, everything is still up for discussion. Soon, everyone exposed the guidance area. The place where Queen Medusa gives guidance to all is in the same place. This is an open area similar to an arena, and colorful spars are piled up in the field. Also at this time, Su Xuan saw the 9 princesses of the White Bear Kingdom again. The moment we meet, a nun in a white robe caught Su Xuan's attention. The nun was holding a flag and swiping at one of the crystals. The flag swayed with bursts of golden light, destroying the piled spar. When the spar is broken, wisps of blue smoke will float out, like the imprisoned soul blooming at this moment, sending out bursts of roars. The nun. Su Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The nun's strength was a little mysterious. At this time, Dinarisa leaned close to Su Xuan's ear and said softly, My lord, she and I are on the same level. On the same level as you? Su Xuan stared blankly. A grade? Doesn't that mean mythical quality? If this is the case, then the White Bear country will be the ancient ruins and its own worst enemy. Let's start too. Su Xuan knew what the other party was doing. They were looking for the key hidden in the crystal. When the key appears, you can go to the bottom of the erosion. Everyone immediately commanded their heroes to destroy the spar. Due to the extreme hardness of the spar, only hero units can smash it. Therefore, the progress of the lords in destroying the spar was somewhat slow. Especially for some lords who are not strong. Whether they can break the spar is a problem. Sinus. Eluvi. Su Xuan gave an order. 2 of her succubi immediately attacked one of the pair of hydrants. The gorgeous magic bursts at this moment. Qi Qingxue also started to act. The dark elves of the legendary quality of the Elf Queen released elemental magic, and the spectacular scene immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. F***K? This power is too scary, right? What happened? Unbelievable. Is this a hero of forbidden qualities? No. Why is my forbidden quality hero not so powerful? Could it be a mythical quality hero? Has the Dragon Kingdom sent mythical quality heroes? Damn it. Dragon Kingdom actually sent Xinhua. Are they going to win? The lords of the rest of the countries exclaimed in amazement that they were shocked by the fairy queen of mythical quality. The same is true for Su Xuan and others. Mythical quality. They stared incredulously at the elf queen, an elf of mythic quality? How come? Qi Qingxue, whom they hadn't noticed, actually has a hero with mythical qualities? For the fact that the elf queen has attracted the attention of the audience. Dinarisa is a little upset. Zero wave. The black taboo flame is burning around her. Next second, the pitch-black flame engulfed a pile of crystal stones, and crackling sounds resounded through the flames. The aftermath of terrifying magic power rippled out, attracting everyone's attention again. Another myth. Damn it, Dragon Kingdom actually sent 2 myths. I thought the Dragon Kingdom didn't pay much attention to the ancient ruins this time. I didn't expect to send 2 heroes of mythical quality. They are bound to win. The foreign lords were shocked again. Li Keqian, the lord of the Dragon Kingdom, and the others also stared wide-eyed again. Another mythical quality hero? What's the situation? For point 2, when did our Dragon Kingdom have so many heroes of mythic quality? After Su Lian saw that Su Xuan had a mythical quality succubus, her beautiful eyes were slightly startled. She may finally know why Su Xuan has been pestering this young lord. Turn out to be. This is the reason. Elizabeth Dale glanced at it and continued with her work. But there was a trace of fear in his heart. The Lord of the Dragon Kingdom sent 2 heroes of mythic quality, which had an unexpected impact on her plan, just when all the lords are fighting for the direction of guidance. Sudden, boom, exploded with a loud bang. A golden scepter flew out from a certain spar, suspended in the sight of everyone. That's it. Queen Medusa's magic weapon. It's mine. Duh. Chapter 110. That's mine. The moment when the golden scepter appears. All the lords present focus their eyes on the golden scepter. That is a necessary item to complete Queen Medusa's commission. It is also necessary to gain the favor of Queen Medusa. Moment. All the lords present immediately ordered their heroes to fight for it. The first to strike is a demon with wings. It waved its wings of flame and soared high. In just an instant, he came to the front of the golden scepter. Here we go. The demon smiled coldly, just as he was about to hold the golden scepter in his hand. Call out. A black arrow pierced its heart, but it didn't hurt the demon's life. It just stopped its action. Damn it. The demon looked at the opponent angrily. It was an undead shooter with blue skin all over his body. But the anger cannot be vented, and my current preferred target is the golden scepter. Just as the devil reached out to the golden scepter again, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind it. Dead, the hoarse voice exploded. A pair of empty hands directly pierced the demon's abdomen, and it's far from over. Another few golden spears were projected towards them. There is magic flickering in the sky. One time, the Lord's war around the golden staff begins now. Come on, 10 kill all these people. Lords of the giant elephant kingdom. Let's attack the leaders of the cherry blossom kingdom first. They are few in number. Baga, look down on our country of cherry blossoms. I will fight with you. The chaotic scene made it difficult for everyone in the Dragon Kingdom to be alone. Among the 12 teams, there are 4 from the White Bear country, 2 from the Giant Elephant country, 3 from the Sakura country, and 2 from the Dragon country. Among them, Sakura country was directly eliminated by Su Xuan, so there are only 2 teams left. But oddly enough, what about another team? Su Xuan has always been suspicious, but the other party has not appeared for a long time. Our Dragon Kingdom only has 2 teams. Is it okay? Su Xuan confirmed to Su Xuan. Well, that's all I know. Su Xuan nodded, but it was only what she knew. Forget it, because of the competition for the Golden Scepter. Su Xuan looked at the battlefield, where the lords of various countries were vying for the Golden Scepter. However, since the highest level of combat power has not yet participated in the battle, the situation is still somewhat unclear. And at this moment, a mob, The cold voice sounded at this moment. Yanasha, get rid of them. Yes. The white-robed nun is holding a golden banner. It turned into a ray of light and instantly appeared in the center of the battlefield. For God, the white-robed nun snorted coldly. The flag in the palm of your hand touches lightly in the void. Next second, a burst of golden light swayed like a wave. Instantly, the heroes around the golden scepter were sent flying hundreds of meters away. How come? Jihad Nun, Janasha? How did she appear here? Damn it. Another mythic quality hero. Has the White Bear Kingdom also sent mythical quality heroes? Trouble. Everyone was shocked. The appearance of Yanasha, because the phoenix fell into the flock of chickens, and the terrifying sacred power, shocked the audience. Everyone from the White Bear Country. Elizabeth Dale gave an order to the remaining 11 lords of the White Bear Kingdom. Expel the enemies present. Get the golden scepter for me. Obey. 11 White Bear Country lords act immediately. Under the leadership of Yanasha, their legion confronted the other 3 countries. Damn it. Everyone of the Giant Elephant Kingdom. Let's unite. Okay. Even if they have heroes of mythical quality, our Sakura Kingdom and the Giant Elephant Kingdom will have an advantage in numbers. Damn it. There are also 2 mythical quality heroes in Longwa. We must unite. The Kingdom of Giant Elephants and the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms unite and support each other at this moment. All of a sudden, the scene turned into a 3-legged confrontation. But judging from the numbers, it is obvious that the number of people on the Dragon Kingdom side is at a disadvantage. Su Lian, I'm in trouble. We have far fewer people here. Chen Huang and Li Ketian's expressions froze. Xiang Su Lian said worriedly, what are you afraid of? It's not like we don't have the power to resist, and there's still that thing. Su Lian scolded. Her 2 teammates seemed to be a little out of sorts. Perhaps in the Dragon Kingdom, they are the first-class Platinum Lords. But out of the world, some are not enough to see. Especially when I met such a powerful Platinum Lord as Elizabeth Dale. Even if it is Su Xuan, it is difficult for Dun to compete with her. Now, the only expectation is Su Xuan and Qi Qingshu as 2 mythic quality heroes. But judging from the ranks of the 2 parties, it seems that the rank of the Jihad Nun is higher. This guy is a bit tough to deal with. Su Xuan stared. The Jihadi Nun Yanasha's rank is at the 5th rank and 9 stars, and the ranks of the Elf Queen and the Succubus Queen are far lower than each other. I'm afraid. Fian, go and help Su Lian and the others to resist the threats from the Giant Elephant Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Su Xuan instructed Su Fian. Then you and Qingxue? Let's deal with the White Bear Country. This Jihadi Nun may be a bit difficult, but she won't be helpless. Good. Su Fian naturally chooses to believe in Su Xuan. Immediately organize the 3 of Su Lian and prepare to launch a counterattack against the lords of the Sakura Kingdom and the Giant Elephant Kingdom who are pressing every step of the way. Su Xuan scanned the battlefield. The current battlefield is very chaotic. Not to mention the melee of the 3 parties. Each party's combat power is the top group of Platinum Lords. Even his succubi lost a few just now, but fortunately there is a crimson mark, and when they are fatally injured, both succubi and elves will return to the territory. Dinarisa, Tinas. Su Xuan told the Elf Queen and the Succubus Queen, go and meet her. Be safe. Obey. The Elf Queen and the Succubus Queen looked at each other. They have been fighting, but now. Then you have to obey Su Xuan's order, and it is very rare to unite once. Let's go. The 2 queens immediately suspended in midair and confronted the Jihadi Nun. Their appearance made Elizabeth Dale feel threatened. After all, even if the 2 mythical quality heroes are at a disadvantage, their natural power is enough to play a vital role in the battle. Even Yanasha, who is a 5th level 9 star, needs to go all out. Yanasha, get rid of them. Yes. The jihadist nun Yanasha pointed the flag in her hand at Dinarisa and Tinas. The patterns and textures on the flag are shining with dazzling golden light at this moment. Next second, Yanasha's figure disappeared without a trace. Wait until it reappears. She has appeared behind Dinarisa and Tinas. The banner burst into golden light and attacked the 2 queens. Small tricks. Dinarisa snorted coldly, and several lightning bolts appeared around her, easily blocking the blow. At the same time, lightly wave your fingertips. The pitch-black flame turned into a phoenix, a holy war repairer. The jihadist nuns just wave the flag. The golden banner turns fire and lightning into nothingness. Don't underestimate her. She is in the history of mankind. The elf queen spread her hands, and 5 elemental magic circles emerged in midair, an existence whose combat power ranks among the top 3. Finished. The power of the 5 elements rushes towards the jihadi nuns. The gorgeous magic exploded in midair in an instant. The spectacular scene stunned everyone below. They knew in their hearts that this was not a battlefield where their own epic heroes, or even legendary heroes, could join. Even taboo heroes can hardly protect themselves. And when the 3 mythical heroes clashed, Elizabeth Dale won the golden scepter under the guardianship of the Lord of the White Bear Kingdom. Snort. Elizabeth Dale snorted coldly. "You are mine." She was about to put away the scepter at this moment. A flash of light suddenly appeared. "Princess, beware." Seeing this, a lord immediately jumped to block her. Puff! The silver needle pierced through the lord's chest in an instant, killing him. What? Elizabeth Dale's eyebrows are lightly locked. A taboo quality item? She immediately looked towards the attacker, and the silver ice needle had already returned to Su Xuan's hand. Didn't kill it? It's a pity. Su Xuan frowned slightly. As expected, it was too difficult to directly kill the opponent's lord. Elizabeth Dale coldly ordered to the others around. "Kill him." Finished. The rest of the lords immediately led their heroes back to Su Xuan to attack. "You!" Su Xuan called out. A dark golden energy ball instantly appeared between the sky and the earth. Horrors thought another hero of mythical quality had arrived. "Fall." You waved her hand. The dark golden energy ball immediately fell. Duh. Chapter 111. It's over. Princess, run away. Such terrifying fluctuations in magic power shocked the lords of the White Bear Kingdom. Hastily escorted Elizabeth Dale away. But Elizabeth Dale snorted contemptuously. Commanded Yanasha, "Protect me." One order. Yanasha, who originally fought with Dinarisa and Tinas, appeared in front of Elizabeth Dale in an instant, and just held up the flag in her hand. Yu's dark golden energy ball is actually here at this moment. Instantly disappears into nothingness. It's tricky. Su Xuan clicked his tongue and muttered to himself. It still takes a little time. And the other party also looked dignified at this time. After paying attention to the battle between the jihadi nuns and the elf queen, Elizabeth Dale was convinced that it was absolutely wishful thinking to win in a short period of time. And even if she got the golden scepter, she couldn't escort it to the center of the palace, Queen Medusa's bedroom. This made her hostility towards Su Xuan even deeper. This dragon countryman. Elizabeth Dale gritted her teeth lightly. She would never allow this mission to fail. But, not daring to act rashly, for a while, the two sides formed a confrontation. And the battlefield on the other side. Under the command of Su Xuan, the coalition forces of the Sakura Kingdom and the Giant Elephant Kingdom were defeated. Their preparations may not have been sufficient for Dragon Kingdom and White Bear Kingdom, leading to the failure of this operation. But what Su Xuan cares about is that the power displayed by Su Lian's gemstone unit, Jade Maiden, is surprising. The hard body is invulnerable, and it can be restored after being broken. But after recovering, cracks appeared in his body, and he would not fall down until the cracks completely covered his whole body. What do we do now? Qi Qingxue approached Su Xuan and asked in his ear. Don't worry, the time hasn't come yet. Su Xuan replied softly. The level of the succubus queen is too low, and the elf queen is a supporting role. The two of them united, and it is difficult to win the jihadi nun. But only at night. Different. Moreover, with them blocking the door, Elizabeth Dale could not leave with the golden scepter smoothly. So, Elizabeth Dale is in a hurry now, not Su Xuan. Su Xuan's side has been refraining from attacking, making Elizabeth Dale feel upset. Yanasha, unleash the light. Make a way for me. Elizabeth Dale gave an order to Yanasha with a single word. Follow. A jihadist nun responds. Her eyebrows are shining golden. Next second, a soft, holy light instantly enveloped her whole body. Her breath actually increased several times at this moment. Is there any hidden blood? The succubus queen whispered. It's not blood, it's the power of faith. The elf queen shook her head. Then it will be troublesome. The succubus queen smiled helplessly. Hold on, it will take some time. The elf queen continued. Okay. Dinarisa smiled coldly. Advertisement, jade hand raised slightly. The dark purple thunder and lightning condensed a heart pattern behind her in an instant. On the edge of the love heart, there are also weird characters and symbols. Then I'll let her see it. Dinarisa whispered, the power of lust. Voice down. Dinarisa's aura also swelled several times at this moment. Punishment. The jihadist nun shouts a word. Next second, her figure turned into a ray of light. Come to Dinarisa. Madness. Dinarisa's fingertips fell, and lightning and flames mixed together, sweeping the audience in an instant. Two heroes of mythical quality stand together once again. The elf queen also released elemental magic, and Dinarisa supported her remotely. But, even so, the jihadi nuns have the upper hand. That condensed body of holy light, just like God of War, relying on the power of faith, attacked the succubus queen and elf queen wave after wave. The terrifying power is released. Everyone on the scene was stunned. So strong. Nanny, is this the true combat power of a mythical hero? It's too powerful. Damn it. If the mythological heroes of our Sakura kingdom come, they must be stronger than them. Everyone exclaimed. For a moment, it felt like the battle below was nothing more than a brawl. It's almost time. Su Xuan glanced at the time. There was only 1 minute left before dark. 10 seconds, 1 second. When night falls, the snow-white elf queen is gradually being dyed black at this moment. The change of color and temperament instantly caught the attention of Yanasha and Elizabeth Dell. How could she? This is the first time Elizabeth Dale has met a shape-shifting. Wrong. Where is this transformation? It's just another person. And at the moment of transformation, the power of the elf queen has increased by more than 10 times. The dark elf queen's eyes flashed. Looking coldly at the jihadist nun Yanasha, Bingyu said, it's finally time for me to appear. Yanasha, kill her. Elizabeth Dale feels a deep crisis. Immediately order that Yanasha get rid of the elf queen. The dark elf queen is just a fingertip away. Next second, the dark magic turned into butterflies and flew towards Jenna. This advertisement Yanasha, surrounded by butterflies, feels the crisis. She tried to break out of the encirclement, but the butterflies were like raindrops. Surround Yanasha tightly. As long as the skin touches the butterfly, it will cause a black flame to burn. Even the powerful physique of a mythical hero cannot break through. And this black flame hits the soul. The severe pain is unbearable. Only rely on the power of faith to quickly restore the injured skin. Elizabeth Dale's complexion darkened instantly when she saw her mythical quality hero trapped among countless butterflies. She never imagined that the transformed elf queen would show such a terrifying history. Only by virtue of the 5th order 1-star level. Even at this moment. Suppress the 5th order 9-star jihad nun? What should I do? Princess 9. How did this elf become so powerful? Damn it. My mythical heroes on our side are pinned down. We have to think of a way. How about we launch a full-scale counterattack against the Dragon Kingdom? Don't care about the trash in the Sakura Kingdom. Don't talk nonsense. Listen to the 9 princesses' orders. The moment when the lords of the White Bear Kingdom saw their own mythical quality heroes in crisis. All in panic. After all, the defeat of the mythical hero. That means defeat in this battle. Don't panic. Elizabeth Dell snorted coldly. She took a Bible out of her pocket. Elizabeth Dale immediately opened the Bible and began to sing the contents of the Bible. When the Bible rings, Yanasha's body is actually surrounded by strings of golden words at this moment. Yanasha, who was protected by golden words, just shook her delicate body slightly. Next second, the butterfly of the dark elf queen dissipated in an instant. An item of mythical quality? Nuoma Zhao, Su Xuan frowned. Obviously, that Bible is a high-rarity item. Unexpectedly, this time the White Bear Kingdom not only sent a hero of mythical quality, but also brought a prop of divine quality? What a hassle. Let's go together. Dinarisa was ready to strike again. The dark elf queen shook her head, looking at Su Xuan with a pair of icy beautiful eyes. At the same time, Su Xuan's voice came from her mind. Master, I have a forbidden magic that can trap the opponent in a dark place. All the power of light will be isolated there. Well, what then? Su Xuan listened carefully to the voice of the Dark Elf Queen. It can create an environment for you to single out the opponent's lord, and Dinarisa and I will contain that none. Okay. F *** K her. Su Xuan immediately agreed to the Dark Elf Queen's proposal. Lord singled out? Is it finally time for him to show his strength? Good. A smile appeared on the corner of the Dark Elf Queen's mouth. At the same time, the dark clouds enveloped the sky and the earth in an instant. Then I will create this opportunity for you. Darkness comes. Chapter 112. Then I will create this opportunity for you. The high cold voice of the Dark Elf Queen resounded at this moment. Now, the sky and the earth ushered in the pervasive dark clouds, engulfing everything in darkness. Then, what's that? What the hell? The black mist is coming towards us. Protect the princess. Sister Jihad. Stop that dark elf. Moment. The whole place is in chaos. The present lord of the White Bear Kingdom panicked and wanted to protect Elizabeth Dale first. But the dark descent of the Dark Elf Queen will not give them this chance. The black mist is like a storm. Sweep the audience. Just blink of an eye. Elizabeth Dale disappeared without a trace. Disappearing with it, there is that yarn. Where's the princess? Damn it. The princess disappeared. Wait. The jihadi nun is gone too. That's okay. As long as there are jihadi nuns here, the princess will be fine. Damn it. This must be the trick of the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. They must be jihadi nuns who can't defeat the princess. They are temporarily separated from the battlefield. We have to hold on. Wait until the princess escapes the darkness. That's our victory. After seeing Elizabeth Dale disappear, the lords of the White Bear Kingdom immediately formed a defensive formation, waiting for their princess to return. And this time, Qi Qingxue and the others were surprised to find that Su Xuan had also disappeared. The Succubus Queen and the Dark Elf Queen also disappeared at the same time. Where are they? Qi Qingxue asked suspiciously, and at the same time, a particularly strange emotion sprouted in her heart. It was obvious that the Dark Elf Queen was her hero. Why? Trust Su Xuan. 193 Su Fian comforted Qi Qingxue. Since he chooses to do this, he must have his own ideas. Qi Qingxue nodded. Okay. During this time, we just got rid of the lords of the Sakura Kingdom and the Giant Elephant Kingdom. Su Lian took out a bright emerald from her pocket at this time. Before that guy comes out, get rid of everything. Future trouble. Finished. Bright emeralds turned into a spear. The moment Su Lian clenched her spear, all the Jade Girls dedicated their strength to their lord. Su Lian. Everyone looked at Su Lian. They were shocked to see that the skin of Su Lian's whole body was wrapped in burning green emeralds. Su Lian is the whole person, at this very moment. Also like her arms, transformed into an inn, as well as her heart flashes with dazzling red light, providing it with continuous power. Is this the heart of a Jade Girl? Su Fian was shocked. Although she has heard that gemstone units have a special mechanism, which can increase the combat power of the Lord, but never imagined that the Lord can transform himself into a gem form. Advertisement, and judging from Su Lian's aura, her strength definitely surpassed that of legendary quality heroes of tier 6 and 9 stars. I'm afraid it's on par with a hero of the 7th rank. Jade Girls. Silicon was suspended in midair, and the jadeite spear in his hand was pointing at Sakura Country and Juxiang beside him. Commanded, follow me, at the same time. In botchy darkness, Elizabeth Dale is coming out of a coma. Master, you are awake. Janasha was protecting Elizabeth Dale. Where is this? Elizabeth Dale looked around suspiciously, and there was only endless darkness around her. Only the golden light emanating from Yanasha's body provides illumination. I don't know, but this should be a space magic that specifically separates us from the battlefield. Janasha explained to Elizabeth Dale. Are they trying to clean up the other lords of the White Bear Kingdom first, and then deal with us? Elizabeth Dale whispered, sneered, and said, thinking too much. As long as the jihadi nuns don't fall, everything will exist an opportunity to turn defeat into victory. This is the power of faith. Finished. Elizabeth Dale opened the Bible in her hand. But the moment she opened the Bible, her complexion suddenly sank. How so? Elizabeth Dale flipped through the Bible, but the words on the Bible did not move. The Bible is invalid? How? Damn it. Elizabeth Dale bites her silver teeth. A trace of uneasiness arose in her heart. The other party's purpose was probably just that. And at this moment, 3 figures appeared in front of Elizabeth Dale. Princess of the White Bear Kingdom, don't waste your energy. All light and faith are cut off here. Your Bible is invalid here. Su Xuan smiled lightly and explained to Elizabeth Dale. Elizabeth Dale snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "Even so. So what? Without a Bible, Yanasha can defeat your hero." The voice just fell. Yanasha held up the flag in her hand and touched it lightly in the darkness. Instantly, the golden light ripples and spreads out in the darkness, as if forming a field, sweeping the battlefield. However, in Su Xuan's eyes, this was just a senseless resistance. Yeah, Su Xuan smiled coldly. Just. The Dark Elf Queen and the Succubus Queen attack at the same time. 2 mythical quality heroes launched an attack on Yanasha at the same time. In order to prevent the residual power from affecting Elizabeth Dale, Yanasha took the initiative to fight back against the Dark Elf Queen and the Succubus Queen. Gorgeous magic flickers in the dark, and the 3 of them confront each other high in the sky. Look at it this way. It's really hard to tell the winner, but it's obvious. Without the blessing of the Bible, victory is only a matter of time. Besides, Elizabeth Dale was nervously watching the battle of the 3 mythical heroes. Little did she know, Su Xuan had already arrived in front of her. Advertisement before Elizabeth Dale could react. Su Xuan's fist had landed. Elizabeth Dale was punched in the abdomen and flew upside down dozens of meters away. The Bible in his hand dropped at this moment and was picked up by Xuan. Is it just a forbidden quality item? After Su Xuan picked up the Bible, he found that it was just a forbidden item. Wrong. It should be said that it is only a manuscript, not the real Bible. Hateful. Elizabeth Dale got up from the ground in embarrassment. She never imagined that Su Xuan, who is only a gold lord, has such terrifying power. Even as the platinum lord, she couldn't resist. And this is naturally the horror of the multi-child, multi-blessing system and the increase of the lord. More than 50 kinds of lord growth, plus more than 50 kinds of territory growth. Even if Su Xuan is only a gold lord, he is enough to easily deal with the platinum lord. Maybe the diamond lord is a bit difficult to deal with, but he is not powerless. It can be said, Su Xuan's own strength will not be weaker than a 6th-level legendary hero. Although the jihadist nun Yanasha is difficult to deal with. Holding the Bible in his hand, Su Xuan said with a smile, "Then let me deal with you as the Lord first." Tisk. Elizabeth Dale clicked her tongue, her face extremely gloomy. Owner, Yanasha, who was fighting against the Dark Elf Queen, also felt a little uneasy. But she was completely powerless to break away from the battlefield to help her master. The attacks of the Dark Elf Queen and the Succubus Queen came one after another, making it difficult for her to protect herself. Do you still dare to be distracted? It seems to be underestimated. The Dark Elf Queen and the Succubus Queen continued to increase their efforts, making the jihad nuns fall into a more passive defense. Oh no! Elizabeth Dale furrowed her brows lightly and immediately got up from the ground. She had to dodge Su Xuan's attack. Sienna bought time. When the darkness is over, you will have a chance to fight back. Boom. The figure of Su Xuan appeared in front of Elizabeth Dale again, and the punch fell again. Elizabeth Dale was sent flying tens of meters away again. However, this time her body glowed with a faint white light, which seemed to block most of the power. Su Xuan frowned. It seems that the other party has a prop to protect himself. The moment Elizabeth Dale stood up, Su Xuan saw the necklace on Elizabeth Dale's neck. The necklace was shining with white light, and finally formed a ball of white light, enveloping Elizabeth Dale's whole body in white light. It is a pity, Elizabeth Dale sneered. As the royal family of the White Bear Kingdom, how could I have no life-saving props? The necklace of the holy nun can block all attacks. Even heroes with 7th-level mythical qualities are difficult to break through. Now, what should you do? Response. Can even resist the attack of a 7th-tier mythical quality hero. Su Xuan was a little surprised when he heard this. Didn't expect the turtle shell to be so hard? That's really not something he can break through. But well, Su Xuan's goal was never limited to Elizabeth Dale. His eyes were set on Yanasha above. Holy nun, can't let it go easily. Duh. Chapter 113. Hiss. The pain caused by lightning and flames made Yanasha unbearable. After interrupting the blessing of faith in the Bible, her recovery power was restricted, resulting in a delayed recovery of the injured body. Coupled with the continuous offensives of the succubus queen and the elven queen, the jihadi nun Yanasha has fallen into a desperate predicament at this moment. Can you still hold on? Let me see. How much longer can you last? The succubus queen and the elf queen launched a fierce attack again, wave after wave of attacks, constantly seriously injuring Yanasha's body. Let her be unable to hold on and retreat steadily. The tragic scene made Eliza Whitedale's complexion solemn. Her jihadist nun, I'm afraid it's hard to hold on, but she can't help it. You can only hide in the necklace of the holy nun and pray to God. Pity. Boom. Bang. The jihadi nun Yanasha fell heavily in front of Elizabeth Dale after being hit by the dark elf queen. Now, there were wounds all over her body. The flag was broken, and the white nun's dress was also torn and covered with her blood. Yanasha. Elizabeth Dale's heart trembled slightly when she saw Yanasha covered in injuries. As a lord, how could he not fluctuate when he saw his hero was seriously injured? She wanted to reach out to help Yanasha, but there was nothing she could do. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hide inside, my master. I will always protect you. Yanasha held the broken flag and stood up again. The power of faith lasts forever, and I can have S*X again. Yanasha tore off the blood-stained robe and threw it away. A pair of blue eyes stared intently at the dark elf queen and the succubus queen, ready for the final battle. And their conversation, transmitted to Su Xuan's ears, made him feel thoughtful. The power of faith lasts forever, and I can be born again. It is definitely not empty talk. Obviously, even if Yanasha dies in battle, she can be reborn again, by the power of faith. In addition, Elizabeth Dale has been hiding in the halo created by the holy nun's necklace, so he couldn't deal with her for a while. This made Su Xuan frown slightly. The jihadi nun was more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Punish. Yanasha's body once again bloomed with golden light, fighting against the dark elf queen and the succubus queen again. But they are still not their opponents. Due to the enchantment of darkness, Yanasha's combat power has been reduced by at least 30%. The key factor that led to Yanasha's defeat. But she is like an unbeatable Su Xuan, who has been guarding in front of Elizabeth Dale. The general reason is to wear down the strength of the dark elf queen, so that her dark space will end faster. Of course, when the sun rises, the dark elf queen will transform back into an elf queen again. The dark space will also dissipate automatically. Your scheme will not succeed. Elizabeth Dale gritted her silver teeth lightly and whispered to Su Xuan, when the dark space ends, even if you kill Yanasha, I can regenerate Yanasha with the power of faith. At that time, losers must it's you. Yeah. When Su Xuan heard the words, his heart was full of thoughts. He didn't know how much power Yanasha, who was reborn with the power of faith, still retained. But by that time, the Dark Elf Queen and the Succubus Queen are afraid that their magic power will gradually dry up. At that time, the outcome is really hard to say. The only way, that is to directly destroy their sanctity. Su Xuan gave the Succubus Queen a look. Understood, the Succubus Queen smiled, pink magic blooming from her fingertips. Next second, countless little pink snakes lingered on Yanasha's body. Confinement. Charm. The charming voice of the Succubus Queen resounded. Yanasha's body, which was already seriously injured, lost the ability to resist in an instant at this moment. He fell heavily to the ground. Hateful. Yanasha tries to break free from the little pink snake, but finds she can't. The little pink snake was like a chain, tightly imprisoning her limbs, not giving him any possibility at all. There was even a strange magic power that eroded into Yanasha's body, which made her feel very strange. Yanasha? Elizabeth Dale frowned. Su Xuan imprisoned Yanasha. Why? Your Highness. At this moment, Su Xuan smiled and came between Elizabeth Dale and Yanasha. He stretched out his hand, pinched the tip of Yanasha's chin, and continued. Even if I can't kill you, there are thousands of ways to break through your defenses, understand? What are you up to? Elizabeth Dale gritted her teeth and questioned Su Xuan. Do what? Su Xuan smiled coldly and stared at young Master Yenna in front of him. As a jihad nun, Yanasha is quite pretty, with long orange-yellow hair hanging over her shoulders, and her fair skin is as smooth as suet jade. Especially the dilapidated nun's dress, which added an attribute of looking forward to evil to her original holy appearance. What a nice nun, loyal, holy, and faithful. She is a qualified believer. Su Xuan's big hand fell, and the nun's clothes were instantly shattered into pieces. Show the beautiful snow scene in front of your eyes. But if she betrays her faith and turns into a corrupt body, how should you, the master, deal with it? You. If you dare to do anything to Yanasha, I will never forgive you. Elizabeth Dale yelled at Su Xuan angrily. She has not considered the picture in front of her, meaning, Yanasha has always been a victorious existence. It is even more impossible to be captured. But now, the desperate scene unfolded in front of her, making her feel powerless like never before. Can't you spare me? Su Xuan heard it and smiled lightly. Then he grabbed Yanasha's long yellow hair, and the severe pain made Yanasha show a painful expression. She wanted to speak, but Su Xuan's fingers had pinched her tongue, preventing her from speaking. I'm generally a decent person, but I can't be bothered when faced with enemies who threaten my life. Su Xuan's icy voice resounded throughout the dark space at this moment. At the same time, the magic sword is unsheathed. The blazing magic flame made Yanasha's eyes sprout fear. You, 0 for flowers. Elizabeth Dale was also frightened by Su Xuan's magic sword. It's hard to imagine whether Yanasha can still retain her divine consciousness after being eroded by the magic sword. Represents the holy and pure, the nun who believes in God. And can it be possible after the evil fall? You can also get the blessing of the power of faith. This moment, death is no longer the bell of despair, and the fall is the moment when the fiery magic sword rests on the throat of the jihadi nun. Tears symbolizing betrayal spilled from the corners of Yanasha's eyes. But this is just the beginning. Yanasha, Elizabeth Dale's voice trembled. The tragic and spectacular picture made her cover her eyes in horror. But for some unknown reason, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This is territory she has never set foot in. When the magic sword's fireworks temporarily stopped eroding, there was a brief gap in speech. With tears in the corners of her eyes, she looked at Elizabeth Dale, her master. Owner, I will always believe in God. Before the words fell, the magic sword fell again. This time, we'll hit Yanasha's soul directly. Let her really fall. The pain of betrayal was torn apart in Yanasha's mind. Her consciousness tended to be blurred, and her blue eyes turned into pure white. Su Xuan opened the Bible at the same time and read the literature in the Bible. The words of the Bible linger all over Yanasha's body. But this time, it's not golden characters, but black ministers. The pitch-black text pollutes Yanasha's holiness. The evil fall also officially begins at this moment. Yanasha, Elizabeth Dale's heart was beating violently, and her hands were pressed against the barrier created by the holy nun's necklace. At the same time, Yanasha firmly pressed her hands on the outer barrier. The master and servant looked at each other and seemed to have 1,000 words, but at this moment, they could not be conveyed through words. Only Yanasha's words, Master, I never give up. However, Yenna could only endure the punishment of the flaming demon's sword again and again with her own will. Shocking pictures, like ocean waves, hit Elizabeth Dale's mind one after another, making her at a loss. This is the only time since she became the Lord that she felt powerless and hopeless. Your own mythic quality hero. He was severely punished in front of the enemy. Hateful. The corners of my eyes are wet, and at this time, Su Xuan's cold voice came leisurely at this moment. 100-fold reduction. Start. Holy Nun. Terribly sorry. The final jihad. It's just begun. Bear my wrath well. As for the Dark Elf Queen and the Succubus Queen, they watched the battle from above. The Succubus Empress lightly squeezed her jade finger, and a pot of black tea and 2 teacups were condensed by magic power and appeared in front of her. When will our king deal with us like this? The Succubus Queen smiled and handed an overflowing cup of black tea to the Dark Elf Queen. Do you want some? Where did you get the black tea? Of course it's mine, Qian. Duh. Chapter 114. Eat your cannon. F***K your horse. Then I stand up. How do you deal with it? Sorry, I'm a general. The Succubus Queen and the Dark Elf Queen are bored playing chess together. Due to the dark space of the Dark Elf Queen, the duration has a full night, coupled with Su Xuan's 100-fold deceleration. So, this is a long battle. The Dark Elf Queen yawned and glanced at Su Xuan and the others below. I sigh in my heart that young people are really energetic. It's a pity that in front of their two queens, they couldn't hold out for an hour. The battlefield comes from Su Xuan's perspective. Yanasha was still stubbornly resisting. Even though she was covered in filth, she never surrendered. Under the erosion of the fiery magic sword, her consciousness gradually became hollow. A pair of blue eyes have turned white at this moment. Only faith still keeps her struggling. July 17th, Yanasha. Elizabeth Dale's voice was slightly hoarse, and the corners of her eyes were rosy. Tears had already wet the corners of his clothes, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Despair, powerless, sad. All negative emotions exploded in Elizabeth Dale's mind. She could only watch Yanasha gradually degenerate in front of her. It felt like my favorite cake was covered with other people's saliva, or newlyweds. Cough, cough. When the last magic flame ignited Yanasha's whole body, Yanasha's consciousness completely fell into nothingness at this moment. She didn't die, she just simply lost consciousness. Yanasha, at this moment. Elizabeth Dale covered her mouth sadly. The corners of her eyes were wet. But Su Xuan's methods are not limited to these. A pink heart emerged from his palm, restoring consciousness to Yanasha. Tonight is still long. He had plenty of time for Elizabeth Dale to make her choice. Enough. When Su Xuan wants to carry out the evil to the end. Elizabeth Dale finally chose to surrender. She has been counting time, waiting for the night to pass. But 3 full days and 3 nights have passed. Why is the night not over yet? This made Elizabeth Dale aware that no one knows when the torment will end. If she doesn't make a choice again, I'm afraid Yanasha will suffer unbearable torture. Until then, Yanasha will not only fall into evil, but also may cause the hero's quality to decline due to the collapse of the power of faith. In this way, her trip to the ancient ruins may not be worth the loss. Oh, Su Xuan turned his gaze to Elizabeth Dale. As the Lord of Yanasha, can she finally bear it? I surrender. I withdraw from this battle for ancient ruins. Elizabeth Dale gritted her teeth, reluctantly surrendering to Su Xuan. Surrender? Quit. Su Xuan sneered, is that all? Then your thinking is too simple. Don't you want me to submit to you? As the princess of the White Bear Kingdom, I can't possibly agree to your conditions. Elizabeth Dale said to Su Xuan. As the princess of one country, how could she submit to the lord of another country? Su Xuan was silent for a moment. To deal with Elizabeth Dale, it is indeed impossible to conquer her like other lords. After all, she represents the White Bear Kingdom. Now, Yanasha is already in a state of depravity, but it is absolutely impossible to kill her, unless Elizabeth Dale voluntarily dissipates the power of faith. And that's one of Su Xuan's goals. First of all, we must eliminate all uncertain factors. Coupled with Elizabeth Dale's holy nun necklace, it seems to be effective all the time. There was no way to put pressure on her. Since then, negotiation has become the only means. Scatter the power of faith first to show respect. Su Xuan put down Yanasha in her arms and smiled at Elizabeth Dale. The power of faith cannot be dissipated. Then seal it. Hello. Elizabeth Dale gritted her teeth and temporarily sealed the power of faith. In this way, it must be used 1 day later, so that Yanasha cannot be resurrected in a short time after she dies in battle. Is it okay? Elizabeth Dale asked Su Xuan. Very good. Su Xuan smiled lightly and returned Yanasha to Elizabeth Dale. Elizabeth Dale temporarily turned off the light group, picked up Yanasha, and covered Yanasha's broken body with her clothes. But, even so, it can't shake the filth on Jenna's body. Elizabeth Dale turned her attention to Su Xuan, using herself as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Su Xuan. What are you going to talk about? Elizabeth Dale asked Su Xuan. It's very simple. Give me compensation. Su Xuan smiled lightly. 0 compensation. You. Elizabeth Dale's eyes were fixed, and she was the one who was hurt. Your own mythical heroes are all given to you. Of course, compensation is a must. Su Xuan said solemnly. My princess, how much do you think you are worth? Tell me the number. You. Elizabeth Dale was angry, but there was nothing she could do. Even if he can rely on the necklace of the holy nun, he can block Su Xuan's offensive. But once there is an existence above the 7th level, it is possible to break through the defense of the holy nun's necklace, and it will still be fatally threatened at that time. And times of day, I'm afraid that Queen Medusa, who is sleeping in the ancient ruins, has already awakened. Until then, there is no room for escape. 1,000,000 gold. Elizabeth Dale proposes a number to Su Xuan. 1,000,000 gold. Su Xuan was taken aback and asked, as the princess of the White Bear Kingdom, is this the only price you deserve? Even if you use aggressive methods on me, I won't be fooled. 1,000,000 gold. Do you want love? Elizabeth Dale said forcefully. Okay. Su Xuan smiled slightly and continued, now deliver for you. Elizabeth Dale immediately took out 1,000,000 gold and threw it to Su Xuan. Su Xuan accepted it with satisfaction. But he wasn't satisfied yet. It's not enough. You leave the dark space later, and let the Lord of the White Bear Kingdom evacuate the ancient ruins immediately. Okay. 0.0, gritting teeth. Besides, I know you have 100 million magic power crystals. You? The lion opened his mouth. I just opened my mouth. What do? I don't have it now. I'll give it to you later. Then when you have it later, come back and get back your mythical quality hero. Su Xuan stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed Yanasha in his palm again. Okay, I'll give it to you, cried Elizabeth Dale hastily. She took a crystallized egg from her pocket. Su Xuan's sight was immediately attracted by the crystallized egg. Elizabeth Dale explained to Su Xuan, this is a crystallized egg born inside a world-class monster with a sequence. Wait for the moment it is born. Kill it, and you can get at least hundreds of millions of magic power crystals. Now, it's yours. Chapter 115. Now, it's yours. Elizabeth Dale threw the crystallized egg of the world monster to Su Xuan. After Su Xuan took it, he carefully held it in his hand and looked at it. After confirming the information, he showed a satisfied smile. Smart choice. Su Xuan smiled slightly and returned Yanasha to Elizabeth Dale again. Is that enough now? Elizabeth Dale asked Su Xuan with a gloomy face. Enough. Wait. What else is there to do? Elizabeth Dale asked Su Xuan angrily. Take it easy. Su Xuan smiled faintly, and a golden light appeared on his fingertips. When the golden light fell on Yanasha's body, the body that was originally covered with magic flames returned to its original state. Elizabeth Dale then dressed Yanasha in clean clothes. Break the magic. Everything is done. Su Xuan gave orders to the Dark Elf Queen. While speaking, he glanced at Yanasha in Elizabeth Dale's arms. There was a smile that no one else could detect on the corner of his mouth. Contaminated with his magic power of life, Yanasha can't escape for the rest of her life. Even if Elizabeth Dale discovers the seed he planted in Yanasha, it will not be able to change everything. Jihadi nun. Both her body and her mind have fallen into endless desires. She's a depraved nun now. Obey, master. The Dark Elf Queen waved her hand, and the dark space disappeared in an instant. When they appeared in the palace again, they were surprised to find that only the lords of the Dragon Kingdom and the Sun Bear Kingdom were left outside. Princess, are you okay? The lords of the White Bear Kingdom rushed to Elizabeth Dale, but what greeted them was only 10 reprimands from Elizabeth Dale. Let's go. Words fall. Elizabeth Dale helped her jihadi nun and left the place. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the jihadi nun lost? How is it possible? How could the invincible jihadi nun lose? Damn it. The opponent has 2 heroes of mythical quality. It's too stupid. Let's go? Or we all have to stay here. The lords of the White Bear Kingdom fled the ancient ruins one after another. This scene surprised Su Xuan and the others. They didn't understand what happened just now. They only knew that the moment Su Xuan came out, the other party lost the idea of fighting them. Oh, have you dealt with the lords of the Sakura Kingdom and the Giant Elephant Kingdom? Su Xuan walked towards Su Xuan and the others and asked casually. Well, it's mainly Su Lian's credit. Su Xuan nodded and glanced at Su Lian. Oh. Su Xuan looked at Su Lian curiously. At this moment Su Lian was still in the form of emerald. This made Su Xuan raise his eyebrows. How could the Lord become like this? She's not a human anymore. You took out that jihadist nun? What happened in there? Su Yin was also curious about what happened between Su Xuan and the princess of the White Bear Kingdom. After all, it can be seen from the face of Princess Baixiong that she is full of anger and shock. Well, it's a pity I couldn't kill her. Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders, recalling the images in the dark space in his mind. I can only say that the holy nun is very good. If you kill her, you'll be in big trouble. Su Yin said hastily. The death of Princess Baixiong may lead to war between the two countries, and you will not be able to escape responsibility at that time. Then you mean we can't kill her, but she can kill us? Su Xuan asked back. Killing is not allowed, but imprisonment is okay. When the time comes, report to the country, and you can ask for compensation from the White Bear country. Hundreds of thousands of gold are indispensable, Su Yin explained. But well, you have a mythical quality hero. Even if you kill her, the country should give you the bottom line and won't hand you over easily. As for what the outcome will be, it depends on the negotiation team of the Dragon Kingdom. Oh, is it so? Hearing this, Su Xuan just smiled lightly and didn't speak anymore. Sure enough, it's different to have a background. You can't even kill them. Now that no one is bothering us. Let's go, Su Xuan said with a smile, and at the same time a golden scepter appeared in his hand. This is the key to awaken Queen Medusa. Go to the main hall of Queen Medusa. Su Xuan led the crowd to the main hall where Queen Medusa slept. Unstoppable progress is naturally smooth sailing. Su Xuan soon arrived at the main hall where Queen Medusa was, just as they were about to enter the main hall. Buzz buzz. A golden barrier stood in front of everyone. Can't make it through. Su Xuan stretched out her hand and touched the golden barrier. The moment she touched it, thunder and lightning flickered, causing her to take a few steps back in a hurry. It seems that only those who have obtained the scepter can enter here. Su Xuan whispered, holding a golden scepter, and walked into the golden barrier. You guys wait outside, I'll go in. Su Xuan exhorted several people. He has the door of S*X and Desire, and the other party can't hurt himself. Okay, be safe. Everyone shouted to Su Xuan. Su Xuan responded, and then stepped into Queen Medusa's sleeping palace. The moment he entered the palace, the stone gate was instantly closed. Besieged Su Xuan in the palace. Su Xuan frowned slightly, looking towards the very center of the palace. A golden jade bed is placed in the center, and on the jade bed, 10 women are sleeping peacefully. She was wearing a golden crown and a red dress, and her upper body looked like a queen who was all over the country. And the lower body, it is a red phosphor snake tail. Under the low light, the red snake scales shone extremely brightly, which is too beautiful to behold. Su Xuan walked in front of Queen Medusa curiously. She just slept peacefully on the jade bed. Su Xuan measured it with his hands. The tail of the snake is about 3 to 4 meters long, and the size is 36D. Cough cough. Su Xuan squared his posture 163 and set his eyes on the surrounding area of Queen Medusa. It can be seen that at the right end of the jade bed, there is a sunken area, just enough to put the golden scepter in. After Su Xuan put in the golden scepter, the entire jade bed burst into dazzling light at this moment. B. Queen Medusa still hasn't woken up? Still awake, Su Xuan muttered to himself, after waiting for a few minutes. His attention was focused on Queen Medusa's snake tail. Stretch out your hand and touch it lightly with your fingertips. The temperature is icy cold. But if you feel it carefully, you can still feel the body temperature of Queen Medusa. The red snake scales are smooth and delicate, and they feel very good to the touch, even worse than a woman's skin. In addition, Su Xuan observed that the middle between Queen Medusa's body and the snake's tail is only covered by a red tool. This made Su Xuan very curious. Stretch out your hand and gently uncover the tool. When the tool was lifted, Su Xuan's expression froze. There is nothing under the tool, etc. Su Xuan suddenly noticed that there seemed to be 2 slightly larger snake scales under the tool. Touch it lightly with your hands. The scales don't seem soft? Could it be? Su Xuan was shocked. Is it here? Just when Su Xuan's attention fell on these 2 snake scales, a cold voice came into Su Xuan's ears. Does it look good? Duh. Chapter 116. Does it look good? The cold voice flowed into Su Xuan's heart like strands of clear spring. Su Xuan was so startled that his body trembled slightly, and he turned his head slightly to one side. See, I don't know when. Queen Medusa has come to her senses, and she is staring closely at Su Xuan with her blood-red pupils. Grunt. Su Xuan swallowed a little nervously. The body takes a step back naturally. Queen Medusa's sense of oppression made him feel a little uncomfortable, and he wanted to stay away from Queen Medusa as much as possible. But before Su Xuan adjusted his position, Queen Medusa's snake tail started its action. The flexible snake tail easily entangled Su Xuan's body, making him unable to move. The sense of urgency from the snake's tail made Su Xuan's bones clank, but Su Xuan didn't dare to resist. 8th step. Queen Medusa's strength definitely surpassed that of 8 risks. All she has to do is think about it. You can kill yourself directly. Su Xuan has no room to resist. Only after being killed, with the Crimson Mark, he can be teleported back to the territory. But this means that this trip to the ancient ruins has failed. Humanity. Queen Medusa approached Su Xuan. She spat out the snake letter and lightly touched Su Xuan's cheek. That weird feeling made Su Xuan feel itchy, but he didn't dare to say more, fearing that Queen Medusa would swallow him alive. At this time, only then did Queen Medusa speak slowly. Are you the one who wants to get me with such nonsense? She seemed to recognize Su Xuan's identity. That's right. Su Xuan did not deny it, and directly confirmed Queen Medusa's guess. Queen Medusa smiled heartily, and a gleam of red light flashed in her eyes. After a while, he continued to look at Su Xuan. Bing, you said, although you took back the golden scepter representing life for me, but you want me, the queen of the snake-human race, to serve you? Perhaps not enough qualifications. Qualifications? Su Xuan smiled lightly upon hearing this. Asked rhetorically, so, what kind of person can be qualified to let you work? It's easy. Queen Medusa put her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, this world, no one can make me work for it. Do you understand? Human. Yeah. Su Xuan raised his head slightly and met Queen Medusa's eyes. His eyes were scorching hot. Even facing this aloof Queen Medusa, he was not weak in the slightest. Moreover, Su Xuan didn't speak for a short time, and the sudden silence made Queen Medusa feel suspicious. The two just looked at each other until Queen Medusa blinked. Only then did Su Xuan speak again. I can help you revive the Snakeman Kingdom. It depends on whether you can seize this opportunity, Queen Medusa. Only you. Queen Medusa smiled disdainfully. However, when her smile just appeared on the corner of her mouth, Su Xuan's sudden change made her expression change. See, a pattern of love appeared in Su Xuan's pupils, and the charm magic was released on Queen Medusa. Succubus. Queen Medusa frowned. She didn't expect that Su Xuan had such an identity. However, she has never seen a male succubus. Shouldn't all succubi be female? How? Su Xuan smiled lightly. Just give me a little time, and I'll give you back a huge empire exclusively for the snake-human race. Oh, Queen Medusa was silent for a moment when she heard the words. She stared carefully at every inch of Su Xuan's body, appearance, soul, life magic fluctuations. Let her observe each item very carefully. Queen Medusa did not loosen the shackles on Su Xuan until a fact was confirmed. She was lying sideways on the jade bed. With a pair of bright red snake eyes, she cast her interesting eyes on Su Xuan. He said softly, what I want is not only the strength in that aspect, but also my own strength. Do you have it? I'm sorry. Su Xuan patted his sleeves lightly, smiled, and said, the most important thing I lack is strength. As long as you submit to me, we will be a strong alliance. Within a year, the snake-human race can increase from you alone to hundreds of people. Of course, if you are strong enough, thousands of people are no problem. You are wrong. Sudden, Queen Medusa reminded Su Xuan of his mistake. Was I wrong? Where is it? Su Xuan frowned slightly, wondering what was wrong with him. You are wrong. Queen Medusa continued. The snake man Japanese are not correcting me now. Come out, my servants. Speak more. In all directions of the room, thousands of members of the snake-human clan appeared. They are all female snake people of the snake people tribe, and each of them is as beautiful as a fairy. Especially the snake tails of different colors are dazzling, etc. Don't snake people have males? They are all 50 people I have carefully selected to carry on the family line of the snake people. Queen Medusa explained to Su Xuan. Don't worry, they are all perfect and have not been stained by anyone. What about you, Queen? Su Xuan asked Queen Medusa curiously. This made Queen Medusa's complexion freeze, and she said coldly, "There is no one in this world who can ask me to sacrifice my body for her. Be careful with your words next time." Su Xuan just smiled when he heard the words. It turned out that she was the same. "Next, you will be put to a test." Queen Medusa raised her fingertips. First, a snakeman swung its tail towards Su Xuan and gradually approached. "Let me see you," sighed. Queen Medusa continued, "If you lose, you will stay here forever, understand? Is this the real test?" Su Xuan smiled slightly upon hearing this. His eyes aimed at the snake woman in front of him. Her figure and appearance are top-notch, and the pink snake tail is even more plump and sensual. The tip of the snake's tail trembled rapidly, as if it was trapping the tension in her heart. But this is the first time for Su Xuan to experience a snake man. Get him a little excited? Since it is the queen, your test. Su Xuan stretched out his big hand, picked up the female snake person, and said with a slight smile, "Then I won't be polite now." Outside the palace, Su Xuan and the others are waiting quietly. Since they didn't know how long it would last, they set up camp outside and waited for Su Xuan to come out. "Can't your gem state be automatically released?" Su Xuan asked Su Lian while drinking tea. Su Lian has been in the Emerald State since she opened the heart of the Jade Girl. "No, you need to return to the territory to release it." Su Lian shook her head and replied, "Oh." Su Xuan glanced at Su Lian's body. The flesh and bones have completely turned into translucent jadeite, not to mention extremely hard, and it is so hard to lie. Especially the weight. I'm afraid that Su Lian, who is full of emeralds, weighs at least 500 kilograms. The family wants you back. Su Lian suddenly made a digression. "Not interested in." Su Xuan replied coldly. Seeing this, Su Lian didn't say much, just sat quietly in the seat, and the atmosphere was very quiet. Qi Qingxue sat between the two of them, holding a promised teacup in her hand at a loss. Looks like she's a bit redundant. And when everyone was quiet, a figure appeared in the sight of Su Xuan and the others. "President Su, long time no see. Ling Tianxi, why are you here?" Of course I'm here for that mythical quality hero." Inside the palace, Su Xuan is showing off his strength to Queen Medusa. When the female snake with the pink snake tail rolled her eyes, she passed out. A touch of shock and astonishment appeared on Queen Medusa's appearance. "I didn't expect this human being to be so powerful. Far exceeded her predictions. Are you satisfied, Queen Medusa?" Su Xuan gently put down the snake woman and asked Queen Medusa with a smile. Queen Medusa did not answer Su Xuan's question. Instead, he waved his hands. "You two go. Obey. One order." The two female snakes twisted their tails again and rushed towards Su Xuan. "Is the test not over yet?" Su Xuan chuckled. "One or two, it's really too slow. How about, you guys go together? I'll take them all." Duh. Chapter 117. Ling Tianxi. "What do you mean?" Su Xuan showed anger and questioned the visitor. "Am I not clear enough?" Ling Tianxi sneered. "When he comes out, I will be in charge of that mythical quality hero. This is an order." "Are you kidding me?" Su Xuan retorted. "The above never said that a mythical hero must be owned by someone, and whoever gets her allegiance will get her right to belong." "Yeah." Ling Tianxi sneered and said arrogantly, "Then you are wrong. A powerful hero should be owned by the strong. If you disagree, so what? Do you have the strength to stop me from waiting? Speak more." The four seventh-order heroes behind him took a step forward. This battle made Su Xuan's complexion dignified. How could she have imagined that the #1 Platinum Lord of the Dragon Kingdom would break out halfway? And it also brought two other powerful Platinum Lords. "Come and snatch the fruits of this ancient ruins." I finally understand why there are only two teams in the Giant Elephant Kingdom. It turns out that one of the maps was bought by the Dragon Kingdom. Do you know about this? Su Xuan stared at Su Lian and questioned her. "Have no idea." Su Lian shook her head. She really didn't know. Li Ketian and Shan Huang also shook their heads at the same time, not knowing that there was a third Dragon Kingdom team. This made Su Xuan frown slightly. Could it be that their two teams are just disposable bait? Is Ling Tianxi's team the ultimate weapon of the Dragon Kingdom? 4 7th-level heroes, and even 2 of them are taboo quality heroes. Such strength. Really hard to stop. Even the Elf Queen and the Succubus Queen can hardly stop them. Two mythical heroes. Ling Tianxi also noticed the Elf Queen and Succubus Queen. He smiled coldly and walked towards them. He said politely, "Two queens, you are interested. Not interested in." Before he finished speaking, the Succubus Queen and Elf Queen ended the topic. Ling Tianxi frowned. Desperately returning to his own camp, he snorted coldly. He whispered, "Humph. When he comes out, I will make you despair. Everything about him will be mine. Even if I bear the anger of Shanglong Kingdom, I will not hesitate." Ling Tianxi was not one of the teams sent by the Dragon Kingdom, but Ling Tianxi himself learned about this operation and bought the Muxian Kingdom's quota. Break into ancient ruins, wait for the opportunity, and fight for the ownership of mythical quality heroes. He came for himself. As the #1 Platinum Lord in the Dragon Kingdom, he needs stronger power to prepare himself to become a Diamond Lord. And this mythical quality hero is his best gift, even if it is to be punished by the Dragon Kingdom. He also wants to get her at all costs. Su Fian's face froze, and she took a step back. Pulling Su Lian to a corner, he asked, "If there is a conflict later, how do you choose?" "I choose to be neutral." Su Lian shrugged her shoulders. It would do no good for her to help anyone. "Since you choose to be neutral, then take Chen Huang and Li Keqian and leave later. If you dare to help Ling Tian give them, I will never show mercy." Su Fian warned Su Lian. She has already made up her mind to fight Ling Tianxi to the death after Su Xuan comes out. She can't deal with Ling Tianxi and others, but she believes that if Su Xuan is there, she can definitely. Su Xuan's things must not be taken away by anyone. As for why Ling Tianxi didn't dare to do anything to them now, it was naturally because of Su Fian's identity. If Su Fian swears to fight back to the death, the entire Hongqin Guild will become an enemy of Ling Tianxi. They are different from the country. The country may give punishment and warning, but that's a dead-end situation. What's more, the Hongqin Guild still has that top-ranked Diamond Lord. This is Ling Tianxi's taboo existence. It's just that Ling Tianxi never thought that Su Fian would give everything for Su Xuan, including her life. The other side. In Queen Medusa's palace, Su Xuan is standing among the snakes. 50 female snake people have fainted on the ground and lost consciousness. The tragic scene made Queen Medusa look dignified. She never expected Su Xuan's combat power to be so terrifying. 50 female snakes fell under his magic sword? It really is. So scary. "Okay," Queen Medusa nodded and whispered, "I recognize your strength, Ba. Take these 50 snake people away. Contribute to my snake kingdom. When the time is right, I will give you honor and protection, and the Snakeman Kingdom will regard you as a distinguished guest." That's it? Su Xuan frowned upon hearing Queen Medusa's promise. He wants more than that. What he wants is you, Queen Medusa. If not, Queen Medusa said mercilessly, "What more do you want? Me? Don't think about it. The noble me is impossible to succumb to anyone, and it is impossible to succumb. I am the noble queen." Queen Medusa's tone was very firm. "You can leave, human. I will give you enough time and resources to make a major contribution to the revival of this king's country. I will thank you." The voice of Queen Medusa has not yet fallen. Su Xian's figure suddenly appeared in front of Queen Medusa. "What do you want?" Queen Medusa frowned slightly and asked Su Xuan in a cold voice. She wanted to escape, but Su Xian's big hand had already fallen, holding her snake tail down. At the same time, the magic of charm oscillates in Queen Medusa's heart. After watching Queen Medusa for so long, she has already become particularly memorable. And how to resist the erosion of charm magic? Queen Medusa bites her teeth. She clearly has the strength of the 8th tier. Why is she powerless to resist in front of Su Xuan? Could it be just now? Queen Medusa. Su Xuan gently pinched Queen Medusa's cheek with strong force, making Queen Medusa's complexion slightly blush. "Let me do things for you without any reward? Don't you think you are going too far?" Between words, Su Xuan has torn off those 2 slightly soft snake scales. After defeating 50 female snake men, Su Xuan has long been aware of the weakness of female snake people. It turns out that the area covered by these 2 snake scales is the container for storing the magic power of life. "If you dare to disrespect me, I promise." The voice of Queen Medusa has not yet fallen. Su Xian's fingertips have already touched the red snake scales. The feel of the special snake scale is more subtle, not only soft and supple, but also oozing a little bit of strength. There is a burst of fragrance, hateful. Queen Medusa wanted to break free from Su Xuan's palm, but Su Xuan's big hand, like Wu Zixin, suppressed her. Every inch of her skin was like lightning flashing, making her bones soft and weak, making it difficult to resist what came next. About there. Su Xuan smiled slightly. Sure enough, from the moment you first entered, subtly erode the magic power of charm into every cell of Queen Medusa. Is a right choice. The current Queen Medusa has lost all ability to resist. Just let him fiddle with it. Queen Medusa gritted her silver teeth lightly, feeling unwilling. Her eyes were full of anger, but she couldn't resist the erosion of the charm and magic power. She shivered slightly. Seeing the pitiful appearance of Queen Medusa, Su Xuan curled up a wicked smile at the corner of her mouth. Today, you can't escape one bit. Queen Medusa, remember, I am yours now. Duh. Chapter 118. Stop. Stop. Babble. You will pay for your actions. Queen Medusa is sinking step by step into the abyss of desire. Why is it weaker than ordinary? Female snake people. Su Xuan's fingertips slid across the smooth red snake scales, and his right hand grabbed Queen Medusa's snake pointy. Apparently, the queen is more than he imagined, isn't she? Of course, what Su Xuan was talking about was not her combat power, but another aspect. Maybe it's because I'm too strong? Sure enough, under the training of the Succubus Queen and the Dark Elf Queen, she got a substantial promotion. That's all, let's do it for now. Su Xuan didn't let Queen Medusa fall into a coma directly. She was a queen after all, so she had to give her some face. It's enough to give her a little sweet treat first. However, Su Xuan's sympathy did not make Queen Medusa let go of her attitude. He smiled contemptuously. Is that the only way? Sure enough. Human, your strength is just like this. Queen Medusa's words were instantly exciting. He directly grabbed Queen Medusa's long black hair and said with a faint smile, I will satisfy you. Queen Medusa, I will make a vital contribution to revitalizing the snake kingdom for you today. You, etc. Okay, I admit your strength. Stop. Stop for me first. It's too late. Once the ritual of life magic starts, whether it stops is not up to me, but up to you. The following is a detailed description of the domestication of the beauty snake. 100,000 words will be omitted below. When the red snake scales were dyed white, Queen Medusa finally surrendered to Su Xuan's powerful strength. Her lower abdomen swelled up slightly, and Su Xuan's life history was already conceived inside. Queen Medusa's voice was weak, and the tail of the snake trembled slightly. She never thought that she would show such an embarrassing gesture. Queen Medusa once thought of using her own power to resist Su Xuan. However, Su Xuan is the one who got the golden scepter, so he has a natural suppressive power over her. In addition, Su Xuan's charm magic has a great influence on her. Even though she is an 8th-level mythical being, she still cannot escape the charm of Su Xuan. Su Xuan smiled slightly. This is the power of original sin of lust. The power of the Succubus Queen is really easy to use. After half an hour, Queen Medusa erased the blank in her mind. She supported the ground with one hand and covered her lower abdomen with the other. The warm feeling makes her a little obsessed. At this time, Su Xuan leaned over. He sat beside Queen Medusa, pinched the tip of her chin, and finally asked, Now, are you willing to surrender to me? You are a demon. Queen Medusa glared at first. Then, take a long breath, helplessly smiled. But I really like your tough attitude. Only people like you can help me. And Queen Medusa's eyes flashed, and she stared closely at Su Xuan. She never thought that she would become someone else's plaything one day. She, who was supposed to be aloof, should only be responsible for the distribution of power and the important task of racial prosperity. But now, she was forcibly turned into his own woman by Su Xuan. Queen Medusa may not want to be someone else's plaything, but unable to resist the intrusion of various factors, she fell into Su Xuan's tough tactics. And what? Su Xuan asked curiously. Nothing. Queen Medusa snorted coldly. Eyes swept to her people. Get up. A bunch of useless things. You can't beat 50 to 1. 50 female snake people got up from the ground one after another. Go and wash your body. We are going to leave the underground palace. Queen Medusa gave an order to the female snakes. Obey. The female snakes went to the room at the back of the palace. At the same time, Queen Medusa turned her gaze to Su Xuan and said, "I'll go wash it first. You wait here for a while." Su Xuan nodded and waited patiently in the palace. While waiting, recall Queen Medusa's snake tail. It really doesn't have a flavor. At this moment, Su Xuan noticed that Zai Feizue had sent him a message. Su Xuan, be careful, there is danger outside. Dangerous. Su Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully read what Su Xuan told him, and understood everything that happened outside. I didn't expect that there are still people who want to sit back and reap the rewards. Su Xuan sneered. I'm really courting death. It's just right. I can test the strength of Queen Medusa. 8th level combat power. We're done. At this time, Queen Medusa changed her clothes and appeared in front of Su Xuan. The white that was originally stained with red snake scales has been cleaned, and the red scales are shining, which is too beautiful to behold. The interesting thing is that Queen Medusa cast a layer of magic on her 2 special scales. Make it look exactly the same as the other snake scales, and then add a gauze skirt to cover part of the lower abdomen. In addition, the rest of the female snakes are also ready to leave the underground palace with Su Xuan. Then what about the underground palace here? Su Xuan glanced at the majestic palace. This underground palace is a bit of a pity. It is stained with the erosion of darkness, and it cannot be regained for the time being. But one day, I will come back here. Queen Medusa said softly with condensed eyes. The erosion of darkness? Su Xuan still doesn't know the reason for the demise of Queen Medusa's snake kingdom. However, even the 8th level Queen Medusa couldn't solve it, and the current self must also be difficult to deal with. The scepter is yours. Queen Medusa handed over the golden scepter that Su Xuan had brought back to him. At $G% carat Su Xuan took the golden scepter. The message of the golden scepter came into Su Xuan's field of vision. The golden scepter of the snake people. Taboo, the proof of the leader of the snake people. It can give life breath. Good. Su Xuan nodded, put the golden scepter in his pocket, and then led Queen Medusa and 50 female snakes out of the palace. In addition, the unexpected joy is that the ranks of the 50 female snakes are all at the 5th rank. It can be said that 55th rank epic quality warriors have been awarded in the territory. In addition to the harvest of the ancient ruins this time, it should be possible for Freemia and the others to advance to the 6th level. Let's go. Su Xuan stepped out of the palace. And at the moment when the gate of the palace slowly opened, 3 strange platinum lords appeared in his sight. He's out. The moment Su Xuan opened the gates of the palace, all eyes outside are on Su Xuan. Very good. You are finally out. The corner of Ling Tianxi's mouth curled into a sneer. He finally waited until Su Xuan appeared. Asked for flowers. Your name is Su Xuan, right? Give me a mythical quality hero. I can spare your life. Give me a life? When Su Xuan heard this, he smiled coldly. What are you? It seems that you still don't know the seriousness of the matter. Ling Tianxi waved his hand, and the 4 7th-level heroes took a step forward. The breath of terror is moving. Just at this moment, the Elven Queen and the Succubus Queen stood in front of Su Xuan. Su Xuan and Qi Qingxue also immediately led their own heroes and people, who were gifted by heaven, to confront each other. Ling Tianxi, with me here, you can never succeed. Su Xuan stood in front of Ling Tianxi and warned him. President Su. Ling Tianxi grinned. This is an ancient ruin. As long as there is no map, no one can enter. How can you fight against us? Just relying on your 2 mythological heroes? Indeed, they are very powerful. But the level is too low. Even if you add your succubi, they can't be enemies with us. I advise you to be a hero who understands current affairs. Retreat. Dream. Su Xuan firmly refused. Then there is no way. Ling Tianxi shrugged his shoulders. He could only fight Su Xuan's Red Sky, Guild forever. Ling Tianxi looked at Su Lian and the others again, and asked, what about you? This? Li Keqian and Chun Huang looked at each other, at a loss. At this moment, Su Lian said, I think what Ling Tianxi did to you is not in compliance with the regulations. Finished. She walked over to Su Xuan's camp and whispered, I can't sit idly by. Su Lian. Su Xuan looked at Su Lian in disbelief. Didn't this guy just stand by and watch? You are from our Su family no matter what, Su Lian explained. And she glanced at Su Xuan and said with a sneer, I don't think your side has a reason to lose. Good. Very good. It seems that the Su family will lose two precious talents today. Ling Tianxi sneered and was about to order an attack. And at this moment, a voice is deafening, resounding in the underground palace. Who dare to be presumptuous in my palace? Finished. Queen Medusa is in everyone's sight. Yes, Queen Medusa, 8th rank. The rank of this mythical quality hero is actually 8th rank. Everyone was shocked. They never imagined that the mythical quality hero in the ancient ruins turned out to be in 8th level existence. Hasn't she lost some of her strength? It's okay. He can't conquer this mythical quality hero so quickly. Ling Tianxi said confidently. It is impossible for someone to be so fast. You can make mythical quality heroes surrender. But right now, Su Xuan smiled at Queen Medusa, pointed at Ling Tianxi and the others, and asked, Can you kill them all? Queen Medusa replied without hesitation, Of course. Anyone who dares to bully you will die. Ling Tianxi and the others were immediately horrified. What's the situation? Why was Queen Medusa conquered by Su Xuan so quickly? This is impossible. But they haven't waited for them to come back to their senses. Queen Medusa's killing intent has spread. The figure disappeared. All of a sudden, a 7th level hero from Ling Tianxi's camp had his head cut off without a sound. Rolled to the ground was Chapter 119. The sudden head fell to the ground, causing the scene to fall into a deathly silence. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Queen Medusa who had appeared in front of Ling Tianxi and the others. Their eyes didn't react at all to what was going on. Everyone present, except for the Succubus Queen and Elf Queen who can barely keep up with Queen Medusa's speed, everyone else. Even afterimages have seen that a 7th level taboo quality hero has fallen under Queen Medusa's silver moon scimitar. How can it be? Ling Tianxi was shocked. He took a step back in horror. He never imagined that such an emergency would happen. It should be impossible for someone to surrender a mythical quality hero in such a short period of time. Then, an 8th level mythical quality hero? Why didn't her strength weaken in the long sleep? 723 mythical quality heroes. Even if he brings 4 8th level taboo quality heroes, he can't compete with them. Die. While Ling Tianxi was still hesitating, the killing of Queen Medusa had already begun. The 2 silver moon scimitars in his hand were not caught by lightning. The other 3 7th level taboo quality heroes instantly became the souls of the sword. Blood overflowed and stained Ling Tianxi's face. Fear broke out in Ling Tianxi's mind in an instant, forcing him to fall directly to the ground. The 2 platinum lords he brought wanted to escape, but before they escaped, they fell under Queen Medusa's silver moon scimitar. Even without the sound of screams, it turned into a puddle of flesh. So strong. Seeing Queen Medusa's battle performance, Su Xuan and others all showed incredible expressions. How could they have imagined that Queen Medusa just woke up and started killing? But her attack also meant Ling Tianxi's disastrous defeat. There is no need for them to act. The mighty first Platinum Lord of the Dragon Kingdom will face the threat of death. You're the only one left. In just 1 minute, the person Ling Tianxi brought was instantly crushed into minced meat. Only Ling Tianxi was still alive, lying on the ground in fright, and backed away in horror. Don't kill me. I know I'm wrong. Terrified, Ling Tianxi prayed to Queen Medusa and Su Xuan. Even the so-called number 1 Platinum Lord of the Dragon Kingdom would feel extremely terrified when facing death. Now I know I was wrong. It's too late. Su Xuan will not let him go. The idiot who robbed halfway. Don't even think about leaving me alive. If you dare to kill me, the Ling family will not let you go. Ling Tianxi had no choice but to move out of his family, one of the top 10 families in the Dragon Kingdom. But unfortunately, Su Xuan doesn't like this. You are from the Ling family, so Su Xuan and Su Lian are still from the Su family. Is anyone more noble than whom? Kill him. Su Xuan said something in ice. Don't. The screams resounded. Ling Tianxi was chopped into pieces by the Inuit scimitar and died here. At this point, hundreds of people, including Ling Tianxi, were all buried here. Magical power. Queen Medusa murmured incredulously. After she joined Su Xuan's territory, she felt the various increases in Su Xuan's territory. That terrifying increase has increased her combat power by several times. In fact, her strength has been attenuated due to the long period of deep sleep. But the increase in Su Xuan's territory not only offset the decline in strength, it even increased 2 levels. This is why Queen Medusa can behead Ling Tianzi in an instant, and it is precisely because of this reason. Otherwise, the 4 7th-level heroes would still be a bit tricky when her strength was damaged. This gave Su Xuan some idea of Queen Medusa's strength. Compared with the Queen of Succubus and Queen of Elf, Queen of Medusa is more of a melee confrontation than magic. However, this made Su Xuan more confused. Queen Medusa, who is better at hand-to-hand combat, can't bear his magic flame? Are magical units better at resisting his life magic than physical units? Magic, etc.? Su Xuan's gaze was fixed, and a bold idea suddenly appeared in his heart. Is it because after exercising your body, you become more memorable? If this is the case, it can be explained. Kill 3 Platinum Lords. Lord Metal plus 66,000. Gold plus 160W. Stone plus 500W. Wood. When 3 Platinum Lords died, countless resource information came into Su Xuan's vision. As expected of the number 1 Platinum Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, he is really rich. Seeing the huge amount of resources, Su Xuan's mouth curled up. Just by getting rid of these 3 Platinum Lords, he actually got 66,000 Lord Medals, plus the previous gains. There are only about 10,000 Lord Medals left before his goal of becoming a Platinum Lord of 100,000. Sudden, Su Xuan's eyes were attracted by one of the messages. Acquire the mythical weapon, Moonlight Time. When the moonlight, Su Xuan took out the weapon from the Lord's space. It turned out to be a silver-white chain. But why is it called the Time of the Moonlight? What a strange name. But well, since it is a mythical quality weapon, its power is naturally infinite. What a surprise. Wait, hasn't it been unpacked yet? Su Xuan was surprised to find that the Time of the Moonlight has not been disassembled. It seems to be a mythical weapon that has just been forged, etc. Just forged? Factory new? Su Xuan split the Time of the Moonlight in the Lord's space, and the effect of the Time of the Moonlight is displayed at this moment. Time of Moonlight. Myth a chain made of moonstones. Under the moonlight, the power of the user is increased by 100%. The chain can play a binding effect, restrict local movement, and implant it into the enemy's body at the same time. Moonlight, when it reaches a certain scale, reduces the enemy's combat power by 50%. Nice one. Su Xuan nodded in satisfaction. This mythical weapon is not bad. Even for the Succubus Queen or the Elf Queen, it is an excellent choice. Even Su Xuan's own use is not bad. Put it away first. Su Xuan accepted the weapon, and then turned to Su Xuan and the others. Everything is over. We can leave the ancient ruins. But after he finished speaking, no one answered him immediately. The reason was that Su Xuan and the others were standing there stunned, as if they were shocked by the battle that ended in an instant. 3.4 They couldn't imagine that the first Platinum Lord of the Dragon Kingdom died like this. All of this happened too quickly. They haven't responded yet. What just happened? Okay, let's go. Su Xuan was the first to come back to her senses and reminded the others. Qi Qingxue nodded and quickly led the elves to follow Su Xuan. Su Lian watched the backs of Su Xuan and Su Xuan leaving and complained, "What a monster!" At the same time, within the territory, Zhang Rong and Yi Lingkai are busy in the town hall and botanical garden respectively. And at this moment, a few bright red lumps of flesh appeared out of nowhere from the corners of the territory, growing rapidly, gradually spread throughout the entire territory, as well as the hero statue in the center of the territory shone with dazzling light, gradually spreading to the entire territory. Mother of Demons Myth. Recruitment Countdown. 10-9. Chapter 120. White Bear Country, Royal Family. What? Operation failed. How is it possible? Princess Dale is a heroic jihad nun with mythical qualities. How could she fail? I don't know. But Princess Dale came back yesterday. Her complexion is very bad. It looks like she is going to eat people. Oh God. What the hell happened? The ministers of the White Bear Kingdom are discussing fiercely about the failure of the ancient ruins. They never imagined that Elizabeth Dale, who dispatched the jihadi nuns, would return home without a feather. Now, Elizabeth Dale was sitting in her room. She said nothing. Her eyes were full of anger. This failure has greatly damaged her confidence and even affected her succession to the throne. The loss of the master made the jihadi nun Yanasha also become silent, standing quietly beside Elizabeth Dale for a while. The room was silent. Dale, at this time, a middle-aged man with white hair and beard, broke into Elizabeth Dale's room. Father, seeing the middle-aged man approaching, Elizabeth Dale immediately got up and knelt down. The middle-aged man glanced at Yanasha indifferently, then turned his gaze to Elizabeth Dale and said in Bingu, "Failed?" "Yes, father," Elizabeth Dale replied with a trembling voice. "Reason: there are two heroes of mythic quality against each other, and the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom we have never met before. His appearance is like a secret weapon hidden by the Dragon Kingdom, and I have not been able to guard against it." Elizabeth Dale, well, the general story was told to the middle-aged man. Two heroes of mythical quality. The middle-aged man stroked his white beard and fell silent for a moment. The coldness in his eyes made Elizabeth Dale afraid to speak, even though this was her father. "Okay, I forgive you for this failure," the middle-aged man said coldly. "Thank you, father." Elizabeth Dale was breathing a sigh of relief, but the second sentence of the middle-aged man made her feel desperate. "You should take a good rest these few days, and then prepare to marry and go to another country." "Marry? Why? Father, didn't you say that you are the heir to the throne?" Elizabeth Dale asked the middle-aged man in a panic. "Isn't she one of the heirs to the throne?" "As the heir to the throne, why? This is the price I paid for forgiving you," the middle-aged man said coldly and ruthlessly. "I have already chosen a marriage partner for you. She is from the Dragon Kingdom. After you marry him, the friendship between our two countries will be strengthened." This, Elizabeth Dale fell into despair in an instant. Yanasha, you can take it away as your dowry." I see, father." On the other side, Su Xuan and Su Xuan are just leaving the ancient ruins. As soon as they walked out of the ancient ruins, a black dragon flew across the sky. Dragon. When Su Xuan saw the pitch-black giant dragon, his eyes froze. He also saw a girl with short black hair, sitting on the back of the giant dragon, looking indifferently at where Su Xuan was. "Let me introduce you." Su Xuan smiled slightly at this and explained to everyone, "The Diamond Lord of our Hongqian Guild, Sun Xiuling." "Diamond Lord?" Su Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully looking at the girl on the dragon's back. She turned out to be a Diamond Lord? Looking at her age, she doesn't seem to be as old as Su Xuan, at most 26 or 7 years old. Did you advance to the Diamond Lord at such a young age? However, her arm seemed to directly verify her actual experience. Black Dragon. That is the top unit in the first echelon. Terrifying combat power. Once recruited, it will start at the 5th level. The fighting power of the heroes of the Black Dragon clan is even more terrifying. But strong power will also bring some restrictions, such as population restrictions. A Black Dragon will occupy 100 people. In other words, the early Black Dragon lords basically fought the world with only one Black Dragon. Of course, even if there is only one Black Dragon, it is enough to kill randomly. Besides, Su Xuan also met the Diamond Lord for the first time. The strength of the Diamond Lord can be said to be faulted with that of the Platinum Lord. They have powerful heroes of the 7th and even 8th ranks, and even the most powerful Diamond Lords, and there may be terrifying existences of the 9th rank. For example, the Black Dragon that Sun Xiuling stepped down is an 8th level taboo quality hero, and its combat power is probably higher than the Succubus Queen and Elf Queen at this stage. After all, there is too much difference between the ranks. "Xiuling, why don't you come down?" Su Xuan called out, and Sun Xiuling immediately controlled the dragon and landed in front of the three of them. When the dragon falls, raise the sand. Almost blown the weak elves and succubi away. "Is someone here to make trouble?" Su Xuan asked Sun Xiuling. "A few of them were beaten away by me." Sun Xiuling replied indifferently, "They should be from the Sakura country." "Thanks a lot. Your task, I will still complete it seriously." As Sun Xiuling said, she looked behind Su Xuan and saw the figures of the 3 queens, making her dark eyes stare sharply. 3 mythical quality heroes, a succubus, an elf, and a Snake Woman? Hiss, Shin Xiuling couldn't believe her eyes. How could she see three mythological heroes at the same time? And, judging from the position, it seems that they are all owned by the Golden Lord in front of him? It's unimaginable. It's like a picture from a dream. Shin Xiuling looked at Su Xuan in disbelief and asked, "These two are the newcomers you mentioned who just joined the guild?" "Yes." Su Fian nodded. "Su Xuan, Qi Qingxue." "Hello." Qi Qingxue expressed her affection to Shin Xiuling a little excitedly. It was the first time she met the Diamond Lord, so she was a little nervous. It was like when I met Su Fian for the first time. But now she is no longer nervous in front of Su Fian. After all, with those experiences, Su Xian smiled at Shin Xiuling. His eyes were mainly focused on Shin Xiuling's black dragon. The posture of riding a dragon is really handsome. I have to find a way to get a giant dragon to ride. Is everything going well inside? 573 Shin Xiuling asks Su Fian about the ancient ruins. There were some accidents, but it went well. Su Fian replied. That's good. Shin Xiuling continued. Since everything is over, I will leave first. There are quite a lot of things to deal with recently. She wanted to leave as soon as possible, seeing the three mythical heroes. Her jealousy was soaring. Good. Shin Xiuling was about to leave when suddenly, a soaring dark red beam of light went straight up to the sky hundreds of kilometers away. Immediately caught everyone's attention. That beam of light. Shin Xiuling narrowed her eyes slightly and said softly, "This is another hero of mythical quality coming? It's really strange. Why are there so many heroes of mythical quality coming recently?" After finishing speaking, Shin Xiuling glanced at Su Xuan. Aren't the mythical heroes who came recently belong to Su Xuan? And at this moment, Su Fian suddenly realized something was wrong. Which direction is that? Su Xuan, isn't that where your territory is located? Su Fian asked this question. Su Xuan patted his head. He deliberately said, I almost forgot. There is still a hero in the territory who is counting down for recruitment. It seems that the countdown is over and the hero has come. As soon as the words fell, Su Fian and the three of them were shocked to cast their eyes on Su Xuan. Their eyes are full of unimaginable colors. Su Xuan has recruited another mythic quality hero? That counts Queen Medusa, etc.? How many of these are there? Are you trying to make everyone a myth? Chapter 121. Another mythical hero. Along the way, the eyes of Su Fian and the others were full of shock. How long has it been since Su Xuan entered the endless world? Will another hero of mythical quality come to his territory? Calm down. Su Xuan smiled lightly at Su Fian and the others. This is not a big deal. Isn't it just another mythical quality hero? What's all the fuss about? Is he always so Versailles? Shin Xiuling, who was riding on the back of the black dragon, asked Su Fian softly. To this, Su Fian just shrugged her jade shoulders and smiled helplessly. Just when everyone was about to return to Su Xian's territory, Su Xian saw from afar that there were hundreds of figures running towards his territory. They seemed to be the lords who were attracted, etc. Why did other lords find their territory so quickly this time? Obviously, other mutations occurred in his own territory. Instead of a dark red beam of light that only appeared for a few seconds, guiding them to the target. Look, Su Xuan. Sudden, Qi Qingxue shouted to Su Xuan. Su Xuan looked into the distance. The moment he saw the truth. Suddenly, I was shocked by the picture of my own territory. Only see. Bright red flesh and blood filled his entire territory. Even, the area with a radius of tens of kilometers is covered in flesh and blood. There are also several giant tentacles that dance and sway with the blood on the flesh and blood. That terrifying scene made Su Xian's eyes dignified. Strange. Su Xuan quickly sent a message to Yi Lingkai in the territory to ask why. Soon, Yi Lingkai sent a reply. Yi Lingkai, I'm fine. Everything is normal. Normal? Su Xuan is full of question marks. You call this normal? Yi Lingkai, it's quite normal, by the way. The new hero you recruited has already landed in the territory, and she has been sitting on the top floor of the town hall, looking a bit uncomfortable. I dare not approach her anyway. Don't you see the walls of flesh and blood surrounding our domain? Su Xuan asked Yi Lingkai suspiciously. Yi Lingkai, no, everything is normal here. Seeing Yi Lingkai's reply, Su Xuan was depressed. Did I come to the wrong place? How can it be? This is definitely my own territory. Su Xuan asked Jiang Rong again, but Jiang Rong's answer was exactly the same as Yi Ling's size. This made Su Xuan have two guesses in his mind. 1. I really came to the wrong place and lost my way. 2. Yi Lingkai and Jiang Rong are both trapped in an illusion. Just when Su Xuan was wondering, a voice sounded in Su Xuan's mind. Little guy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hiss, the extremely eerie voice made Su Xuan tremble to the bone. My king, how do you summon it? What a headache. At this moment, the succubus queen pinched Su Xuan's nose and complained to Su Xuan. Apparently, Dinarisa really dislikes the mythical hero Su Xuan just recruited, Lix, the mother of demons. The succubus queen is right, and I agree with her. The elf queen also nodded, but she didn't take a friendly attitude towards Ku. Queen Medusa was silent, but her solemn expression made Su Xuan understand that they all seemed to be afraid of Lix, the mother of demons. Origin as a demon. What kind of existence is the original mother of demons in the world? Grunt. Su Xuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking at the territory engulfed in flesh and blood in the distance. This was the first time he was frightened by the heroes he had recruited. Let his sanity drop rapidly. Whatever happens, let's go and ask whoever came first. With a soft word, Shen Xiuling drove the dragon to fly to hundreds of lords in the distance. She approached a lord and asked, What the hell is going on here? Damn it, Diamond Lord. When the lord saw that Shen Xiuling was the Diamond Lord, he immediately let out a scream. And it was this scream that attracted the attention of everyone present. What? Did you even attract the Diamond Lord? Terrible. Sure enough, everything that happened here is so weird. Even the Diamond Lord can't resist the temptation of the unknown. Boss, let me tell you, a few hours ago, there was a dark red beam of light flashing here. I thought it was the arrival of a hero of mythical quality. But after the dark red beam of light ended, there was a deafening wail resounding for hundreds of miles. There is even more terrifying magic power pervading. It attracts us here. Yes. I'm afraid there is a sequence of monsters about to be born here. What sequence monster? I think it's a super ancient relic. Super ancient ruins? Fart. It must be a high-level abyss. Stop arguing. No matter what it is an excellent opportunity for our Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. That's also for Platinum Lords and above. I'm waiting for Silver Lords. I'm afraid I'm not even worthy of cannon fodder after entering. A group of lords are constantly speculating about what happened in Su Xuan's territory. They have never seen such a scene. It can only be associated with the birth of serial monsters, super ancient ruins, or high-level abysses. With the extension of time, more lords rushed to the scene, even vaguely able to see several Diamond Lords. They were all shocked by the sight in front of them. I can't understand why there is such a horrible existence. Su Xuan was also speechless. Why did so many lords suddenly come outside his territory? But when he stood outside his territory, he fell into deep thought again. My territory was swallowed by flesh and blood, and I didn't even have a way to get in. And at this moment, Lix, the mother of demons, seems to have sensed Su Xuan's arrival. A door emerges from a wall of flesh and blood, guides Su Xuan to the inner passage. Go in. After Su Xuan saw the passage to enter the territory, he immediately led the succubus into its center. Su Fian and Qi Qingxue followed closely behind. And the moment Su Xuan stepped into the door of flesh and blood, there was an ethereal voice in my mind. You are entering the demon hell. All attributes are reduced by 50%. The master of the demon hell has eliminated your negative influence, and the reduction of all attributes has been cancelled. Demon hell. Su Xuan couldn't help being shocked when he heard this. Is this created by Lix, the mother of demons, an existence similar to a magic barrier? As long as the enemies step into it, they will suffer a 50% reduction in all attributes. If this is the case, it is indeed a particularly terrifying magic. B. The picture is definitely too shocking. Su Xuan walked all the way to the inside of the flesh wall. This kilometer-long passage made of flesh and blood made him feel a little uncomfortable, and it looks a little weird. And when Su Xuan and others entered the flesh and blood, this scene instantly caught the attention of others. What the F***? He went in. Let's go in too. A group of lords are about to follow Su Xuan's footsteps and enter it. But, before they approached, The giant tentacles swaying on the flesh and blood instantly slapped them. The terrifying power instantly dispelled their desire to follow. Damn, why can they go in? The power of this tentacle is too strong. My Tier 6 hero can't resist its attack at all. Let's not talk about Tier 6 heroes. Tier 7 is hard. It's horrible. What the hell is this? A drawing of hell. Everyone showed unbelievable gazes. They could only watch Su Xuan and the others enter the flesh and blood. Until the flesh and blood are healed, the flesh and blood channel is closed. But this scene fell into Shen Qiuling's eyes, but it made her look dignified. She knew why this scene appeared. It was the result of Su Xian's mythical quality hero descending. The just summoned Tier 1 mythical quality hero can easily block other heroes of Tier 6 or even Tier 7. How on earth is this done? And she has never heard of any mythical quality hero descending to cause such a scene. Did Su Xuan summon a mythic quality hero? I'm afraid it didn't summon the whole hell. On the other side, Su Xuan has already returned to his territory. When he passed through the passage of flesh and blood, the strange scene disappeared without a trace in an instant, and everything in the territory was still peaceful and peaceful. Sunny, everything is as sparse and ordinary as before. Exactly what Yi Lingkai and the others said, nothing changed in the territory. Really? Is it a barrier? The Mother of Demons created an enchantment to protect his territory, and at this moment, the Succubus Queen said, "My king, now we have already entered the belly of the Mother of Demons." Chapter 122. We are now, I'm afraid we have already entered the belly of Lix, the Mother of Demons, the Succubus Queen whispered in Su Xian's ear. In the belly of the Mother of Demons? Hearing this, Su Xuan looked around thoughtfully. Are they really in the womb of the Mother of Demons? And the surrounding scenery is an illusion? Just as Su Xuan was thinking, the soil under his feet began to shake and change. Immediately afterwards, a pair of huge eyes suddenly appeared. After she saw Su Xuan, her eyes were awed. Ying smiled. "Welcome home, little guy brat." Su Xuan was slightly taken aback by what the Mother of Demons called him. But compared to the Mother of Demons, Lix, as a primitive demon, is at least tens of thousands of years old. It seems that calling him a little guy is really no problem. Come here, Lix guides Su Xuan to the direction of his town hall. At the same time, the surrounding trees turned into pink tentacles one after another, like maids receiving their master's return, bowing down to salute Su Xuan one after another. It's just a little weird. Is the maid waiting for others to go home? And you are the pink tentacle? After Su Xuan paused for a moment, he ran towards the inside of the town hall. When they came to the central area of the territory, the succubi and elves who had been waiting in the territory for a long time rushed out to welcome the return of their masters. You are finally back. Did something weird happen? Why did 877 ask us? Yi Lingkai and Zhang Rong ran towards Su Xuan, and they changed subtly inside. Life has been as normal as ever. Something did happen, Su Xuan said softly, and then turned his gaze to the top floor of Qingzhen Hall. On the top floor in the open air, a demon was sitting there quietly. She closed her eyes tightly. Her light red skin looked a little weird, with curved horns on the top of her head, and the pair of fiery red demon wings on her back were similar to succubi, but different. Compared with the succubus, which is more inclined to the appearance of humans, the Mother of Demons is more like a demon. This is just a long-distance observation, and you may see more distinctive pictures at a close distance. And when Su Xian's eyes fell on the Mother of Demons, the Mother of Demons teleported and appeared in front of Su Xuan. Her sudden appearance almost stopped Su Xian's heartbeat, and that's when Su Xuan clearly saw the whole picture of the Mother of Demons. The upper body of the Devil Mother has no clothes, only a layer of dark red colloid, covering most of the area. The material feels like leather, and this colloid seems to be able to change form with the idea of the Mother of Demons. Even if it is turned into a hard armor, it is only in one thought. In addition, the lower body of the Mother of the Devil seems to be wearing a long skirt. You can vaguely see the shape of the legs. The long skirt is also made of colloid, and the dark red BBBC. Long skirt is dragged to the ground? Wrong. It should be connected to another plane. It seems that this is not the body of the Mother of Demons, just a small part of her. Little guy, and when the Mother of Demons spoke, the scene in her mouth came into Su Xian's eyes. Su Xuan saw countless sharp teeth attached to the mouth of the mother of demons, whirling like a lamprey. Grunt. Su Xuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sure enough, except for the succubus, the other demons are more or less heavy taste. But have to say, the mother of demons looks great. The skin is also smooth and delicate, especially the beautiful snow scene, which is more spectacular than anyone he has ever seen. I have a gift for you. The mother of the devil looked at Su Xuan with doting eyes, just like a mother looking at her child. Gift. Su Xuan is a little curious. What is the gift of the mother of demons? But I saw that the mother of the devil stretched out her jade hand. Gently part the area of the lower abdomen with both hands. The light red skin on the lower abdomen opened petal by petal like fish gills, and the bright red flesh inside caught Su Xuan's eyes. Su Xuan frowned slightly. It's wired. It must be painful, right? How many pale pink strings did the mother of demons pull out of it? Immediately afterwards, she connected the thin wire to Su Xuan's palm, like a data cable, linking their bodies and minds. And at this very moment, countless pictures suddenly flashed in Su Xuan's consciousness. The messy picture made Su Xuan unable to accept all of it for a while. Even remembering is difficult. But when memories fade, when Su Xuan opened his eyes again, the scenery around him has changed drastically. He is now in hell of flesh and blood. Everything around is made of blood and flesh, and it seems to be alive, beating slightly. As well as, directly in front of Su Xuan, a mass of light red meat is slightly different from other areas. When Su Xuan walked towards that ball of flesh and blood, the mother of demons suddenly tore open the flesh and rushed out of the bloodbath. Meet Su Xuan. The lower body of the mother of demons merged with the surrounding flesh and blood. It seems that the current her is the real body. That is to say, current self? Su Xuan looked around. Was he in the body of the mother of demons? Does the way I look scare you, little guy? The mother of demons asked Su Xuan with concern. Her eyes were full of doting and uneasiness. She was deeply afraid that her appearance would scare Su Xuan. No, no. Su Xuan quickly shook his head. Although the appearance of the mother of demons is indeed a bit weird, but it is not unacceptable. Great. The mother of demons smiled softly and immediately moved closer to Su Xuan. As if expressing her love, the mother of demons first kissed Su Xuan on the cheek, then spit out a dark red bead from his mouth. This is... Su Xuan was about to ask what it was, but the mother of demons didn't answer and directly arranged it between Su Xuan's lips and teeth. Grunt. Su Xuan was forced to swallow that dark red bead, and the moment you swallow it, a reminder rang through his mind. You have reached a link with the mother of demons. All the source of life you lost will be replenished by the mother of demons. Hint. The life source of the mother of demons is 1,000,000 times that of yours. Oh. Seeing the prompt, Su Xuan was stunned. 1,000,000 times the source of life. Of course, the source of life is not life magic. It is an existence higher than life magic power. The source of life can be regarded as the recovery of injuries, magic power of life, and even the loss of essence and blood can also be recovered through the source of life. That is to say, as long as the mother of the devil's life source is immortal, it is impossible to die. Even injuries will recover in an instant. Hiss, Su Xuan gasped, mother of demons. What AD***K? Little guy, the voice of the mother of demons sounded again. In the future, if someone bullies you, come back to me. I will help you solve all obstacles. This is my deep love for you. When Su Xuan heard the words, his heart was touched. There is an illusion of suddenly wanting to lie in the arms of the mother of demons, waiting to be fed. Cough, cough. Su Xuan glanced, and the attribute panel of the mother of demons came into his eyes. Name, Lix, race, demon, myth, level, unknown, power, unknown, agility, unknown, physical, unknown, magic power, unknown, talent, I am hell, myth, skills, demon hell, myth, origin of demon, myth, primordial demon, myth, A series of unknowns made Su Xuan's eyes widen. What's going on? I am hell, myth. All attributes are the sum of all demons in the territory. Su Xuan, huh? Devil hell, myth inherent demon domain, bloody hell covering a certain area. Except for the mother of demons, all attributes of units entering demon hell will be reduced by 50%. Oh, the source of demons. Myth: the magic power of all demons is increased by 300%. The speed of mana recovery is increased by 100%. All demons ignore the special attack effect of the light race. Oh, original demon. Myth: all demons cannot be enemies with them, only surrender. Ah, duh. Chapter 123. Oh, after seeing the attribute panel of Lix, the mother of demons, Su Xuan fell into deep thought. What's the situation? Even if the attributes are unknown, there are still a bunch of mythical talents and magical powers. Su Xuan took a breath of aroma. This is too outrageous. Especially the mythical talent of I am hell. The attribute is the sum of all the demons in the territory. Wouldn't the promotion level be? Cough, cough. The level is unknown, and it seems that there is no room for upgrade dash. Su Xuan took another strong breath of the fragrance of Lix, the mother of demons. In other words, the more succubi in the territory, the higher the quality. The mother of demons is stronger. The sum of all this is too scary. I'm afraid it's not an existence that directly reached the top 10th step. Casual millions? Invincible. But it seems that the state of the mother of demons is a bit special. After all, her body seems to be in a special space. Can you leave the territory? Su Xuan asked the mother of demons. Not yet. The seal of the goddess is still in my soul. Unless the seal is released, I cannot leave the demon hell. The mother of demons shook her head helplessly. The reason why she is in a special space is all because of the goddess. That failure made her lose too much. Okay, Su Xuan sighed. If the mother of demons can only act in the demon hell, there will be some restrictions. But I can separate a spirit body. The mother of demons said suddenly. She can move freely. After finishing speaking, the flesh and blood beside the mother of demons condensed into another body, and her strength was only 1/10 of her main body. But that is also an attribute of 100,000, and it is easy to deal with 8th level or even 9th level mythical quality heroes. What made Su Xuan more concerned was that the new Devil Mother was created, although it looked similar to the Devil Mother. But her figure is much smaller than the Mother of Demons, like a baby version of the Mother of Demons. But she has the ability to act independently and can follow Su Xuan to leave the space where the Mother of Demons is. Is her consciousness connected to yours? Su Xuan stretched out his hand and squeezed the child version of the Mother of Demons. It feels fleshy a little. F***K. Su Xuan was feeling the little face of the child version of the Mother of Demons, but she bit her finger hard. Hundreds of sharp teeth, spinning and piercing rapidly on his fingers. Let Su Xuan feel the unparalleled pain. Let go. Su Xuan hastily waved her hand away, wanting to make the child version of the Devil Mother let go. The effect is not satisfactory. Until the Mother of Demons wrapped her tentacles around the waist of her juvenile body and pulled her off Su Xuan's body. It hurts. Su Xuan glanced at his thumb. It was full of dense cuts. If it wasn't a finger that went in. I'm very sorry, although our consciousness is connected to our own independent consciousness. The Mother of Demons said to Su Xuan caringly. Own consciousness? Yes, she is the only organ that remains in my body. The rest of the flesh and blood have turned into the source of the original magic power of thousands of demons. The Mother of Demons explained. The vampire family is my heart, and the flame demon is my heart. Hands. The moon demon is my white. The chaos demon is my brain. The succubus is, and her, the only organ I have left, my eyes. Su Xuan looked curiously into the eyes of the child version of the Mother of Demons. Her eyes are indeed a bit special, like a vast galaxy, shining with dazzling starlight. What is her name? Su Xuan asked curiously. She's always by my side, so how could she have a name? I'm not interested in naming my own child either. The Mother of Demons shrugged her shoulders. In that case, let her name be Alice, the daughter of the devil Alice? How about it? Su Xuan suggested to the Mother of Demons. Then you have the final say. The Mother of Demons naturally dotes on Su Xuan and regards what Su Xuan said as the truth. By the way, can't the devil hell continue to extend? Su Xuan asked the Mother of Demons. From the current situation, it seems that the Mother of the Devil can only act within the scope of the devil hell. Yes, But you need to become stronger, little guy. So heavy that you can help me break the seal of the goddess." The mother of demons whispered in Su Xuan's ear. She is looking forward to the day when the seal of the goddess will be revealed. "Well, I'll do my best." Su Xuan nodded and said goodbye to the mother of demons. "Okay, now you have got my power." The mother of demons smiled softly, pushed Su Xuan's back, and continued. "Go and teach those impolite succubi a lesson. Let them know how powerful the demon master is." "I think you're right." After some chatting, Su Xuan left the body of the mother of demons. When his sight was restored again, Su Xuan noticed that Su Xuan and the others were staring at him in amazement. Their eyes were mixed with surprise and bewilderment. "What's wrong?" Su Xuan asked several people. "You, see for yourself." Su Xuan pointed to Su Xuan's cause and asked him, asking for flowers." Su Xuan looked down. His face sank. Could it be that the source of life provided to him by the mother of demons is really too abundant? Will it cause your own magic sword to flash fireworks? Or, he is a pervert? Respond to demons? Ahem. Su Xuan cleared his throat and explained to everyone. "It's all Dinarisa's fault." "Dinarisa, huh? Waiting for tonight." "Oh." Dinarisa suddenly smelled the smell of food. "Strange. Where is the mother of demons?" Su Xuan looked around and suddenly found that the mother of demons who had just been beside her had disappeared. "Who knows? Since she had a strange connection with you." She turned into a purple light and disappeared. Dinarisa shrugged her shoulders. They also don't know where the mother of demons has gone. Until Qi saw a figure. "Zero, is she there?" Under her call, everyone's eyes cast to that one after another. "I saw a little devil who was similar in appearance to the mother of demons, but much smaller in stature, hiding under the shade of a tree." Her appearance made Dinarisa suddenly excited. Oh, Dinarisa naturally knew the identity of the other party. She is just like herself. They are the first batch of demons. One of the organs of the mother of demons. "So it's Alice. Come here." Su Xuan waved to Alice. The response of Alice, the daughter of the devil, is to immediately disappear into the darkness. Su Xuan frowned slightly, feeling puzzled, until Su Xuan said a word. "Is there something wrong with cutting children?" "Huh? It's possible." Su Xuan thinks that Su Xuan's guess is correct. This little guy may really be a social terror. Didn't expect the devil's daughter to be a little girl at heart? Then follow her soon. Su Xuan arranged the residence of Queen Medusa and the female snakes. Due to the long battles in the ancient ruins, biting people is very tiring. "I want to rest early." So is Su Xuan. When night falls, Su Xuan called the succubus Queen Dinarisa to the succubus Meow Meow room. Today, he needs to be supported by the life source of the mother of demons. Bloody battle succubus queen. Oh. When Dinarisa saw Su Xuan with a strong will to fight, a charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Looks like my king. You are ready for the first phase of the holy war." "Yes." Su Xuan smiled confidently and said, "Tonight, I will take you, the queen of the succubus. Conquer the pill." Chapter 124. Conquer me. After hearing Su Xuan's lofty ambitions, the succubus queen raised the corners of her mouth and evoked a charming smile. She crossed her legs slightly, with her toes lightly resting on Su Xuan's shoulder. A strange fragrance wafted into Su Xuan's nostrils in an instant, and he couldn't help stretching out his hand to gently pinch the Su Xuan queen's ankle this time. When Su Xuan touched the toes of the succubus queen, he was still as numb as the first time. His whole body was numb like a lightning flash. But the constant source of life provided by the mother of demons allows Su Xuan to regroup again and again. Use willpower to resist the ultimate temptation of the succubus queen. Seeing this scene, the succubus queen was naturally overjoyed. "My heart is throbbing even more at this moment." After all, her king, you can finally start enjoying yourself. From the original 15 minutes, it will be extended to countless times. Then the succubus queen raised her silver-gray hair. Her red pupils shone brightly. "I'm going to use this 660 to use my real skills, my king." Finished speaking, the succubus queen's gray-white-red gradient peach heart tail was slightly bent, wrapping around Su Xuan's wrist. That moment, Su Xuan clearly felt that there was a magical power transmitted to his body through Tao Sinwei. The terrifying excitement instantly spread to every cell in Su Xuan's body, even straight to the brain. This moment, Su Xuan sure, the succubus queen is increasing her sensitivity. At the same time increase the powerful state of life magic. Su Xuan can clearly feel that every cell in his body is beating actively, as well as the blazing fire of life is burning blazingly. The height of the flame is growing wantonly. 272,829. 37. 38. 40. Su Xuan takes a deep breath of Dinarice's deodorant. My queen, can you really? Just when Su Xuan was deeply afraid that the succubus queen could not bear the monster created by herself, the succubus queen licked the corners of her lips, Ying smiled and said, "This is the power I long for. Come on, my king. Let me punish you. Discipline. Babble." The following is a description of the plot of punishing the succubus. 10 million words will be omitted below and here. Su Xuan is in a decisive battle with the succubus queen. Beyond the devil's hell, thousands of lords are gathering here, trying to enter the demon hell, but always blocked by giant tentacles. Demon hell is like a forbidden place, even for the diamond lords. None of them can break through the barriers of the devil hell. No way. Even the 8th level legendary heroes can't compete with it. What the hell is in here? Strange. Just now we saw someone enter this place. How did those gold lords and platinum lords get in? Are you kidding? Even the diamond lord can't get in. Damn. We must find a way to get in. Everyone work together. Let's rush in. All the lords work together to break into the demon hell created by the mother of demons. There are 3 diamond lords sitting on the scene, giving them confidence. Only Su Xuan sat on the dragon's back and said nothing. There is nothing but shock in her heart now. 3 diamond lords plus dozens of platinum lords and hundreds of gold lords. But nothing to do with Su Xuan's territory? She couldn't imagine what kind of monster did Su Xuan summon. Has such terrifying combat power just arrived? But this thing, she also had no way of knowing. Plus Su Xuan was from Su Xuan, a member of the same guild as herself. It is impossible for her to launch an offensive on Su Xuan's territory. In this way, they can only watch from the sidelines. That's all. Just ask Su Xuan from now on. Su Xuan patted Heilong's back lightly. The black dragon waved its wings and was about to leave. But before flying far, a series of screams suddenly caught Su Xuan's attention, making her look back. Oh, run. It's over, boom. See. The demon hell shakes out wave after wave of terrifying magic power. All the lords present and their heroes were sent thousands of miles away. Not even the diamond lords were spared. Instantly, the heavens and the earth resounded with a wail. Su Xuan's beautiful eyes narrowed. The magic fluctuations that bloomed in the demon hell just now can only be released by at least the top heroes of the 9th rank. If she hadn't taken a step first, I'm afraid she would be blown away by that magic power. Maybe she won't get hurt, but because she is the Diamond Lord. Those lords below Platinum are miserable. The aftermath shook their limbs and shook their hearts. Some of them were even stunned, relying on their own heroes to leave. Run. This is not a place for us to set foot. Terrible. My king's power. My king's power. All of a sudden, there were screams one after another. After recognizing the horror of the demon hell, most of the lords chose to leave in haste. The other 2 diamond lords also sighed, then turned and left. At the level of diamond lords, they naturally know the trade-offs. An existence that cannot be approached means that it cannot be approached, and there is no absolute certainty, and it is even more impossible to enter rashly. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to look for other opportunities. It will not be too late to enter when the information of Devil Hell is made public. Besides, there are also several Platinum Lords and Gold Lords who choose to wait and see from the periphery of the Demon Hell. They also want to explore the secrets of the Devil's Hell, and Xia looks for opportunities in it. Unfortunately, it's impossible for them to dream that this is just the inherent domain of Su Xuan's territory. There's a fart chance. 9th level. Su Xuan muttered to herself, and then drove the black dragon away quickly. And just after she left, a blue dragon's head protruded from the lake outside Su Xuan's territory. The little blue dragon Marlelina naturally discovered that the black dragon controlled by Sun Qiuling has a bloodline similar to hers. "Is that my kind?" Marlelina muttered, and then dived into the water threateningly. "Oh, my king, you are today? How wonderful!" Dinarisa nestled contentedly on Su Xian's chest. Today, she got her wish. The magnificence that lasted for 500 hours made her, the succubus queen, finally tempered with the magic power of life. Su Xian was silent about this, just smiling, looking at the succulent queen's slightly sensual belly. The succubus mark is shining brightly. This is all his hard work tonight. Close your eyes. When the moonlight shines through the window and enters Succubus Meow Meow's room, it shines on his face. Su Xian only feels that his whole body has been sublimated Sage 0.7 time. I am afraid it will last for several days. Even with the support of the mother of the devil's life source, Xian is still difficult to deal with the charming area of the succubus queen. He's like a candle that blows out, lights up again, blows out again, lights up again during this time after repeated thousands of times. Finally, I can't ignite again. And at this moment, Su Xian and the succubus queen were enjoying unprecedented peace. An ethereal voice sounded in Su Xian's mind. "Congratulations. Your succubus queen breaks through the first seal. Plus 10,000. Your succubus queen gains enlightenment. She has learned a new talent. Spiritual charm. Myth. Sound of the soul. Myth. She has been looking for her partner, and today she finally got her wish. Immunity to all spiritual magic. Illusion magic. Curse magic. Provide her only partner with a 20% increase in her own attributes. Other self-increasing states. The effect is doubled. Hiss. Chapter 125. All attributes plus 10,000. Have you also learned a new mythical talent? Seeing the transformation of the succubus queen Dinarisa after untying the first layer of the succubus mark, Su Xian couldn't help taking a breath of sweetness. This is too scary. Really, succubus troops. Only by unsealing the power of the succubus mark can you become stronger. This is only the first imprint, and there are 2 more unsealed. Once unlocked, how terrifying will the power of the succubus queen be? Su Xian couldn't imagine it. In addition to the increase in strength obtained from the release of the seal, Dinarisa's rank also increased dramatically at this moment, directly promoted to Tier 5 and 9 stars. The increase in level will naturally increase her attributes again, as well as dozens of forbidden spells were branded into her mind. Name, Dinarisa. Race, succubus. Myth, level, Tier 5 9 star. Power, 40,000. Agility, 40,000. Physique, 40,000. Magic power, 45,000. Talent, original sin of lust, 2. Soul charm. Skill, fallen dark magic. Expand. Hiss. After seeing Dinarisa's attributes, Su Xian took a deep breath of the deodorant that filled the air. This is too perverted. 14 only at the 5th order and 9-star level. Dinarisa's full attributes will surpass that of the 7th order and 9-star vampire, second true ancestor Yanoni. Horrible. And when Su Xian's attention was all on the succubus queen Dinarisa, a petite figure was hidden in the darkness. The devil's daughter Alice. From the very first moment, she hid in the dark, spying on Su Xian's every move. As an existence of the same level as Dinarisa, it is one of the original organs of the mother of demons. Alice is a little different. She likes to use her own eyes to see and observe. A pair of beautiful star eyes recorded all the things that happened between Su Xian and Dinarisa in his heart. And her eyes are like those of the mother of demons. Everything she sees, the mother of demons sees everything. Lix in the devil's hell, quietly enjoying everything that happened between Su Xian and Dinarisa. Good job, little guy. Lix smiled softly, full of gratification, as if she was admiring Su Xian or full of longing for Su Xian. Take your time. Don't rush everything. Lix leaned back and sat on the throne made of flesh and blood. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she said softly, I have many more children. They will all come looking for you. The next day, Wang got up early. He slouched over to a tree and freed his bladder. It not only solves my own problems, but also makes the tree thrive, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh right, Su Xuan suddenly remembered that when he killed the Lord of the Cherry Blossom Country, he dropped a Bianhua seed. You can go to Yilinkai Kong Kong. After Su Xuan washed her hands, she immediately ran to the room where Yilinkai was. When he opened the door and entered, he happened to meet Yilinkai's opportunity to wake up. She was wearing pure white pantyhose, and Su Xuan couldn't help admiring the delicate and silky texture. White ice cream. You. Why don't you knock? Yilinkai was startled by Su Xuan's sudden appearance. She hurriedly put on her clothes and asked Su Xuan with a blushing face. She is still a big girl with yellow flowers. How could she suddenly break into her room? You didn't close the door. Su Xuan explained. Oh. Yilinkai suddenly remembered that when she woke up last night, she forgot to close the door. But that's no reason not to knock. That's right. I have something to show you. Su Xuan walked into Yilinkai's room and came to her side. For Su Xuan not only broke into her boudoir, but also boldly sat on her little bed. It caused Yilinkai's face to turn red. What? Fever? Su Xuan observed Yiling's flushed face and asked her. No, no. Yilinkai shook her head hastily and then asked, What do you want me to see? Look. Su Xuan took out the seed of the other shore flower from his pocket. The moment the bright red seeds fell into Yilinkai's eyes. Immediately, Yilinkai's eyes widened. This is... Yilinkai excitedly held the seeds of the bana flower in her hands, although she was the first to see the seeds of the other shore flower. But, as a plant lord, Yilinkai is convinced that this seed contains incredible power. Only, now she is still asleep. Take a little time to irrigate with the water of life. Where did you get her? Yilinkai excitedly asked Su Xuan. The seed of this other shore flower is simply the seed of a dream for her. It was snatched from a lord of the Sakura kingdom. Su Xuan explained to Yilinkai. Yes. Can you give her to me? I will take good care of her with everything I have. Give her all my heart and soul. Yilinkai asked Su Xuan excitedly. As a plant lord, it would be her honor if she could get the seed of this bana flower. Certainly. Su Xuan nodded. Only plant lords can plant the seeds of this bana flower. Let her bloom. What's the use of keeping it for myself? Very good. Thank you. Yilinkai hugged Su Xuan excitedly. Su Xuan can feel Yilinkai's soft body. Although it is small, it is also very cute. In this way, you also have a forbidden quality plant? Su Xuan smiled and said, Taboo? There may be more than that. Yilinkai giggled. What's the meaning? Su Xuan suddenly stared at Yilinkai curiously. The seeds of this other shore flower are only seeds of forbidden quality, so it should only be able to hatch plant heroes of forbidden quality, right? At this time, Yilinkai puffed out her flat chest and said confidently, The quality of all the plant seeds recruited by non-hero statues cannot be judged before they germinate. As long as you take good care of them, it is possible to break through their quality, but it may also decrease quality. If it is the seed of taboo quality, perhaps it is not impossible to advance to mythology. Is there such a thing? Su Xuan was a little surprised when he heard Yilinkai's explanation. Didn't expect this to happen? Only. Yilinkai suddenly said uneasy. I don't know if I can improve her quality. Maybe I will fail, but I will do my best. I hope you can believe me. Of course I believe you. Su Xuan smiled slightly and continued. In addition, I will give you some startup capital. Startup capital? I-347 let you be promoted to the Gold Lord. Does this make you more confident? Su Xuan said with a smile. As Yilinkai is a subordinate lord, Su Xuan has the final say on her town hall level promotion. So, if Yilinkai wants to be promoted to the Gold Lord, she must get Su Xuan's consent. For the seeds of the other shore flower, there is a chance to advance to mythical quality. Su Xuan decides that Yilinkai's Lord Mark will be promoted to gold. He can afford to pay for this Lord medal. Really? Really? Yilinkai excitedly asked Su Xuan. Real? Great. Me. I will definitely not let you down. Come on. Take a good look. My plant army depends on you. Soon. With the help of Su Xuan, Yilinkai completed the task of the Gold Lord. After being promoted to Gold Lord, Yilinkai happily held the seeds of the other shore flower and went to the botanical garden. Excitedly planted the seeds of Bianhua in a flower pot. Su Xuan also followed, watching patiently from the sidelines. Master. The jasmine fairy approached Su Xuan affectionately and used the petals as a chair for Su Xuan to sit down. After Su Xuan sat down, Fairy Jasmine lightly hammered his shoulders for him and gently softened the muscles on his thighs. The comfortable feeling and the fragrance of Jasmine Fairy made Su Xuan almost fall asleep. And at this moment, Yi Lingcai's call woke up Su Xuan. Su Xuan, look quickly. Su Xuan stood up abruptly, looking directly at Yi Lingcai and Bianhua. He was shocked to see it. A blood-red bona flower. It is slowly blooming. Chapter 126. Look, Su Xuan. Yi Lingcai shouted to Su Xuan full of joy. Su Xuan cast his eyes and was surprised to find that the newly planted Bianhua unexpectedly burst into blood-red petals in an instant, as well as, in the center of the petal wrap, a little red is sparkling. Myth, the breath of... Su Xuan was shocked. Is it true that, as Yi Lingcai said, the seeds of the other shore flower are about to bear mythical plant heroes? Great! It really worked. Yi Lingcai embraced Su Xuan excitedly, cheering for joy. Mythical quality hero. To her, this is a scene that can only be seen in dreams. Look how happy you are. Su Xuan pinched the tip of Yi Lingcai's nose. The little girl flushed with joy, like a ripe apple. Because this is a picture that I have never imagined, Yi Lingcai said excitedly. Plants of mythical quality. This is also the #1 in the history of the world. It should be the second. The second mythical hero of the plant department. Su Xuan's emotions were also moved by Yi Lingcai, and he couldn't help smiling. How long will it take to reach the growth progress of Fairy Jasmine? Su Xuan asked Yi Lingcai. Right now, Jasmine is now at the 5th level and 9 stars, and it won't be long before she will advance to the 6th level. And the other shore flower has just bloomed at this moment, and there may not be a first-order 1 star. 182. Su Xuan can smell the fragrance of flowers from the other shore. This strange fragrance made Su Xuan feel a little irritable. Wrong. Rather than being irritable, it is better to say that it comes from inner restlessness. Is that the desire to kill? Greed for blood? Can Bianhua affect people's mood? Even just blooming, can it affect his golden lord? Su Xuan is suddenly full of curiosity about Bianhua. I'm afraid, the moment when the other shore flower really blooms will shock the world. It will take about a month. Yi Ling MMS, Su Xuan replied. And during this time, it still needs careful care, maybe some special irrigation? Special irrigation? What's that? Su Xuan asked suspiciously. Could it be? Maybe some high-quality blood. Yi Lingcai explained to Su Xuan. High-quality blood essence. That's easy. Su Xuan thought about it. High-quality blood is still quite easy to find. Maybe the blood of 7 mythical quality heroes. Yi Lingcai added. The blood of the 7 mythical heroes? Su Xuan frowned. It seemed a bit difficult to handle. Whose blood can be used to water the flowers of the other shore? Nerissa may be reluctant, but Su Xuan will say yes if she asks. The Elf Queen may be able to, but the premise is that the Elf Queen is in the daytime, and it is easier to talk at that time. Not to mention Queen Medusa, she will definitely refuse, and even if Li Xian asks, she may not agree. Then I can only be knocked out. And the Mother of Demons, she sure can. Roughly speaking, how much difference does it seem? Oh right. There is also the vampire's second primogenitor Inakla hiding in the tomb on the 2nd floor of Succubus Meow Meow house. That guy's blood. Should get it too. In this way, it is the blood of the mythical heroes of the 5 Mings. How did you get the blood of the other 2? Take your time one by one. Anyway, there is a month's time. Su Xuan shrugged his shoulders. This matter is not so urgent. Leave the matter of essence and blood to me, and I will take care of it. Su Xuan assured Yi Lingcai. Yi Lingcai nodded. Her task is to take good care of Bianhua. Adds a mythic quality plant hero to Su Xuan's realm. Soon, Li Xian walked out of the botanical garden. Su Xuan first went to find the Mother of Demons. The Mother of Demons is definitely the best talking hero in his territory. She will support Su Xuan unconditionally. Oh, a little blood. After hearing Su Xuan's request, the Mother of Demons just smiled softly. Then he raised his hand. In the next second, a tentacle stretched out from the piece of meat, and at the same time, brought Su Xuan several kilograms of her blood. Enough. Too much. Where does the other shore flower need so much irrigation? According to the power contained in the blood of a mythical hero, probably only a few drops are enough. If you water too much, the other shore flowers will wither directly. The rest of the blood is up to you. Even if you drink it, it can also strengthen your body. If you use it for bathing, it can make you sweeter and might attract that child. The devil's mother dotingly smiled. The child, Su Xuan, was taken aback, wondering who the mother of demons was talking about. Could it be the first ancestor of vampires? After bidding farewell to the ancestor of vampires, Su Xuan went to find the elf queen again. How many drops of blood? The elf queen was taken aback when she heard Su Xuan's request. Then a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She stood up slightly and bit her fingertips. Colorful drops of blood condensed on her fingertips. Su Xuan hurriedly used a bottle to catch the blood of the elf queen. At the same time, he carefully looked at the blood in the bottle. It was the first time he had seen colorful blood. It's amazing. Enough. The elf queen asked Su Xuan gently, fearing that Su Xuan was not enough. Enough is enough. Su Xuan nodded. This is completely enough. Enough is enough, the elf queen smiled. Su Xuan was about to leave when the elf queen suddenly said, Lian. Huh? What's the matter? Su Xuan asked the elf queen. That day, the elf queen pursed her lips and said softly, I'm sorry for hurting you. Su Xuan recalled what the dark elf queen did to him that day. To this, Su Xuan just smiled lightly and replied, Don't worry too much about it. I didn't care about it. That's good. You are really a magnanimous person, the elf queen smiled. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, and her demeanor fully showed the demeanor of a queen who is the mother of the world. Su Xuan was a little fascinated and said quickly, Next time I ask her to come to Succubus Meow Meow house to find me, I have prepared a gift for her. Gift? When the elf queen heard the words, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. But before she asked Su Xuan for the details of the gift, Su Xuan had already left the room where she was. To this, the elf queen showed an elegant smile, picked up the book on the table, and continued to read. Next, after obtaining the blood of the mother of demons and the queen of elves, Su Xuan is preparing to find the third hero of divine quality. Just walked out the door. Nerissa suddenly appeared behind Su Xuan. She put her arms around Su Xuan's waist and asked charmingly, Are you looking for the elf queen? My king. Nerissa seemed a little unhappy that Su Xuan had found the elf queen. You came just in time. Su Xuan smiled slightly and said, I want a few drops of your blood. My blood. When Nerissa heard this, she was silent for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth curled into an extremely charming smile, and his cold fingertips lightly brushed Su Xuan's cheek, whispering in his ear, If you want to get my blood, it will cost a little. 1 drop of blood can be exchanged for 10 life magic condenses. Are you a profiteer? Just ask you, my king. Do you want it? Want? A few minutes later, Su Xuan came out from Succubus Meow Meow house. A few drops of Succubus Queen's blood were in his hand. This is what he got with his own hand, Su Xuan said with trembling legs. And just when Su Xuan walked out of the Succubus Meow Meow house, he happened to meet Queen Medusa again. Queen Medusa was swinging her snake tail and walking towards the pond in her territory. She was about to wash her snake's scales by the pond, but before she reached the pond, she found that her snake's tail was caught by someone. Queen Medusa turned her head and was surprised to see Su Xuan hugging her tail. What's wrong? What are you going to do? Pay the money. Queen Medusa glanced at the pond and said, I'm going to clean my tail, and the gaps between the snake's scales also need to be cleaned. Really? Looks like you need my help. Su Xuan flicks Queen Medusa's snake tail. It's clear she needs her help. Maybe it's unnecessary. Queen Medusa was about to say that she usually cleans herself. After all, the gaps between snake scales are their special private parts. But Su Xuan didn't give her a chance to make a decision. With a light force, she pinched Queen Medusa's tail and made her lose her resistance. After playing with Queen Medusa, Jacques knows. Here is one of Queen Medusa's lifelines. Certainly. The gaps in the snake scales too. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Su Xuan smiled slightly, but laughed like a devil. Come on. Come on. I was wrong. Queen Medusa gritted her teeth and surrendered. I need your help. It's all right. That's about the same. Su Xuan patted Queen Medusa's sensual snake tail lightly. As expected, she needed a little trick to deal with Queen Medusa. Bring it on. Su Xuan patted his thigh. Sit up. I'll help you clean yours. Snake scales and tail. Duh. Chapter 127. Quick, come and sit down. Su Xuan patted his thigh and asked Queen Medusa to come over. When Queen Medusa heard the words, her beautiful eyes froze. After a moment of silence, he swung the snake's tail and came to Su's side. She lay sideways on the grass beside her, her snake tail swaying, and she was placed in Su Xuan's arms. Su Xuan held Queen Medusa's tail in her hands and watched it first. Queen Medusa's snake scales are bright crimson, and each scale is delicate and smooth, which feels great to the touch. Gently break it open. You can still see a faint pink color inside the scales. Is that snake meat? Can we start cleaning? Queen Medusa said to Su Xuan with a ruddy complexion. Su Xuan continued to observe carefully. He was afraid that he was going to move out his magic sword directly. Ahem. Su Xuan coughed and hurriedly cleaned the snake tail for Queen Medusa. He stretched out his hand, picked up a pool of clear water, and sprinkled it on Queen Medusa's snake tail. Under the baptism of clear water, the red snake tail sparkles. It seems to emit a dazzling halo. It's so beautiful. Su Xuan's fingertips lightly brushed across the scales, pouring clean water into the crevices of the snake's scales. That skillful cleaning technique made Queen Medusa lock her brows lightly. Damn! So comfortable. Queen Medusa bit her lips and teeth lightly. How could she have imagined that Su Xuan was so proficient at cleaning the scales? Is it okay? Su Xuan asked Queen Medusa with a smile. Queen Medusa pretended to be calm and nodded, but her blushing cheeks had already betrayed her. Now is the best time to tell her something. Queen Medusa at the moment. No matter what Su Xuan says, she will accept it. Ahem. 737. Su Xuan cleared his throat, smiled at Queen Medusa. I have something to tell you. What's up? Queen Medusa cast her beautiful eyes on Su Xuan. I want a few drops of your blood. My king's blood. This king's blood is very precious. Not waiting for Queen Medusa to refuse, Su Xuan stuck her fingertips into the cracks of the scales, making Queen Medusa unable to refuse. Okay, I'll give it to you. Please spare me. Queen Medusa gritted her teeth and begged Su Xuan for mercy. That's good. Su Xuan smiled slightly. Continue to clean the tail for Queen Medusa and clean her sensual snake tail completely. Prepare to paint it white in the future soon. Su Xuan received a few drops of Queen Medusa's blood as promised. In this way, the blood of 4 mythical quality heroes has been obtained. Su Xuan first sent the blood to the botanical garden. When Yi Linkai got a few drops of blood from 4 mythical quality heroes, her eyes on Su Xuan changed qualitatively. Those brown-black eyes turned towards Su Xuan, as if looking up at her god. Go and try. Holding 4 kinds of blood in her hand, Yi Linkai ran towards Bianhua in small steps. She first dripped the blood of the mother of demons on the petals of the flower of the other shore. The moment the blood dripped on the flower of the other shore, a petal of the Bianhua flower was dyed a touch of crimson at this moment. Then, an extremely strong fragrance wafts from the petals of the Bana flower. The strange fragrance made Su Xuan intoxicated for a while. He closed his eyes and tasted it carefully. Smells good. Su Xuan murmured softly. At the same time, information about Bianhua also popped into Su Xuan's field of vision. Your hero Bianhua, myth, has acquired a new ability. Devil's Flower, myth. Devil's Flower, myth increased the magic power and desire increase by 100% for the demons in the territory. For each mythical quality demon, it will increase the combat power of the Bana flower by 100% every day. Su Xuan stared. Will the infusion of blood also gain new abilities? But this is just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, Yi Linkai dripped the blood of the succubus queen into the Bana flower. The moment when the bright red blood drips on the Bana flower, another petal dyed a burgundy. At the same time, another scent wafts away. Looks like there's a bit more booze. Su Xuan was intoxicated by the strange fragrance again. Your hero Bianhua, myth, has acquired a new ability. Succubus Flower, myth. Flower of Succubus, myth increased the magic power and desire of the succubus in the territory by 100%. For each succubus of mythical quality, it will increase the combat power of the Bianhua by 100%. Every succubus, every demon, then Dinarisa should be able to trigger 2 boosts. Su Xuan muttered to himself. At this time, the 3rd drop of blood drips. Queen Medusa's bright red blood fell on the petals of the other side flower. Instantly, another petal is dyed bright red. The more intense fragrance is wafting again this time. There seems to be an exotic fragrance of the desert pouring into the nostrils, making Su Xuan even more intoxicated by it. The fragrance of the other shore flower is too wonderful, right? Your hero Bienhua, myth, has acquired a new ability, Desert Flower, myth. Desert Flower, myth, when fighting under the scorching sun, all units in the territory get a 100% increase in combat power. Snake units get an additional 100% increase in combat power. Every mythical quality snake, for the other shore flower increased by 100% combat power increase. Beft. Effect changed? Su Xuan was startled. The effect of the desert flower seemed to have changed slightly. Just when Su Xian's attention was on the new ability Bianhua had just acquired. Yi Linkai has already dripped the colorful blood of the elf queen on the petals of the Bana flower. When the colorful blood of the elves fell, I wonder if it was because the elves are naturally close to nature. The other shore flower actually bloomed with colorful, dazzling light. At the same time, a petal is dyed with colorful colors. The dazzling fragrance swept the audience in an instant. This, Su Xuan showed an unbelievable look. The blood of the elf queen seemed to be completely different from other people's blood. Your hero Bienhua, myth, has acquired a new ability, Flower of the Spirit, myth. Elf Flower, myth provide 200% elemental power increase for the elves in the territory. Provide 100% elemental mana recovery speed for all elves. Each mythical quality elf will increase the power of the other side flower by 100%. 100 combat power increase. When all 4 drops of blood are poured on the Bana flower, the originally light red Bana flower has been dyed with 4 new colors. Su Xuan took a deep breath of the fragrance of the flower. Isn't the increase of the Bana flower too abnormal? Doesn't it mean that the more mythical quality heroes there are in her territory, the stronger she will be? However, the triggering condition is very harsh. It must be a mythical quality hero. But the combat power she provides to the heroes and people in the territory is truly terrifying. The most important thing is, the other shore flowers haven't bloomed yet. This is just the prelude to blooming, and when it is fully bloomed, who knows how terrifying it will be. Yi Linkai took a deep breath. She was so nervous just now that she didn't dare to breathe. Great. Now I have collected all 4 types of mythical blood. An excited smile appeared on Yi Linkai's face. As long as there are 3 more bloods, the Bienhua can bloom. Let's go here first today. It takes time for the other shore to accept the blood of the 4 mythological qualities all at once. Su Xuan glanced at the slowly blooming Bienhua and said to Yi Linkai. He could feel that the Bienhua flower was about to reach its limit, so don't be too anxious about it. Just water the remaining 3 drops of blood in a few days. Yi Linkai nodded vigorously, agreeing with Su Xuan's statement. And this time, Su Xuan already has a candidate for a 6th mythic quality hero. He went back to the room and took out a Bible from the leading space. That's right. It is the scripture manuscript of Sister Yanasha, the jihadist nun. Although it is not a prop to control the holy war nuns, I hope. The body of the jihad nun is overflowing with Su Xuan's magic power of life. Under the guidance of the Bible, talking to Yanasha in the air, letting her coagulate a few drops of blood in the Bible, isn't that a simple matter? Thinking of this, he immediately launched his extreme operation. And this time, on the other side of the endless world, in Elizabeth Dale's domain. Yanasha is guarding behind Elizabeth Dale, and her lord is handling trivial matters in the territory. Just when everything is normal. Sudden, a strange feeling sprouted in Yanasha's heart. What's going on? Yanasha's body trembled slightly. She couldn't understand. Her own body. Her own soul. What exactly is going on? Why at this time? A voice sounded in her head. Yanasha, I need a few drops of your blood. Chapter 128. Yanasha, I need a few drops of your blood. Yanasha groaned suspiciously when she heard the voice in her head. She didn't understand why there was a voice echoing in her mind. Hallucination? What's wrong? Elizabeth Dell, who was working, naturally noticed Yanasha's weirdness and asked her. No, nothing. Yanasha shook her head hastily, but she was full of doubts in her heart thousands. Because That voice sounded again. I need a few drops of your blood, Yanasha. The voice sounded again, and Yanasha recalled the owner of the voice. Su Xuan. How come? Yanasha's beautiful eyes were slightly startled, and her heart was shocked. Why? Why can I hear the enemy's voice? The God she believes in. How could someone else break into her? What? Surprised? Su Xuan smiled slightly and asked Yanasha, what the hell are you going to do? Yanasha communicated to Su Xuan through her heart. I need a few drops of your blood, dream. Yanasha decisively rejected Su Xuan. How could she give her blood to the enemy? But next second, how come? Sudden, a strange feeling welled up in her heart. It's as if someone is constantly touching her bottom line. It's getting too much. Babel, memories of the dead suddenly swept through her mind. Yanasha sure. Su Xuan is punishing her. At the same time, Su Xuan was lying on the bed, his fingertips dancing in the void. After some operations, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Su Xuan's mouth. Looking at the palm of his hand, there is a crystal-clear holy light remaining, which is a believer's betrayal of the gods. Su Xuan flicked his fingertips, and the feeling was still so wonderful. Then he said, you can't escape my control. Starting from that moment on that day, you already belong to me, understand? Su Xuan's words shocked Yanasha's heart. She didn't know. How did Su Xuan do it? Why would I? You. Yanasha bit her lips and teeth lightly. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. At this moment, the holy nun's dress became a symbol of desire. Embarrass her. You are dreaming. I will never give in. Yanasha was still talking hard, but Su Xuan just smiled lightly. Swipe your fingertips across the void. A touch of electric shock burst out in Yanasha's heart in an instant. Oh. Yanasha knelt on the ground in pain. This weird picture made Elizabeth Dale startled. She hurriedly asked Yanasha, then, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Yanasha blushed. How could she explain all this to her lord? Are you not clean anymore? Can no longer be loyal to her? Then she might as well be dead. You don't want your master to know that you were enslaved, do you? Su Xuan's voice sounded again. You. Yanasha wanted to resist, but she was helpless. Su Xuan's method is too evil to be able to face her with nothing. Okay, I promise you, I'll give you blood. In the end, Yanasha surrendered to Su Xuan's majesty and was willing to surrender her blood. Smart choice. Su Xuan smiled slightly, waiting for Yanasha to contribute her own blood. On the side of Yanasha, she first whispered to Elizabeth Dale, my lord, I am not feeling well, so I will go back to rest first. Well, go. Elizabeth Dale nodded. Recently, she has been dealing with matters related to her marriage contract. She rarely pays attention to Yanasha and has no energy to pay attention to other things. Because she still doesn't know which marriage partner her father found for herself. But as a princess, she couldn't resist her father's orders. Give her a headache. After bidding farewell to her lord, Yanasha returned to her room. She first condensed the magic power of holy light on her fingertips. Next second, on Su Xuan's side, on the manuscript of the Bible, there was a spirit body of Yanasha condensed. The size is only 20 or 30 centimeters, and the field will step on you. It was the first time for Su Xuan to see this magical ability. What do you want my blood for? Yanasha asked Su Xuan. Don't ask. I have my own use. Su Xuan replied indifferently. All right. Yanasha had no choice but to bite her fingertips to condense a few drops of blood. Soon, the bright red blood passed through the Bible and coagulated in front of Su Xuan. Su Xuan smiled and put the blood into the bottle. During the period, the fingertips accidentally touched Yanasha's condensed spirit. Surprised to find that it is still substantive? Oh, the blood has been given to you. Hope you. Yanasha was about to say something. But before the words fell, Su Xuan's big hand grabbed her. You, what are you doing? Yanasha asked in a panic. I have a favor, and I need your help. Oh, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You? Don't think about it. My spirit body is not yet wholly big. How could it be? Of course, Su Xuan has his own measure. Since you can't break through the darkness with holy light, let Yanasha pray for the gods. At last, baptize the whole body with the power of the holy light. Thanks for your hard work. Su Xuan smiled slightly. The depraved jihadi nun really suits his taste. When the Bible closes, Su Xuan ends his blasphemous sin. Satisfied, He went to the second floor of the Succubus Meow Meow house and went to get blood from Inakella, asking for flowers. And at this very moment, Yanasha in Elizabeth Dale's domain. She is full of holy light. This guy. Yanasha bit her lips and teeth lightly, her body trembling slightly. She never dreamed that she would fall into Su Xuan's hands forever. Just as Yanasha was going to the bathroom to clean up, Elizabeth Dale's voice came from the door. Yanasha, are you okay? Master, please wait a moment. Don't open the door. I have no clothes on. Yanasha shouted hastily. But Elizabeth Dale had opened the door. When she saw Yanasha in the room, she was shocked. Owner. Yanasha's complexion was instantly stained with blood red, and she, Yanasha, why did you pour holy water on yourself? Is it because of too much pressure recently? Elizabeth Dale asked with concern. She didn't seem to see anything strange. In addition, for some special reasons, there was a faint fragrance, which made her mistake it for the holy water for baptism. 0. Holy water. Yanasha was taken aback for a moment, then nodded hurriedly. Yes. I've been a little uneasy recently. Sorry, my master. I'll let you see a picture of me that is embarrassing. Elizabeth Dale walked up to Yanasha, stretched out her fingertips, and gently stroked a smear of holy water. Then put it on your lips and teeth to taste it. This scene. Yanasha was stunned immediately. This is... Which church is rich in holy water? It's strange. Elizabeth Dale asked suspiciously, but it's quite delicious. It's the holy water that is abundant in the holy sea. Yanasha didn't know how to answer her master for a moment. Take a good rest and don't put too much pressure on me. I'm the one who wants to get married, not you. It's me who should be under pressure. Elizabeth Dale comforted her. Take a good rest. I'm leaving first. Elizabeth Dale leaves Yanasha's room. Yanasha's expression was mixed at this moment. How could she explain that the aura on her body, not holy water? Oh God, please forgive my white lies. On the other side, Su Xuan was walking towards the Succubus Meow Meow house and was about to ask Inakella for some blood. And just when he was about to enter the Succubus Meow Meow house, boom, a loud noise came to Su Xuan's ears. Next, a huge figure appeared behind Su Xuan. Su Xuan turned his head and looked. It turned out that the little blue dragon Mafulina had come to his territory. What's wrong? Su Xuan asked Marilena. My good friend, I need your help. Marilena asked Su Xuan for help in a panic. Speak slowly. Su Xuan comforted Marlelina. I found the breath of the same kind. But she wants to eat me. Save me. Duh. Chapter 129. She's going to eat me. The little blue dragon Marlelina shook her fleshy claws and said to Su Xuan in a panic. And her appearance. Let Su Xuan's eyes light up. Isn't this the blood of the 7th mythical quality hero, etc.? This little guy should have mythical qualities, right? Don't worry. Tell me, who wants to eat you? Su Xuan asked Marlelina to calm down. She was shaking, and her territory was about to collapse. This little guy is tens of meters tall. Thousands of tons. That's right. A pitch-black giant dragon. I wanted to go to her to ask about the news of the tribe, but when she saw me, she immediately went into a rage and wanted to eat me. Marilena told Su Xuan what happened. A pitch-black giant dragon? Could it be Su Xuan's black dragon? Su Xuan suddenly remembered that Su Xuan drove the black dragon to the vicinity of his own territory. Maybe it was that end. In other words, color seems to be mutually exclusive. At least this world is. So, have you escaped now? Su Xuan asked Ma 707 Lilina. Yeah, escaped. But she sprayed a sour breath on the A***. Marilena pointed to her own dragon tail. Su Xuan clearly saw that there was indeed a corroded area on her dragon's hip. Poor little guy, must be very sad to be sprayed with sour breath by his own kind. You turn back into a human form. I'll help you apply some ointment, and you'll be fine. Su Xuan said to Marlelina. The impact of the sour breath was not very serious. Presumably, it was the warning given to her by the black dragon. Keep her out of her own territory. Marilena turned into a human form, pouted her tail, and asked Su Xuan to wipe the potion. Su Xuan smiled helplessly and applied the ointment on Marlelina's dragon buttocks. In other words, the blue dragon scales are really strong, and that level of sour breath If it were him, it would probably have melted. Zazzium. When Su Xuan wiped the ointment, he found his palms were numb. Good guy. This thing still leaks electricity, right? Okay. Marilena asked Su Xuan with tears in her eyes. All right. Su Xuan put Marilena down and patted her dragon tail by the way. The dragon's tail is completely different from Queen Medusa's tail, and the scales are harder to the touch. Thanks. Marilena also politely thanked Su Xuan. Then he blinked and muttered to himself angrily. When I go to the bottom of the lake and find the Dragon Ball, I must find her to take revenge and bite her tail. Su Xuan was speechless after hearing the words. What elementary school student's fighting tone? Marlena, can you give me a few drops of your dragon's blood? Su Xuan immediately asked Marilena. My blood. Marilena opened her big watery eyes, looked at Su Xuan, and asked, Yes, but what do you want my blood for? For watering the flowers. Oh. Marlena's face was confused. She didn't quite understand what Su Xuan meant. However, she still offered Su Xuan a few drops of dragon's blood as thanks for Su Xuan's treatment of her just now. Thanks. Su Xuan smiled slightly. In this way, the hero blood of the 7 mythical qualities has been collected. I went to play with Linkai. I must tell her what happened today, and let her judge me. While complaining, Marlena ran to Yi Lingcai's room. Su Xuan just smiled faintly at this. The little guy was quite vengeful. Afterwards, they boarded the 2nd floor of the Succubus Meow Meow house. Pushing the coffin lid away, Yino was lying quietly in the coffin tomb. TSK, Su Xuan clicked his tongue, unable to understand why Anakla became smaller again. It was so big before, just when Su Xuan was about to wake up Anakla. Inakra, who was asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. She seems to smell blood. Huh? What a delicious taste of blood. Inakra sat up straight, looking at Su Xuan with her beautiful eyes in surprise. However, the smell of fresh blood did not come from Su Xuan, but the blood of the mother of demons in Su Xuan's lord space. Lie down obediently. I want to take some of your blood. Su Xuan forced Enoch to press down again, ready to take some blood. Take my blood. Wait, are you a vampire, or am I a vampire? Inakra asked Su Xuan suspiciously. Don't worry, I'll feed you a little later. You have other people's blood on your body. It's so delicious. Can you share some with me? Inakla was very eager for the blood of the mother of demons. That is simply the most delicious existence for her. No. Scream. What an abomination. How could it be possible for Su Xuan to distribute the blood of the mother of demons to Inakla? This blood has other uses for him. So, do you want more? Want? Oh, what? Strange. Some can't bite the straw. B****************** D. Put your fangs away. After a lot of tossing, Su Xuan also collected Inakla's blood. Because of the brutal way of sucking blood, Inakla was taught a lesson by Su Xuan. Let her have a long memory and don't have the habit of biting the straw. Su Xuan stored the 3 kinds of blood, and when he walked out of Succubus Meow Meow house, it was already dark. He was about to eat something to fill his stomach, but she saw Su Xuan anxiously looking for herself. Su Xuan. When Su Xuan saw Su Xuan, she immediately walked towards Su Xuan with light steps. What's wrong? Su Xuan asked Su Xuan. Qiu Ling asked me to ask you, is there a blue dragon in your territory? Because she was chased by a blue dragon all the way, because she was afraid that she was your dragon. So I let my black dragon pair just give some prestige. Su Xuan explained to Su Xuan the ins and outs of the future. It is indeed Marlena. Su Xuan nodded. It was indeed Marlena who chased Shin Qiuling and the others all the way. That's good. She almost thought it was a blue dragon from the enemy country. Su Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to talk. That child once met a blue dragon lord on a certain battlefield, and there was an incident between them. There was a battle, but the strength of the 2 sides was not much different, so it ended hastily, and Qiuling was really shocked when he met the blue dragon again this time. Has she met the blue dragon lord? Hearing Su Xuan's words, Su Xuan was thoughtful, wondering if Marlena was related to that blue dragon lord. Well, but I don't know the specifics. It is rumored that the blue dragon lord has died in battle. Su Xuan added. Already died in battle? Su Xuan was taken aback. The thread is broken again? It seems that little blue dragon has had a hard time finding his mother. Yes, there is one more thing. Su Xuan suddenly remembered something again, and said to Su Xuan, People from Beijing province have visited the Hongqin Guild, and they pointed out that they want to find you. Find me. Su Xuan frowned. Jing province is the center of power in the Dragon Kingdom, so I don't know why the people in Jing province are looking for him. Well, they hope that you can give me some time to meet with you and say that there is something important to tell you. Su Xuan explained to Su Xuan. As for whether you want to go or not, it depends on your personal wishes. As Su Xuan spoke, she gave Su Xuan a contact information. Okay, I get it. Su Xuan just nodded calmly. Whether to contact the other party depends on the situation in 2.5. Now, he just wants to develop his territory first. In a few days, Su Xuan came to the botanical garden again. Give Yi Lingkai 3 bottles of blood of heroes with mythical quality. Yi Lingkai held the 3 bottles of blood in her arms full of excitement. Then take out one of the bottles. It is the blood of the blue dragon Marlelina. The red blood dripped on the drawing board of Bianhua, and at this moment, Bianhua wafted a faint fragrance. One of the petals is also dyed a faint blue in an instant. Your hero Bianhua, Myth, has acquired a new ability, Blue Dragon Flower, Myth. Blue Dragon Flower, Myth provide a 100% increase in combat power for the giant dragon in the territory, and provide a new talent for the Lord, the Dragon's Blood, Myth. Every mythical quality pet will increase by 100% because of the other side flower 100 combat power increase. Wait, give me a new talent. Seeing the effect of the blue dragon flower, Su Xuan couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Blood of the Dragon, Myth, a short-lived half-dragon. Combat power has been greatly enhanced. Chapter 130. Dragon's Blood? Half-dragon humanization. Su Xuan was a little curious. This so-called half-dragon humanization seemed interesting. You can try it later. Next, this drop Yi Lingkai then dripped the blood of Sister Yanasha on the petals on the other side. The petals of the other shore flower are dyed with a golden gleam at this moment. At the same time, holy chi opened. But for some reason, there is a touch of evil in the holiness. Your hero Bianhua, Myth, has acquired a new ability that the flower of the saint, Myth. Flower of the Holy Maiden, Myth. The collection speed of the power of belief in the territory is accelerated by 200%. For each nun of mythical quality, the power of the Bana flower will be increased by 100%. 1. The power of faith. Su Xuan was silent for a moment. There are no nuns or believers in his territory, and it seems that he still cannot unlock the power of faith function. The last drop. Yi Lingkai is full of anticipation. Drop the last drop of blood of the second primogenitor of the vampire, Inoella, on the flower of the other side. Now, everyone's eyes gathered on the Bianhua, waiting for her transformation. But, after the blood dripped, there was no change at all. This sudden change made the scene silent. Su Xuan and Yi Lingkai stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. 14's faces were filled with unbelievable surprise. What's the situation? Why is there no change? Could it be that Inatech is a mythical quality? How can it be? How so? Yi Lingkai knelt on the ground weakly. She couldn't understand what went wrong. Why did the Bianhua not show signs of evolution after receiving the blood baptism of the 7 mythical qualities? Wait. Su Xuan rushed up to the second floor of Succubus Meow Meow house and opened the coffin board that Inua turned. Hey, what are you doing? The sleeping second primogenitor of the vampire was awakened by Su Xuan. Before he could remember what happened, he was carried by Su Xuan and ran to the botanical garden. Is there something wrong with your blood? Why is there no effect? Su Xuan put Inohira down and asked her. Other people's blood is effective, so how could hers not work? Enoch's eyes were fixed, and after a moment of silence, pointing at Su Xuan with pointed nails, he said confidently, Your question. My question. Su Xuan was taken aback. Could this be his problem? It must be your problem. Enochira said solemnly. The blood you feed me is too weird. Not a single drop of blood on my body is my own. It's all yours. Enochira was about to continue, but Su Xuan slammed her mouth shut. This kind of thing. Can't tell. Ahem. That's indeed my problem. Su Xuan said bitterly. That's right. The blood flowing in Enochila's body is no longer blood. What about your own blood? Is there not a drop? Su Xuan asked Enochila. I have a little stock, but it's in my heart. Enochira replied with a little embarrassment. It's okay. I'll help you. Wait. This matter cannot be forced. Don't worry. I have my own measure. Su Xuan approached Inakra step by step, making the second primogenitor feel fear for the first time. Just when Su Xuan was about to take Zhen Wei's blood from the heart of the second primogenitor of the vampire, a beautiful figure broke into the botanical garden and then rushed to the front of the Bienhua, dripping a drop of her own blood on the petals of the Bienhua. Huh? Alice. Su Xuan was taken aback for a moment. The daughter of the devil, Alice, was thinking about this moment. Offered her blood for Bienhua. The moment when the blood of Alice, the daughter of the devil, dripped on the petals. The petals are instantly dyed a touch of lavender. Next, a faint fragrance wafts away, and this faint fragrance is actually visible to the naked eye, swaying like a vast star floating into the nostrils of the people present, fascinated and delighted. Your hero Bienhua, myth, has acquired a new ability. Starflower myth. Flower of the stars. Myth inject the power of the stars into the territory. Get the blessing of the stars. Goddess Lucky Max. The effect of the starflower made Su Xuan's gaze fixed, and it seemed that the introduction was somewhat conceptual. But it can be seen that it is an increase of luck. And when the blood of the 7 mythological qualities merges into the petals of the Bana flower, the petals of the other shore flower are blooming at this moment. Pieces of petals linger in the center of the flower, blooming dazzling light. Then the slight halo condenses at this moment, transforming into the appearance of a slim woman. She was wearing a luxurious dress made of petals, and there was a bright Bienhua flower on the tip of her hair, but there was a touch of seductiveness in her purity. However, the other shore flower is still a projection of nothingness, not a real existence. She is just blooming and has not yet reached the full bloom stage. The moment when Bienhua turned into a human. Those beautiful eyes with twinkling petals looked at Su Xuan full of affection and bowed politely to him. Nice to meet you, my master. The moment when her light voice sounded, Yi Lingkai cheered excitedly. It worked. Very good. Then we just need to wait for the passage of time. It may not take a month, but a week or 2 will be enough. Yi Lingkai said excitedly. This made Su Xuan look at Yi Lingkai curiously. It seems that this little girl is used to the plants she cultivated, or Su Xuan being the face of her master. After the other shore flower bloomed, Su Xuan was surprised to find that the devil's daughter disappeared in an instant. On the contrary, it hides merit and fame. In addition, after finding out that there was nothing for her, Inakla jumped away immediately. She still needs to sleep for a while to digest Su Xuan's blood in her lower abdomen. Su Xuan's gaze immediately turned to Bienhua. There are pieces of petals of the Bienhua around the side of the Bienhua, and the pupils and the fiery red eyes are in the shape of flowers. It is eye-catching. Hello. Su Xuan smiled lightly and greeted Bienhua. At the same time, the data of Bienhua came into Su Xuan's eyes. Name, Bana flower, race, plant, myth. Level, first tier 1 star. Power, 1 agility, 1 constitution, 1 magic power, 1 talent. Flower of the stars. Blooming. Skill, the realm of the other shore mythology. Expand. When the message of Bienhua popped up, Su Xuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. It seems that the cultivation of Bienhua went smoothly. Sure enough, as Yi Lingkai said, from the taboo quality to the mythical quality. Next, just wait for the Bienhua to grow. Until then, the Bienhua, which gathers the blood of 850 mythical heroes, will become extremely terrifying. It smells so good. Just when Su Xuan's attention was focused on the other shore flower, a huge figure landed in the botanical garden, and then shrank in an instant, turning into a human shape. The blue dragon Marlelina seemed to be attracted by the fragrance of the other shore flower and came to Su Xuan's territory. Little Marlene, here you come. Seeing Marlena's arrival, Yi Lingkai smiled happily and shared her joy with the little blue dragon. The other shore flower? Oh, Marlelina looked at the Bienhua curiously. Her 2 big watery eyes were full of energy, and she had the illusion of wanting to eat the Bienhua in one bite. At this time, Su Xuan saw that Marlelina held a dragon scale wrapped with a ribbon in her hand. This is a gift? It seems that the little guy wants something from himself. What's this? Su Xuan snatched the dragon scale from Marlelina and asked her. This is a gift I want to give you, Marlelina said quickly. A pair of big eyes floated around, as if avoiding Su's sight. Gift? Is there something you want from me? How do you know? Puff. Su Xuan almost laughed out loud, but he held back and asked Marilena, Say, what's the matter? Can you go to the bottom of the lake with me? Help me retrieve the sunken Dragon Ball. Marlena asked expectantly. I want you to help me get the Dragon Ball. I can promise you all the conditions. Listen up. It's all. While speaking, Marlena also made movements with her little hands to explain how important her Dragon Balls are. It's like collecting all 7, and you can summon the dragon. A sense of importance. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.